Jiao
Yes. A necromancer? And that was the exact moment the entire hall stopped breathing. I want you to understand what happened in that room. Blackstone Town City Hall, middle of the day, 40 people waiting in line to register carts and argue about grain taxes, all of them talking at once. One word out of my mouth, and it went so quiet I could hear a fly working the window. Every head turned. Not one of them looked angry. That would have been better. They looked at me the way you look at a man who has just told you, cheerfully, that he drinks paint. The woman behind the desk was named Alara, and she had the face of someone who had been disappointed by roughly 9,000 people and had budgeted for 9,000 more. She looked at my file. She looked at me. She let the silence sit there a second longer than she needed to, which I felt was unnecessary. Although the kingdom permits the existence of necromancers, she said, no city welcomes a necromancer within its walls. Thank you for the reminder, Lady Alara. I will abide by the laws and order of the kingdom and Blackstone Town. She studied my face for a while after that. I have no idea what she was looking for. Whatever it was, she didn't find it, because she just pulled open a drawer and started stacking documents in front of me like she was dealing a very bad hand of cards. Undead Restriction Act. Undead Familiar Registration Procedures. Corpse and Skeletal Remains Protection Act. Black Magic Experiment Application Guidelines. Human Experiment. I stopped reading titles at that one and started reading contents, which was worse. No raising the dead. No experimenting on the dead. No collecting the dead. No studying the dead. Theft of a corpse. Serious crime. Experimentation on a corpse. Serious crime. It went on. Somebody had sat down at a desk at some point in history and thought very carefully about every single thing a necromancer could possibly do, and then made all of it illegal. So let me summarize my new career for you. I was a necromancer, legally, on paper, with a stamp. I was permitted to be one. I was simply not permitted to do any of it. I signed every page. Then I signed the pages again where she pointed. My handwriting got worse as I went, which felt appropriate. She checked all of them, twice, with the enthusiasm of a woman who genuinely enjoyed this part. All right, the process is complete. Remember the contents of these acts. She squared the stack. I don't want the next time I see you to be on the gallows. I will bear your admonition in mind. I stood up, I bowed, I walked out, and the whole way to the door, that hall stayed quiet behind me. And then the second I crossed the threshold, it started up again, and I could hear exactly what the noise was made of. A young man, black hair, black eyes, chose necromancer, on purpose. Yeah, on purpose. Here's what none of them knew. Every one of those laws was written to strangle a necromancer inside these walls. Every one of them assumed that the walls were where I lived, and I had a door. I picked up my weapons on Commercial Street from a blacksmith who smelled permanently of linseed oil and had the arms of a man who had never once in his life needed help moving furniture. An iron sword and a short spear, 7 silver. He'd seen the guards walk me off that morning, and he was clearly dying to know about it. What happened this morning? I just arrived in Blackstone Town. They made me go to the city hall to register. I'm new here, didn't know the procedure. Register? He frowned. That needs registering? They asked for my name and told me to follow the rules and such. Made me quite nervous. He laughed at that, big and easy, and scooped up my silver. Those guys are just idle. They want to manage everything, useful or not. It's good that you're fine. It's good that I'm fine. Sure, let's go with that. I wrapped the weapons, said my goodbyes, and got out of the crowd. North District. Poor district. They call it the Crowded District, and for once, a place name is doing honest work. Stone houses shoved shoulder to shoulder, laundry strung overhead like the world's saddest bunting. A main road 4 meters wide with 3 meters of it stacked with other people's junk. I walked through a gloomy little alley and let myself into my rented rooms. The setup, and I want to be accurate here, was as follows. A table, chairs, a wooden bed. That's the whole inventory. There was bread on the table, which I ate standing up, thinking about the way that hall had gone silent. In the city, keep a low profile, improve quietly. That was the plan. I balled up the last of the bread, stuffed it in my mouth, picked up my new sword and my new spear, and took the bronze key off the cord around my neck. Then I went and unlocked my own bedroom door. Now, about the key. Half a month before all this, I came into peasant of an ancient bronze key. Not a legendary sword, not a mysterious old man on a mountain. A key. You put it in any door at all, you turn it, and the door opens somewhere else. I'd read novels. In novels, the protagonist crosses worlds by force of will and destiny. Mine required me to physically get up and unlock something. Less dignified, still worked. The far side dropped me in a backwater village where the locals looked at strangers like weather they hadn't ordered. I caught a passing caravan, spent half a month getting rattled to pieces on a cart, and arrived at Blackstone Town, where I intended to become extremely rich, moving goods between two worlds that had never heard of each other. That was the plan. Buy low in a world with no plastic, sell high in a world with no magic, retire at 24. And then, while I was on that cart, my world ended. I turned the key that first time back, and the apartment was still my apartment. Desk, bed, monitor, speakers, all of it exactly where I left it. And outside the window, the sound of something that was not a car and not a dog. The power was out. The water I did not dare drink, and 6 floors down, in the courtyard where I used to lock up my bike, the neighbors were walking in slow circles with their clothes torn open and their eyes gone flat and wrong. I knew some of them. That's the part nobody tells you. You think you'll see a crowd of monsters. What you actually see is the man from 402. I stood at that window a long time. I'd been away 16 days. 16 days, and if I'd been home for any one of them, I'd be down there in the circle. So, 2 worlds. In one of them, I was a licensed corpse handler, forbidden from handling corpses. In the other one, the corpses had gotten up and started walking, and there was nobody left alive to write me a law about it. You see the shape of it now. I did too. The smell hit first. Every time. You'd think you'd adjust, and you never adjust. I stepped through into my own living room, and there was a skeleton warrior standing in the corner, which is the sort of sentence that sounds much more alarming than it was. Here's how I got him. Last trip back, there'd been a zombie hanging in the iron laundry basket outside my window, thrashing and stuck. I killed it because it was there, and I had nothing better to do, and honestly, some part of me needed to know if I could. Then I tried the one skill my new profession had actually given me, bone manipulation, and the thing stood up, bare white bone, empty sockets, waiting. The panel that came with my profession change floated up in front of me, visible to nobody but me, laid out exactly like a game character sheet, which was either a comfort or a serious warning about what kind of world I'd fallen into. Skeleton Warrior, Level 1, Constitution 10, Strength 12, Agility 8. Trait, Hollow Skeleton, Level 1, 12 Strength, which, for reference, is about 1.5 of me. Take this, I said, and held out the iron sword, bones grinding on bones. The arm came up, stiff as a bad hinge, and closed around the grip. Then it just stood there in the sword-holding position, patient as furniture, waiting to be told what came next. I kept the short spear. I'd tried a sword in the shop and nearly opened my own throat with it, so the blacksmith had steered me to a spear on the grounds that stabbing is simpler than swinging and considerably harder to do to yourself. I'd also considered a bow, briefly, until I remembered that hitting things with arrows is a skill people spend years on, and I had roughly a weekend. Then I went into my kitchen, found a pot lid, and strapped it to my arm. Yes, a pot lid. That was my shield. I want that on the record, because of what my shields looked like later. I put my ear against the front door, shuffling, dragging. 1, maybe 2 of them out in the stairwell. The math was simple, and I ran it standing there in my own hallway with a kitchen implement tied to my forearm. Kill 1, get 1. Everyone that goes down stands back up on my side. The only real risk was getting scratched, because it isn't their strength that kills you, it's what's in them. The advantage is mine. No big deal. I opened the door. Nothing came through it, which I chose to interpret as a good omen. The corridor was worse than the smell had prepared me for. Walls scratched down to the plaster, floor gone dark and tacky, the kind of hallway you'd see in a film and think, well, that's a bit much. Go out, I said. The skeleton walked out with the iron sword. I followed and left my door open behind me because I am not stupid. Down at the turn of the stairs, a zombie heard us and lifted its head. Gray skin, black veins crawling all over it like something had been mapping her. Mouth open too wide. And I knew her. 2nd floor. She used to stop me by the mailboxes. She'd once, very seriously, offered to introduce me to a nice girl she knew. I suppose that's off the table now. She roared and came up the stairs. Kill him, I said, which was not the right pronoun, but nobody was grading me. My skeleton took the high ground and swung down, and the sword went into her shoulder, and here's the thing they do not put in the films. She didn't care. No pain, no flinch, Her legs folded, she tripped on the step, and her whole upper body shot forward straight under my skeleton's ribcage, and then she reached out from under there and lunged for my crotch. I want to be clear that I retreated at a speed I have never achieved before or since. I got distance. I checked. I was intact. Behind me, she kept roaring, still wedged under the skeleton, and the skeleton stabbed down through her a second time, and I came in with the spear aimed at the eye socket and hit her forehead instead. The skin split, the skull did not. She got angrier and got up and nearly took my skeleton over the railing, and then the two of them went down the stairs in a tangle of bone and limbs. And that was when I heard running above me. Not shuffling, running. A second one came down the flight in a straight sprint and then jumped, clearing the steps entirely, coming down on me from the air. Holy crap, there was no plan. There was no clever angle. I got the pot lid up over my head and took the whole thing on my forearm, and the impact drove me into the wall hard enough to rattle my teeth. It tumbled past me down the stairs. I got up, gritted through it, and started stabbing. Which is when I learned that a rotting body is not a soft target. It's leather. It's like stabbing a couch. 4 solid thrusts, and none of them did anything a body would call fatal, and it got up and came at me again, and I was blocking with a warped kitchen lid and thinking, quite clearly, if it gets a nail into me, I die out here, in a stairwell, for nothing. I was glancing back at my open door, honestly considering the retreat, when a line of text lit up in the corner of my eye. Gained experience +10. Summon. Skeleton warrior gained experience +5. Down at the corner, my skeleton had finished the old woman with the weapon advantage and was standing over her. Oh, that's a good sound. Come up and kill this target. He came up. And then it was 2-on-1, and it turned out neither skeletons nor zombies have any concept of blocking. They just go directly at each other, all offense, nothing else, like 2 toddlers who have both decided the answer is forward. And while they were busy, I went down to the corner, stood over the woman who had wanted to set me up with somebody, and cast bone manipulation. The flesh went off her like wax off a candle. What stood up had nothing of her left in it at all. Go, attack. She went up the stairs bare-handed to help kill the thing that had nearly killed me. Which is, I think, the single most efficient labor arrangement I have ever been part of. That's how it went. 2 more came up from below. I raised those 2. Then 5 of us, then 7, and by the time I'd cleared the stairwell, I was standing in a hallway full of my own quiet, waiting employees while I shook out an arm that had taken a flying body at speed. The pot lid was ruined. It had done exactly one job and done it perfectly, and I have never respected a piece of cookware more. I took the whole crew back inside, sat down in my own chair in my own dead apartment, and let my hands stop shaking. Then I went and raided my own kitchen for weapons. A cleaver, a fruit knife, a hammer. Handed them out like I was arming the world's worst dinner party. One of them got a mop because I ran out. A mop. To be fair to the cleaver, a good cleaver is a genuinely excellent weapon. Heavy, short, forgiving. If your entire army has the reaction time of a filing cabinet, you want them holding something that works even when they swing it badly. The mop guy got upgraded on the 2nd floor. I found 2 more cleavers in the apartment of the woman we'd just killed, which was a sentence I chose not to sit with. 6 floors, 3 apartments per floor. That's the whole unit. I did all of it, door by door, with the bronze key, which opened every single lock in the building without asking me a single question. The key made a light curtain in the door frame when it opened a passage between worlds, and when I pulled it out and waited a few seconds, the light faded and it was just a door. Somebody's hallway. Somebody's shoes still lined up by the wall. Some apartments were empty, some weren't. 2 came out of a bedroom in pajamas, and my crew went over them like a wave, and there was nothing left to fight before I'd finished giving the order. The scene was, and I'm going to be honest with you, brutal and also very slightly relieving. Then I looted. All of it. I'm not going to dress that up. Cash, worthless. Bank cards, worthless. Property deeds, deposit slips, a lifetime of careful paperwork, all of it now just paper. Gold jewelry from a dressing table, that one's still money in any world with a fire hot enough to melt it. Rice and flour and cured meat in a fridge that had given up months ago, and on a shoe cabinet by one door, a decorative jade cabbage. 30 centimeters, translucent green, heavy in the hand, sitting on a little wooden base. My grandmother had one. Everybody's grandmother had one. I picked it up and carried it out the door, and that cabbage is about to make me more money than the gold. By 5 in the afternoon, I had swept the entire unit. My not very large living room was standing room only, full of skeletons holding kitchen knives, arranged in neat ranks because I told them to stand, and they had no further ideas. 17. Fewer than I'd hoped, but 17 from a pot lid and a bad afternoon. I also worked out the rules while I was counting. I get experience from everything they kill, all of it, automatically, just for being their boss, which is the best employment arrangement in either world. But their experience goes by last hit. Whoever lands the killing blow gets it. It doesn't spread out. Which meant my sword-carrying original, riding the advantage of a real weapon, was sitting at 55 points and pulling away from the pack, and everyone else was going nowhere. Good to know. Filed that. It matters later, more than I understood at the time. I put my pack on and went home through a door. Deer antler shop. Chain outfit, antler emblem, branches in every human city, reputation clean as a whistle. The boss behind the counter was a wide, cheerful man who picked up my cabbage and said, "Beautiful, very beautiful," on instinct, before his brain caught up and started asking questions. What material is this? It's not jade, and there are no carving marks. It doesn't seem like a natural material. And I want to note here that this man had never in his life seen injection molded resin, had no framework for what he was holding, and still clocked it in under 4 seconds. Sharp eye on him. Fat jade, I said. I made that up standing there. Fat jade. I have never been prouder of anything. You rarely see it here. Its characteristics are lightness, toughness, and rich color. Understand, this world is not medieval. They have glass. They have alchemy that works better than modern medicine. They have trains. What they do not have, at all, in any form, is plastic. So, the single most disposable substance from my world walks in here and becomes an exotic import. He turned it over again. Deer Antler Merchant Guild never drives down prices. Your item is good, but it's clearly a molded one-piece item. Its strengths are its exquisite appearance and special material. If you are willing to sell it, we can offer you 30 silver coins. Now, silver in this world does the work of a $100 bill. Too low, I said, and shook my head and made a face like a man being insulted. Then what is your asking price? 100. Outrageous. Deliberately outrageous. Because if I lowball myself and he says yes immediately, I'll be sick about it all week. That price is probably very difficult to accept. How about this? 40 silver coins. That's the highest price I can offer. Sold. 40 silver for a shelf ornament I found by somebody's shoes. Walking out with that money pouch dragging in my bag, I had a moment. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, I could have walked into any jewelry shop back home, converted gold and silver, and spent it here for the rest of my natural life. Not nation wealthy, but comfortable. Very comfortable. I'd even heard men in a tavern discussing the druid profession and what druids can allegedly transform into and the applications thereof. Alas, too late to say anything about that now. I did not sell the gold jewelry, not because he wouldn't take it, because a man with no strength who walks around flashing gold is not a merchant, he's a delivery. What I needed was levels and bodies. Everything else was noise, so I went shopping for war. At the weapon shop, I asked for a small shield, and he brought out a silver round one that I could barely hold up for a minute, let alone a fight. Do you have anything lighter? He looked at me. Then he reached under the counter. These are for children's training. The surface is iron, and the inside is treated hardwood. A child's practice shield. That's what I bought. 75 copper, iron over dark wood, light enough to hold up all day. I want you to keep that in mind. The licensed Necromancer, at the start of his terrifying rise, shopping in the children's section, because I'd like you to compare it to where we end up. Leather armor from an armor shop after that. Hard, plain, cheap, smelling powerfully of the animal it used to be. I did not buy armor for the skeletons. 2 reasons. 1, their numbers were about to go up a great deal, and I could not afford to dress a crowd. 2, low profile. Necromancers are not treated kindly here, and the fastest way to have a conversation with the guards is to buy 100 sets of armor for troops nobody can see. On the way out, my eye caught a wooden mannequin in the corner, worn and clearly retired. Boss, is this wooden stand an old one? It's been replaced. If you need it, 2 copper coins. I had been planning to say, I'll help you throw that away, and simply take it. He saw it coming and priced it before I could open my mouth. Respect. I paid the 2 copper. It was worthless as an object. It was valuable as a shape, human-sized, with a head and a body and a place where the throat goes. That's all I needed. That night, I stood in a not very large living room in a fantasy city, in leather armor, holding a spear and a toy shield, and stabbed a mannequin in the face over and over until my arms gave out. No training, no master, no technique. Just a man repeating emotion, badly, on purpose, because I had watched a woman I knew get up off the floor with a sword through her shoulder and keep coming, and I had a very clear picture of what happens if I'm slow. Next morning I ate, put on the armor, opened the gate, and went to work. 17 of them standing in the living room holding cleavers and daggers. It's an unsettling thing to walk in on before breakfast has finished settling. Follow me out. The plan was clean. My building was one of 5 units in the complex. My unit was cleared. So instead of going out the front door into an open courtyard where 50 of them were milling around, I'd go up. Roof access, cross to the next unit's stairwell, come down inside, clear it from the top. Going out the front and fighting in the open was obviously insane. The roof was safe. Key in the iron door, up onto the roof, and there's a pigeon coop up there. Somebody in this building had built an illegal pigeon coop on the roof, and the whole complex had clearly been fighting about it for years, because next to it were fresh rebar and wire mesh and bags of cement. They were going to expand it. The world had ended, and there was still a man in this building who had been planning to expand his pigeon operation. The pigeons were dead. He was not up here to see it. Roar. 3 of them came around the coop from both sides. Well, good. Free experience. Attack. 17 cleavers went in and hit them like weather. Zombies flat on their backs, trying to get up, getting put back down, again and again, like fish on a board. I stood at the back with my hands off it, waiting for it to be over so I could go collect. Which is exactly when I heard dragging behind me. A 4th one, limping, ankle wrecked, coming across the roof for me personally while I stood there admiring my own work. Damn it. Now. I could have called them back. 4 seconds, they'd have been on it. I checked the distance to my crew, confirmed I could pull them in if it went wrong, and decided to fight it myself. Because at some point, I have to be able to do this. I got a grip on the spear, walked at it in small steps, counting the ground. At 2 meters, I dropped into a lunge and drove upward. The spearhead went through its collarbone and out the back, missed. I'd been aiming for the mouth, and it was limping, and limping makes a body swing in ways you can't predict. A hit, but not a hit that matters. Then its own momentum walked it up the shaft toward me, gray arms out, reaching for my face. I got the shield across, backed up, ripped the spear out, and swept it low at the leg. Crack. The other leg went. It fell. And I want to say the whole sequence was smooth, and it was, and I felt genuinely good about it for exactly 1 second before I got on its back and started stabbing at the base of its skull and discovered that a struggling target and a mannequin are not the same animal. It threw me. It got up. I backed off, circled it, breathing hard. Behind me, the other 3 were already paced. My crew came over without being told, surrounded it, and buried it under cleavers. I stood there flicking blood off my spear like a man who had done something. Let's be honest about the lesson. Zombies are strong and fearless, and they don't stop. Most people my age can't run for a bus. Meeting one of these things head-on, alone, is a genuinely terrible idea, and I had just done it on purpose to prove a point to myself. Gained experience plus 10. 4 bodies, 4 new skeletons. Rebar from the Pigeon Expansion Project, handed out as weapons. 21. Then I checked the entire roof again, very thoroughly, every hidden corner, because I had just learned something about assuming a space is clear. The second unit's roof door was blocked with bricks and rubble, stacked there, by the ones I'd just killed. I still don't know what happened up there. 4 people got to the roof, barricaded the door behind them, and then turned anyway. Something got in, or somebody was already bitten and didn't say, and they died up there behind their own barricade with the sky right over them. I had the skeletons clear it and opened the door. The smell came out. Bloodstains, no bodies. They'd gone down. Go, let's go down. Bone feet on concrete steps. It isn't loud exactly, but in an empty stairwell it is extremely clear. Roar, 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 roar. Running, getting closer. 6 of them came around the corner below and saw a staircase full of skeletons coming down and made a noise I can only describe as delighted. Kill them. Cleavers up, charge down, and the front rank hit them with enough mass to knock the whole group back down a flight. Then chopping. And then more came up. 10. More than 10. Crowding, shoving, and below that, more footsteps. My heart went sideways. It's over. The stairwell door wasn't closed. Understand what that means. Every unit has a front door at the bottom. If it's shut, the stairwell is a sealed box, and whatever's inside is finite. If it's open, the stairwell is a hallway, and the courtyard outside had 50 of them in it, and the street outside that had more. I turned to run for the roof, and then I stopped. Because the stairwell is narrow. 2 or 3 of them can come at me abreast, maximum. My skeletons don't tire, and don't panic, and don't get infected. This place has to be cleared eventually, and the next one might be worse. And if it truly goes bad, I can retreat to the roof and block the door behind me. I thought about it for maybe 4 seconds. Attack. They went down into it. What followed was the single ugliest thing I had been part of up to that point in my life. A narrow concrete tube filled end to end with 2 crowds of dead things trying to get at each other. All offense, no defense, nobody stopping. Zombies going over the railing. Zombies going under other zombies and getting trampled flat. Bone breaking constantly from both sides. If I get the chance, I definitely need to learn more range skills, I said out loud, to nobody, while stabbing downward past my own troops. And my skeletons were dying. That was the part I hadn't braced for. I'd built them one at a time, by hand, out of people I'd known, and now they were coming apart into loose bone under my eyes at a rate I couldn't watch. So I stopped stabbing and started casting. Bone manipulation, right there at the front line, over and over, raising the dead where they'd just fallen so they'd stand up already in the fight. No orders needed. They came up swinging, ants against ants, pushing, tearing, both sides feeding themselves into the middle, sweat running off me. And then the headache. I'd heard about this in a tavern, the way you hear about anything useful in this world, by sitting near loud men. Overuse your body, you tear muscle, you rest, you're fine. Overuse your mind, casting, and severe cases go to idiocy. Or further, there is a version of this where the lights just don't come back on. My whole body was soaked. Something behind my eyes was throbbing in a way I had never felt before and did not want to feel again. And right as I hit the edge of it, your level has increased to level 2. Intelligence +1. Constitution +1. Mental power slightly increased. The pain eased. Not gone. Eased. Level 2. 1 point of intelligence, 1 point of constitution, and a mind that stopped feeling like it was tearing. I have never in my life been so happy about numbers that small. I have to push through. 3rd floor. I needed the 1st floor, and that door shut. Full attack. They went forward like something had cut their brakes, cleavers and bare fists both, shoving the whole mass downward, and while they did that, I ran back up to the roof with a handful of guards, because I'd had an idea. Up on the roof, among the pigeon coop building supplies, was a big painted sheet of blue iron. Pick this up. One skeleton hoisted it. I walked it to the edge, and we threw it off a 6-story building. The bang it made hitting the courtyard was enormous. Every zombie in earshot broke and ran for it. I watched them pour across the concrete and start shoving and trampling over a piece of sheet metal that had personally offended them. I went back to the stairwell, and there were half as many in it. Quick, kill them! We fought down to the ground floor. I sent a few skeletons out the front door as bait to hold attention, and then I shut the iron door on the whole world and blocked it with every piece of junk in that building. The pounding on the other side was tremendous. Then it stopped, because something else made a noise somewhere, and they all went to look at that instead. They have the attention span of a struck match, and it is the single best thing about them. I sat down in a stranger's apartment with my head in my hands and just breathed for a while. That had been close. Not dramatic story close, close. The stairwell outside was heaped with bodies and broken bone. I did not raise a single one of them. The door was blocked, they'd keep until morning, and I could not cast one more time without finding out exactly where my ceiling was. So instead, I went room by room, cleared what was left, and took everything worth taking. And on the 3rd floor, I found a motorcycle enthusiast's apartment, climbing rope, portable lights, outdoor gear, and on a shelf, a full-face motorcycle helmet, composite shell, transparent visor, heavy but not stupid. I took my leather cap off and put it on. Stuffy. Immediately, unpleasantly stuffy. Also, a sealed, transparent barrier between my eyes and mouth and everything that comes off these things when you hit them. I wore that helmet for a very long time. I gave the leather cap to my sword-carrying original who had earned it. By dusk, I was back in Blackstone Town, eating a simple meal in a tavern full of people who thought this had been an ordinary day. I skipped spear practice. I'd spent enough of my mind for one day. The next day, I spent the entire morning raising the dead one at a time in a stairwell, and I mean that as a description of tedium, not horror. Cast, rest, hours of it. My whole profession at that point was a man crouching in a stairwell going one more, until his head hurt. 52 skeletons standing on the roof when I finished counting. Fewer than the bodies. That still stung. I'd killed a great deal more than 52 down there, but half of them had been trampled into a state where there was nothing left to work with, and my own losses had been heavy. My sword-carrying original had hit level 2, Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 8. 1 point of strength. That's what a level costs, and that's what a level gives. I sat with that for a moment and decided it was fine. It's only meaningless if it stops. If it accumulates, it's everything. I'd hit level 2 as well, Constitution and Intelligence up, and I'll be honest, I couldn't feel it. Not in my hands, not in my legs. It had improved, and it also felt like it hadn't, which is the most annoying possible outcome. I put the motorcycle helmet on, pulled the visor down, and my own voice came back to me muffled and strange. Follow me. 50 plus of them moved at once, and the sound bones make when 50 of them start walking is something you feel in your back teeth. Third unit, bronze key. Cold rot came through the visor anyway, which was disappointing, and the stairwell was quiet. There were bodies on the ground. Zombie bodies, torn apart. I stopped. Zombies were dead? How could zombies be dead? Survivors? That was my first thought, and it lasted about 3 seconds, because I looked closer and no person did that. A person kills a thing. This was pieces, distributed. And on the doorframe beside me were 4 parallel gouges deep enough to take the paint down to metal. Something else was in this building. Damn it, I said, into my own helmet, which is a very lonely way to say it. Yesterday the front door was open. Today there's a monster in the hall. I wanted on record that my own unit was, in retrospect, an absolute paradise, and I did not appreciate it at the time. Clang, clang, clang-a-lang. The stair railing started shaking, hard, rhythmically. Something below was hitting the metal over and over, and the noise went up the whole shaft like the building was being tuned. Let's go down. We went down, and the sound of my army's footsteps was completely covered by whatever was doing that, which was the first and last time that noise did me a favor. More bodies as we descended, torn the same way. 4th floor landing. Whatever it was directly below. I rearranged my front rank, stepped up to the railing, and looked down 3 floors. A dog. Sort of. Mottled yellow fur, front paws hooked over the railing, throwing its whole body around like it was trying to shake the building down. It was the size of a lion. My first genuine thought, and I want you to appreciate how far my brain had already traveled by this point, was how did a lion get into a stairwell? Then it stopped and turned its head and looked up at me. Shrunken lips, teeth I could see clearly from 3 floors up, and it was not a lion. It was the Dodger, the little apricot thing from the 4th floor, the one that used to get carried around in a bag. Somebody's spoiled indoor dog. And whatever the virus did to it had not turned it into a zombie so much as it had turned the volume up on the entire animal, several times the size, all of it muscle, and still, unmistakably, wearing that stupid haircut somewhere under everything. The building had been fighting for 2 years about a pigeon coop. Nobody had a policy for this. It barked, which was somehow the worst part, and came up the stairs. Kill it! My whole front rank charged and it went over them. Not through, over. It planted, jumped, kicked off the wall, and cleared the entire charging line in one motion, landed on the corner platform, and started throwing my skeletons around like a dog emptying a toy basket. One got picked up by the skull and shaken. Others went over the edge and down the stairs in pieces. And then it looked up past all of them, straight at me at the back, and jumped again. I got the round shield up on the diagonal, and something the size of a motorcycle hit it. I went into the wall. Then I went down the stairs, 1 step at a time, with my helmet ringing off every single one of them, which is when I stopped resenting how stuffy it was. An iron sword came down on the dog's head and stopped it following me. 4 or 5 skeletons piled onto its back and hugged on, and the rest went to work with cleavers, hitting whatever they could reach, and the whole mass of it crashed around the landing like a very violent snowball. I got up, straightened my helmet, waved a hand, and had fresh bodies put themselves between me and it. Then it slammed itself into a wall, scattered everything clinging to it, and jumped at me again. Damn it! I dodged sideways, dropped low, and drove the spear out at an angle. It went into the chest. and then a force I was not built for traveled up the shaft and the spear came out of my hands entirely. The dog landed light, with a spear in it, and then the butt of the spear hit the floor and drove the whole thing straight through its own chest and out through the front leg. That was luck. I want to be extremely clear. That was not a plan. That was an animal impaling itself on a stick I had already lost. Don't stop. Go up and kill it. Body damage means nothing to these things. A leg does. It was limping now, and the limp was enough. They swarmed it and buried it, and when the chopping went from irregular to steady, I knew it was done. Experience plus 42 gained. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, experience plus 20. 42. Ordinary ones gave 10. I opened my visor and breathed the terrible air on purpose because I needed the volume. Genetic mutation, some kind of atavism. Novels always say it like they know. I didn't know. What I knew was, it grew. It was strong enough to ragdoll a squad, and, this was the part I kept circling, it was smart enough to ignore every single skeleton in that stairwell and come for me. Twice. It picked the operator. If these things get intelligence, they aren't zombies anymore. They're a species. That was not a good thought, and I have not stopped having it since. I pulled the spear out of it and cast bone manipulation, because a beast skeleton, frankly, I was excited about. Summoned creature exceeds summoner's ability range, instability factors increasing. Ah, that was new, and my mind started draining out of me like someone had opened a tap. Ordinary bodies stood up instantly. This one pulled, and the word instability sat there in my vision while it did. My honest concern, standing over a lion-sized corpse with an empty head. What if this one gets up and it isn't mine? Flesh went off it like wax. And what stood up had thicker bone than anything I'd raised, and in the eye sockets there was a small blue flame. Skeleton Hound. Level 5. Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 16, Perception 5, Intelligence 5, Charm 4. Traits. Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul Fire. Basic Soul Fire. This undead unit possesses a basic soul fire and can understand and execute relatively simple commands. Level 5, out of the box. And a soul. An actual, if small, soul. Understand why that mattered. My skeletons were reliable and free and utterly maddeningly literal. Point and they go. Anything more complicated than point and they stand there. This thing could take an instruction. I didn't know yet whether soul fire came from the level or from being a mutant or from something else. I set it aside. I was going to be setting a lot of things aside. And then it did the thing that made it a person to me instead of a tool. It shook itself off, a dog shaking off water, except there was no water and no coat, just bone throwing around bone. And then it came over and pushed its skull under my hand, for a scratch. That dog died months ago. Nobody had told it. It still greeted people. It still wanted the top of its head touched. It still, and this became a serious daily problem, tried to play with the other skeletons, which for a dog the size of a small horse means slamming into them at speed and knocking 6 of them down like pins. I named it Dodger. I did not decide to. It just was. I want to be honest with you. I had a legion of the dead, and the one I actually talked to was the dog. Then I found the thing that changed everything, and I nearly stepped on it. In among the mess where the dog's head had been, there was a piece of white flesh that hadn't melted with the rest. Everything goes when I cast. Skin, organs, all of it, off like wax. This didn't. It sat there, being conspicuous. Brain matter? I picked it out with the spear and got it in my hand. Bead-sized, elastic, like holding a bit of gel. Did Dodger have a tumor? Clang, clang, clang. The railing started again, and I nearly came out of my armor, and I turned around, and my new dog was up on its hind legs with its front paws over the stair railing, throwing itself around exactly the way it had been doing when it was trying to kill me. You have no muscles left. You have no organs. What are you doing? Stop. It stopped, looked over, blue flame flickering. Stay put. It sat down. Meanwhile, every zombie in the courtyard had heard that and started hammering the front door. I bagged the lump of flesh and got on with my day. And that piece of nothing in a plastic bag was, at that moment, the single most valuable object I owned. I just hadn't been told yet. Back in Blackstone Town, the deer antler boss lit up when I came in. He'd clearly made a killing reselling my resin cabbage. Mr. Zhaolei, do you have anything else to sell today? I'm here to buy some things. Do you have any medicine for injuries? I hadn't felt it during. I felt it after. Nothing broken, but my shoulders and arms had gone the color of bad fruit. He came up with 2 glass vials. The type of medicine you need depends on the kind of injury you have. I rolled up a sleeve. Then a trace potion should work. How much? 1 silver 30. I drank it in the shop. And this is where I fell in love with this world a little. Warmth spread out from my stomach and the pain went. Not faded, went, immediately. No swelling for a week, no ice, no waiting. 1 vial, and the injury was simply a thing that had happened. Their alchemy is centuries ahead of my world's medicine, and they treat it like buying aspirin. I bought several more, plus mental potions, and then I remembered the lump in my bag, and I got careful. I opened the pack and looked at it, and here, in this world, it had attributes. Abnormal corpse nucleus. An energy crystal from an aberrant creature can enhance one's constitution with a chance of being contaminated by toxins. 2 things. 1. Enhance one's constitution, directly. Not by leveling, not by training. Eat this, get stronger. 2. With a chance of being contaminated by toxins, which is the sort of phrase that sounds mild right up until you understand it means with a chance of turning into one of them. Also worth noting, it had shown nothing in the zombie world. Nothing. It only had a description here, which told me the panel, the levels, the whole system, all of it is tied to this world. I got it when I changed profession here. That world is real, and the world's rules don't reach it. My rules do. Is there a problem? The boss asked, watching me stare into my own bag. Boss, let me ask you something. I have a friend who obtains some flesh from a creature. He feels this flesh has some effect on changing one's constitution, but he's also afraid it might be poisonous. What should he do? I have a friend, 23 years old, and standing in a shop saying, I have a friend. He didn't blink. You're talking about biological materials. Materials extracted from living organisms are a type of raw material for alchemy potions. I don't recommend your friend research it himself. It's best to send it to an alchemist for identification. If you're not at ease, you can also go to the professional association to post a commission. Although it costs some money, the main thing is safety. Post a commission. Have the guild handle it, with a designated alchemist under supervision, with a guarantee. I thanked him and left, and I walked toward the central area with a piece of a dead dog's brain in my bag and a genuinely good idea in my head. The Professional Association, about 500 years old. It started as a base, a group of adventurers built to share jobs and information, and then it kept not stopping. Now it spans races and kingdoms, it has branches everywhere, and it does 2 things. It helps professionals, and it watches them. My Necromancer profession book came through them, which tells you something about how seriously they take their own neutrality. The hall was enormous, and full of exactly what you'd expect. Oiled strongmen, warriors in silver plate with great swords, slim archers in tight leather. Like walking into the world's most committed cosplay convention, except the leather armor on the women was disappointingly practical, full coverage, sensible. Not sexy at all, I muttered, like a man with priorities. There was a board of bounties on the wall. Wanted criminals, monster hunts, intelligence work, rewards in money or items. And items didn't mean junk, skill books, sage's notes, magic items, weapons. I looked at every one of them and took none of them, because a newly transferred nobody who goes hunting wanted men is a story that ends in a paragraph. I went to the counter, where a clerk gave me the professional smile. Sir, how may I help you? I'd like to post a commission. They checked my identity first, reasonable, since the whole system falls over if the person who posted the job can't be found afterward. What type of commission do you need to post? I have a material that needs to be analyzed by an alchemist. If it's poisonous, I also need an antidote to be made. Did you bring the material? I took out a cut piece of it. She sealed it in a glass container. Your commission involves potion making and will not be publicly released. It will be analyzed by an alchemist designated by the association, and the safety of the potion will also be ensured. Good. Excellent, actually. An antidote from a random alchemist off the street is a coin flip. An antidote the association is standing behind is a product. The deposit is 5 silver coins. When you come to pick up the potion, the final payment will be settled according to the difficulty of the potion and the value of the materials. 5 silver as a deposit. This alchemist money is really easy to earn. When can I expect a result? It can be delivered to you within 5 days. 5 days. Fine. It'd rot in my bag before I figured it out alone, and if I guessed wrong about it, I wouldn't be around to be embarrassed. I paid and walked out into a city where I was legally forbidden from doing the one thing I was legally registered to do, and went home and made myself noodles out of a dead man's kitchen. They were, and I say this without any joke attached, delicious. Whoever that was, they had good sausage. Then I checked my bruises. Gone. Completely gone. The potions in this world are truly amazing. And then I stood in my rented living room and stabbed a mannequin until I was soaked through, washed, and went to bed. That was the rhythm. Kill, loot, sell, buy, train, sleep. 2 worlds, 1 day, over and over. The next 4 days went the way I wanted them to go, which is to say, boringly. 4th unit. 3 came up the stairs at us and went down under cleavers before I finished pointing. Gained experience plus 8. 8 now, not 10. My level had gone up, so the same enemy paid less, which is fair and which is also extremely annoying because it means the road gets longer exactly as you start walking faster. Your level has increased to 3, intelligence plus 1, charisma plus 1. Intelligence again, it's in both. That's not random. Something in the system has decided what a necromancer is, and it's decided intelligence is the spine of it. Charisma I had no use for whatsoever, and I resented spending a level on it. By the 5th day, I'd cleared all 5 units of my building. 77 skeletons standing on a roof. Not one survivor. Not in the whole complex. I thought about that more than I wanted to. Everybody in that building turned. Every single one. That either means it went through the air, or it went through something we all touched. And either way, it means it didn't miss. And it means I might be the only person left in this entire city. Well, me and a dog who never learned he died. Also, on the 4th morning, the guards came for me. I stepped out my front door in Blackstone Town, and there were patrol guards in the alley, leather and iron swords, questioning everybody in the row. 2 of them came straight over. Zhao Lei? Yes. Where were you last night? I was in my room all night. I didn't go out. Does anyone vouch for you? A witness. I didn't even know what had happened, and I needed a witness for it. The owner of this house should be able to vouch for me. Which was a lie with a purpose. I knew about 4 people in this city, and the landlord was the only one whose testimony would be believed and whose day I was happy to ruin. What were you doing before nightfall? Exercising in my room. Have you noticed any strange people recently? No. Then the leader leaned and looked past me. We need to search your residence. And I stepped aside and said, you can, instantly, without 1 second of hesitation. Because there was nothing in there. Not one thing. Every item I owned that would have hanged me was on the other side of a door in a world with no police. They went through the whole place. It took no time because I owned a table. Has something happened? I asked. Last night, a body was found in the crowded district with cruel and vicious methods. Ah. Now, how do they solve crimes here? Traces at the scene. Whether your story holds together. What the neighbors say. That's it. Which means if you're careful, you're basically uncatchable. And it also means that if any evidence points at you, innocent or not, you are going to have an extremely short conversation followed by an extremely short trial. And I was a necromancer, in a city that had written 5 separate laws about me. Somebody died violently within walking distance, so everyone in this alley got questions, and I got my room turned out. Are there no clues? Aside from some potential dangerous individuals, we don't rule out the possibility of wanted criminals entering the city. And he looked at me for exactly as long as it took to make sure I understood which category I was in. The search came up empty. The guards moved on to the next door, and one of them told me that if I had any leads, I should bring them in, and there'd be a reward. Okay, I said, meaning absolutely nothing by it. Look at me. I get winded fighting 1 zombie. What am I going to do? Catch a murderer? In this world, I'm not confident I could take a woman in a fair fight. Remember that. It's about 4 days from being wrong. The 5th day, I stood on my roof and looked at the problem. Everything in my building was dead. To keep leveling, I had to go outside. And outside was 50 or 60 of them in the courtyard, which sounds manageable right up until the noise starts, and every one of them from 4 streets over comes to see. The alternative was the roof again, bridge across to the next building, come down inside, unit by unit, and never once fight in the open. 5-6 meters between buildings. I could order an iron ladder in Blackstone Town. I was standing at the edge, swinging a climbing rope, trying to measure the gap, when the entire West Road exploded with noise. A bus. Not a bus like something out of a film. Iron plate welded over both flanks, windows barred with rod as thick as my thumb, and through the bars, sharpened pipe jabbing out at anything that climbed on. Somebody had spent weeks on that thing. It came down the road doing violence to everything in its path, punching zombies aside, shoving wrecked cars out of the way, and behind it, the road was filling up. They came out of every complex on both sides, drawn by the crashing, and the crowd behind it got wider and deeper until it was a solid dark mass, and even from 6 floors up and hundreds of meters away, I could feel what standing in front of that would be like. Survivors. There were still survivors. This world hadn't taken everyone. Somebody had welded that bus, and somebody was driving it, and they were making a break for it right in front of me. I told my skeletons to freeze and get back from the edge, and I watched. And I was rooting for them. Genuinely, stupidly rooting, like a man watching sport, because they were going to make it. The horde couldn't keep up on foot, they were falling behind, and once that bus hit the main road, it would be wider and thinner, and half the job would be done. Then the bus slowed to take the intersection, and a shop front blew outward, the whole plate glass front, and something came through it. 3 meters. Dark red skin. Upper body and arms built to a scale that made no anatomical sense. Muscle stacked in lumps like tumors. It hit the side of the bus at a full run. The bus went up on its wheels, came down, lost it completely, and wrapped itself around a utility pole. Black smoke. And then the horde arrived and went over that bus like water finding a hole. Through the gaps, I could still see pipe jabbing out from inside. They were still fighting. Whoever they were still in there, fighting. It lasted 2 or 3 minutes. Then the movement stopped, and the crowd lost interest and started wandering off, because they always do. I never saw how many there were. I never saw one face. From start to finish, they were a vehicle, and then they were quiet. And the giant walked off to the side, stepped back into the shop it had come out of, and disappeared, like a man going back inside because the interesting part was over. I stood on that roof a long time. I could not have helped them. That's not a comfort, it's just true. Going down there would have made me an extra course. But I want to put the arithmetic in front of you the way it was in front of me. That thing shoulder-charged an armored bus off the road. There is a version of my life where it does that to a stairwell door, and I do not have a plan for it, and everything I have built is in that building. I still need to keep a low profile. Once the number of skeleton warriors reaches a certain scale, I won't be afraid. That's what I said, out loud, on the roof, to nobody. I was wrong about the timeline, but not about the plan. Then, because this world has a sense of humor, one of the leftover strays wandering below caught my eye. Blue shirt, nothing remarkable, except at his hip there was a black belt with a black lanyard, and on the end of the lanyard, swinging against his calf, was a pistol. Is a zombie bringing me a weapon? Here's the thing, against them I'm fine. I have staff. As long as I don't get clever, that's a solved problem. Blackstone Town is the problem. Blackstone Town is a city full of professionals where I am one man with a spear and a legal status somewhere between citizen and pending. And a gun is not a weapon you need to be strong to use. It's a weapon you need to be able to point. Pulling a trigger is dramatically simpler than drawing a bow. I needed that gun. Rushing out to get it, obviously insane. I needed it alone. I looked at the climbing rope in my hand. Worth a try. So, on the road below, a rope descended from the sky. The loop settled over him and snapped tight and started dragging him sideways, and he immediately began roaring and looking around for whoever was doing this to him, deeply confused about why he was moving. Then he started going up the wall. Little by little, kicking, snarling, hauled up 6 floors by a crew of skeletons on a roof while I called the angles, left a bit, avoid that balcony, mind the railing. Because if he came off halfway, I was doing this again. And I have to introduce the 2 employees who made it possible, skeleton pigeons. Remember the illegal coop? The dead birds in it? I raised them. Bone frames with a membrane of skin still stretched across the wings, which meant they still flew. Because I could not throw a lasso onto a specific target from a rooftop, and neither could anyone. But 2 dead pigeons dropping a loop from directly overhead could. It took 20 attempts. 20. I want that number known. My first real ranged capability in this world was 2 undead birds and a piece of rope, and it took 20 tries. When he finally came over the parapet, the cleavers came down before he got his feet under him. I crouched, pulled his belt around, and took the pistol. Now, I'd never held one. Never. But I'd watched 1,000 hours of film, and more usefully, I'd played a firearms simulator for an embarrassing amount of my life, disassembling and reassembling weapons in a game for no reason at all. A cloud shooter. That's what we call that. All theory, 0 rounds fired. And I dropped the magazine like I'd done it 100 times, because in a sense I had. 9 rounds. I searched him twice for more and found nothing. 1 magazine, 9 bullets, and no way on this earth to get more. I practiced drawing it, practiced sighting. Did not fire a single round because I could not bring myself to spend one. 9 bullets. Remember that number too. Back in Blackstone Town, I went to price an iron ladder for the roof crossing and got a polite education. Half a month to make. Half a month. And that's before we discuss whether an iron ladder of that span would even hold. The blacksmith, who was a decent man, offered alternatives. Load-bearing timber, or simpler, rope between the buildings, climb across. I nodded and said nothing useful, because timber that long doesn't exist here and would sag under weight anyway. And rope, sure, a person can climb across a rope. My people cannot climb across a rope. My people can walk forward and swing downward. That is the complete list. 6 floors is more than enough to end them. So both options were dead, and I went and had dinner and watched some men arm wrestle in a tavern for a while, and by the time I started home, the streets had emptied out, and 2 men followed me into my alley. I knew before I got there. I'd felt it since the tavern. At first, I assumed it was the guards keeping an eye on the town Necromancer, but guards don't move like that. So I stopped and turned around and waited for them. Kid, you're quite alert. Neither of them was even slightly bothered about being spotted. That's the part that told me what they were. Is there something I can help you with? Kid, we're a bit short on cash. Just borrowing a few things from you. And on the last word he came, fast, low, off the mark like a cat, and his hands swept behind his back and came out with 2 short blades, and the moonlight went down both edges. I looked past him at the second one, who had stopped at the alley mouth, leaning on the wall, watching the street. A lookout. That's not 2 muggers. That's a crew. And a crew that sends 1 man in alone against a stranger has done this often enough to be confident about it. I stood still and watched him come. 3 or 4 meters. Bang. The gunshot in that alley was the loudest thing I have ever heard. It took him in the waist. His whole charge just stopped, like something had unplugged him, and he swayed. You! He got 1 word out. Bang, 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 chest, abdomen, shoulder. He went backward 2 steps off the impacts and folded onto the ground. He'd looked at a thin young man in cheap leather and priced him, and every part of that assessment was correct, and he still walked into a wall. Help! He turned his head toward his lookout. Bang! Experience gained plus 64. 64 from 1 man. And then I turned the gun on the second one, who had already started coming, and he stopped like he'd hit glass. He looked at his partner on the ground. He looked at the thing in my hand, and he backed up, slow, all the way to the alley mouth, giving me a look I would very much like to have not received, and then he ran. Windows started opening. Of course they did. I'd just fired 5 rounds in a residential alley at night. I looked down at the body, which was wrapped in good thick leather and a cloak, and was not bleeding much through any of it. I picked up his blades, rolled him up in his own cloak, and dragged him inside. Bang, bang, bang. Jiao Lei, are you in there? Did you hear that loud bang just now? The landlord. I opened the door with a corpse in my living room and said, I heard it. I don't know who was so inconsiderate to make such a big commotion at night. He gave me an annoyed look, peered past me at absolutely nothing, and told me to lock my door because it wasn't safe lately. Okay, I said. Then I went back inside and did my spear practice, because a man who stops his routine on the night of a shooting is a man with something to hide, and the clink of a spear on a wooden dummy is the most boring sound in the world. Guards came through the alley later, asking. I heard them. They didn't come to me. Next morning, at first light, I took him through the door to a world without jurisdiction and had him stripped out on the roof. The inventory, laid out on concrete, leather armor, boots, 2 daggers, 2 grenades, 2 healing potions, a receipt with a snake's head on it, and a money pouch that clinked in a way I found extremely encouraging. My eyelid twitched at the grenades. Poison smoke grenade. Upon release, it produces a large amount of poisonous smoke. Smoke, which meant that if I had been 1 second slower or 1 degree less decisive, this man's plan B was to fill an enclosed alley with poison and take his time. I put those aside very carefully. The armor was brown, tooled with vines and curling leaves, doubled at the chest and waist, several grades better than the set I'd bought myself. Fit me almost perfectly. The only flaw was the bullet holes. Turns out Magic World leather does not stop bullets. Filed that. Filed it hard. The daggers were genuinely lovely. Black scabbards, silver-white blades, hilts wrapped in worn strips. Upper middle grade in any shop, dozens of silver each. Are all robbers this rich? Is it only the honest people who are poor? And then I got to his face, and I stopped. Under the beard, matted with rain, there was a scar. Knotted, running up the lip like a centipede. I knew that scar. Why does he look so familiar? I've met about 9 people in this city. Neighbors, shopkeepers. It wasn't any of them. So I left the body, went back through, and walked to the professional association and stood in front of the bounty board. Wanted criminal, Kale. Bounty, 120 silver coins, 1 low-grade item. Same face, same scar, same place, same shape. Take the beard off the portrait, and it's him. Now I had a genuine problem, and it wasn't the one you'd think. How does an honest, law-abiding necromancer get targeted by a wanted criminal? If I hadn't had that gun, 9 bullets, taken off a corpse on a rope by 2 dead pigeons, I am the one lying in that alley. And one of them ran. I went over the whole board, looking for the second man, and didn't find him. Either he isn't listed, or he's disguised too. They wouldn't be targeting me, would they? In the other world, I have hundreds of staff, and nothing to fear from men like these. In this world, I have a spear and a legal status that makes me easy to convict. So I changed the plan. My first instinct had been to hide the body, obviously, because a necromancer with a corpse has a very difficult afternoon ahead of him, and no way to prove self-defense. But a wanted criminal is different. A wanted criminal can be killed by anybody, at any time, with no liability at all. Turning him in wasn't a risk. Turning him in was the single safest thing I could do, and it paid 120 silver. I walked to the counter. This criminal was killed by me yesterday. How should I proceed? The young clerk looked at me. Then she looked at the bounty in my hand. Then she looked at me again. Sir, are you saying you killed this wanted criminal and not just providing a tip? Because people on that board are not ordinary problems. When a city gets word about one, it organizes a guard detachment. One individual doing it, and specifically this individual, a clean-cut young man in a shop-bought jacket, was rare enough that she genuinely needed me to say it twice. Yes, what should I do next? Please wait, sir. We need to arrange for someone to verify the body. A 5-person team with the association's emblem showed up shortly after and followed me home without a word of small talk. I'd already dragged him back through and put a linen shirt on him, on the grounds that it was more dignified than the alternative and raised fewer questions than a naked corpse in an empty room. They confirmed him, wrapped him, and took him away. And then I sat in the association hall filling out an incident report, which had optional fields, which I found charming. Write what you want, leave blank what you don't. No cumbersome steps. Sir, the bounty reward includes a low-grade item. What would you like? What does it include? Weapons, equipment, or rare materials, notes, journals, and so on. It depends on what you need. Are there any skill books for a mage? She checked a ledger. Yes, sir. There are 2 skill books corresponding to the low-grade reward, Dancing Lights and Acid Splash. Can I look at them before choosing? Please wait. I'll go get them for you. So I sat down and waited, and after 5 or 6 minutes, what came back down the corridor was not the clerk. It was a squad of Blackstone Town Guard walking straight at me with intent, boots loud on the floor. Zhao Lei, Necromancer, you killed a wanted criminal last night. Yes? Then come with us. And 2 of them stepped around behind me to take my arms. I stepped back out of reach and kept my hands where they could see them. May I know the reason? A special profession, involved in a death, and suspicion of a closer relationship with a wanted criminal. Let's take those in order. A special profession, being what I am, involved in a death, the one I reported myself voluntarily this morning, and suspicion of a closer relationship with a wanted criminal, which was built entirely out of the fact that he had tried to kill me and failed. According to you, if a wanted criminal tries to kill me, I'm not allowed to fight back? The captain's eyes went cold, and every man behind him put a hand on his sword. And I did nothing. I want to be clear that this was a decision and not cowardice. Killing that man was legal. Putting hands on the guard would not be, and it would be the one piece of real evidence in a case that currently had none. They'd have handed me the rope, and I'd have tied it. Was there no sense of reason in this place? Apparently not. Reason is a thing you get issued along with a profession people like. And then the clerk came back down the corridor at a fast walk, took one look at 4 armed men standing over a seated civilian, and said in a completely level voice, Mr. Zhao Lei, the Deacon wants to see you. A Deacon of the professional association. I didn't answer. I looked at the guards. Gentlemen, she said, please wait here for a moment. And they waited. That's the moment I understood what building I was standing in. A front desk clerk told 4 armed men of the city guard to stand in the hall, and they stood in the hall. I followed her down the corridor, up a side staircase, to a door. Deacon, Mr. Zhao Lei has arrived. Let him in. The room was walls of books and stacked documents, and behind the desk sat a man in a proper suit with white hair who did not look old so much as he looked like a man recovering from something serious that had taken a great deal out of him. My name is Kalen, and I am the Deacon stationed in Blackstone Town. It's an honor to meet you, Deacon Kalen. No need to be so formal. Please, sit down. Those are your bounty rewards. You can only choose 1 skill book. On the table, a leather money bag and 2 old dog-eared books. Dancing lights. You can create floating light sources. Dancing lights. In a world where I had already found 4 working flashlights. Acid splash. Release an acid orb, dealing corrosive damage to the target. Sulfuric acid. That was the offer. That was the entire mage arsenal available to me at this tier. I could make a lamp, or I could throw acid at a man. Where are the fireballs? Where is the lightning? I had questions about this world's priorities, and no one to ask. I choose this one. I took acid splash and the money both. And then, in the tone of a man mentioning the weather, I heard you encountered something before I called you here? Yes, the guards wanted to take me in for investigation on the grounds of fighting privately. Haha, all places dislike necromancers. This is normal. He laughed while he poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one across at me. I did not want tea. I was not in a tea mood. I was in a what do you want mood. Deacon Kalen, do you need something from me? He picked up his cup, took a sip, and took his time about it. Do you want to change your situation? Now that landed. What do you mean? I can offer you a suggestion, so you no longer have to worry about others bothering you and possess a certain degree of authority. Understand where I was. A necromancer is a gift in that other world and a liability in this one. Everything I actually wanted to do here was illegal, and every guard in the city had my face. What is your suggestion? The Professional Association accepts any professional with a clean record and will serve as a solid backing. I'm already a registered member of the Professional Association. I'm talking about permanent members of the association, not registered members. You can understand it as staff members of the association, who will have legal status and certain privileges in most major forces and cities worldwide. And I sat up, because registered membership is a job board. Permanent membership is a passport. What do I need to do? Complete some tasks issued by the association headquarters, which might involve investigating locations or gathering intelligence. I don't like adventure, I said, because I am nothing if not honest about myself. And killing the fugitive was a fluke. I don't have much strength myself. Don't worry. Most of the association's tasks are in cooperation with the local guards, and we do not advocate dangerous behaviors like your solo apprehension of fugitives. And then, looking up. Of course, the benefits the association can provide are also numerous. Intelligence, knowledge, magic items, or money and connections. In short, this position is not something everyone can get. Why choose me? Because I have never once in my life been the chosen one, and if I were, the apocalypse would have had the decency to wait until after I'd made my money. Branch associations can recruit talent independently. Besides common combat personnel, people with special abilities and rare professions are also included, provided they have a clean background and no criminal record. Am I being recruited because I'm a necromancer? Necromancer here perfectly fits the description of rare, and those without a criminal record are even fewer. Which is a genuinely strange thing when you turn it over. This town wrote 5 laws to strangle me, and the association across the street wanted me specifically because of it. I ran it. Legal identity, protection, no downside I could see, and most of all, a version of myself who could walk through this city without every conversation starting from the assumption that I'd done something. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Kalen. Can I join the professional association here? He smiled, opened a drawer, and slid a form across. Fill in your information and you should get a reply in about 3 or 4 days. I read it properly, which I want noted, and then I filled it in and handed it back. He glanced at it, put it in the drawer, stood up, and picked up a dark wooden cane. Let's go. I'll take you to see that corpse first. Corpse? The wanted criminal you killed committed several serious offenses in various cities, he said as we walked. This time, he ran to Blackstone Town, but unexpectedly died by your hand. Then, The official appointment from headquarters will take some time, but I can give you some benefits first, such as a legitimate skeleton. I stopped walking for half a step. I can have undead summons now? Not yet, but you can summon it first. After all, in this weather, it's not good to store a body, and to take it out, the official appointment still needs to come through. Read that again the way I read it. He was that confident that headquarters would say yes. Confident enough to let me raise the dead, today, in a city with a law specifically forbidding it, and simply hold the result in a basement until the paperwork caught up? That's not a favor. That's a demonstration of what he could do. Understood, I said. And then, because it was still bothering me, another accomplice escaped last night. The guards of Blackstone Town will search the crowded district, but you should also be careful. Down a staircase, into a cold cellar, iron beds, and on one of them, Kale, stripped, identity reconfirmed. Proceed with the transformation, said the Deacon, leaning on his cane in the doorway, watching. I cast bone manipulation. Summoned creature's ability far exceeds the summoner's ability range, increasing instability. My head started draining out again, faster this time. The flesh went, the bone came up broad and heavy, and it sat up on the iron bed, and in the sockets there was a faint blue flame. Skeleton Thief, level 7. Level 7. And the name had changed. Not Skeleton Warrior. Thief. It had kept what it was in life. It got off the bed, looked at both of us, and walked over and stood at my shoulder. You are indeed very talented, the Deacon said. For now, you cannot take the skeleton with you, to avoid trouble. I understand. And to the thing beside me, stay here and obey Mr. Kalen's commands. The flame flickered, the skull dipped, and it went and stood in the corner like a coat rack. Let's go, we should head out. The temperature here is not suitable for prolonged stay. And at the top of the stairs, almost as an afterthought, oh, the guards in the hall have already left. And I'll arrange for someone to clarify things with the city hall. The guards were gone. I'd walked into that building about to be arrested, and walked out with a job, a bounty, a skill book, and a level 7 undead in the association's own basement. And the man who arranged all of it had done it in the time it takes to drink tea. The whole way home it felt slightly unreal. For now, the association was good for me. Whether being a professional turned out to be a good thing or a bad thing was a question for later. One step at a time. I want you to hold on to that feeling, by the way. That specific one. This man appeared exactly when I needed him and solved exactly the problem I had. We're going to come back to it. Acid Splash read cover to cover in my rented room. The book was thin and dense at the same time, packed with text and diagrams, and the surprising thing is that magic is not actually complicated. A spell is a defined effect. You reshape the ambient energy around you and you materialize it in a specific way. That's it. That's the whole theory. The difficulty isn't understanding. The difficulty is doing all of it in an instant, because no battlefield in history has given a man 3 to 5 minutes to chant. I read it start to finish, turned the last page. Skill unlocked, Acid Splash, just like the profession book. Read it through, get it. I want to underline that, because at the time I thought that was simply how skill books worked. It was not. It was going to become a serious problem in about a month, when the wrong person noticed. Level 3, 94 out of 2700. Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 13, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Skills, Bone Manipulation, Acid Splash. Then I went through the door and tested it on the courtyard. A dark green ball dropped 6 floors, hit the concrete at a zombie's feet with a wet splat, and etched the ground where it landed, for about 2 seconds. Then it stopped. The zombie hunched its shoulders, roared at the general concept of being splashed, and did not look up, because looking up is beyond them. The effect is just so-so, I said. It was, in fairness, exactly as impressive as throwing a water balloon full of drain cleaner, but it was the only thing I owned that reached further than my arm. I put on the dead man's good armor, gave my old set to my sword-carrying original, and went back to work. 5 days after I posted it, the commission came back. The commission has been completed. You need to pay an additional 15 silver and 32 copper. 15 silver, enough for 3 iron swords. I paid without a word, because I have never been so willing to be robbed. Special antidote potion, a potion formulated for specific toxins, and a paper slip, which is the part I'd actually asked for and the part that mattered. The test results: neurotoxins, corpse poison, various other toxic substances, and for the corpse nucleus itself, the recommended use was alchemy material, with no mention whatsoever of eating it. Professional advice from a designated alchemist in writing: do not put this in your mouth. I went back through the door, sat down on my roof, disinfected it with white wine, and put it in my mouth. Nothing. For 1 full second, nothing at all, and I had time to feel foolish. Constitution +2, strength +1, agility +2, 5. 5 attribute points at once from 1 bead of flesh when a level gives you 2. And before I could enjoy that for even a moment, something lit up in my stomach and went out through all of me, and blue-purple lines came up under the skin of my arms and my neck like a map drawing itself, and the heat became something else entirely. Damn it, it really is poisonous. I got the cork out and drank the whole thing. The pain backed off, the lines under my skin retreated, slowly, and then they were gone, and I was lying flat on a rooftop breathing like I'd run up the stairs. Fortunately, I ordered the antidote, otherwise I really might have killed myself. Understand the trade I had just discovered. 5 points, in one go. That's 2.5 levels of growth eaten off the ground in about 90 seconds, and the only thing standing between me and turning into one of them was a potion that a guild alchemist made in 5 days for 20 silver. Strength 10, agility 13, constitution 15, intelligence 16, perception 10, charm 13. And that's when the real thought arrived, the one that reorganized everything. If I keep absorbing these, my attributes go up without limit. Levels are slow. Levels give 2 points and take thousands of experience. But those things are walking around out there wearing bodies, and every mutant that grows one is carrying a permanent upgrade in its skull. Levels and nuclei stack. They're 2 separate economies, and I was standing in the middle of both. The other world stopped being a farm that afternoon and became a mine. I want to give you one ordinary day before things got complicated, because it's the last one. 3 fresh strays had wandered into my cleared courtyard overnight. I opened the stairwell door, and a long line of skeletons came out and buried them before they finished turning around. And the noise brought the neighbors. They came out of the building opposite and around the back, and then, and this was new, the windows started going. Upper floors, glass coming out in sheets, bodies dropping into the courtyard. The ones from high up landed and stayed. The ones from the 2nd and 3rd floors landed, broke their legs, and started crawling toward us anyway. So many? Far more than I'd counted from the roof. They'd been inside, in the rooms, behind doors, the whole time. Dodger spent that fight doing what Dodger does, which was leaping out of the ranks, grabbing something by the neck, shaking it until it stopped, and then bounding back behind the line, and then turning around and doing a little wiggle at my skeletons. At my own skeletons, not the enemy. He'd get a kill and then go show it off to the lads. The lads had no comment, being lads. I stood at the back casting, replacing losses as they happened, and when it thinned out, I sent the dog to go finish the crawlers, which he did with the enthusiasm of a retriever working a field. 30-40 bodies stacked outside my building. I raised them a handful at a time and rested between, because I had absolutely no interest in feeling my brain move again. That evening, I ate in a tavern and listened to men talk, which is the single most efficient intelligence gathering method available to a stranger. Which brothel was doing discounts, why the blacksmith had raised prices, an ore shortage. Asking questions gets you noticed. Sitting near people who like the sound of their own voice gets you a newspaper. I walked home feeling genuinely good. My luck has changed. Good things, one after another, for days. And then I turned into my alley and stopped, and went back out of it and opened my holster. 3 figures at my door. 1 man, 1 woman, and 1 wrapped head to foot in a black cloak. Have the wanted criminals come for revenge? It isn't even dark yet. Zhao Lei? Sirs, is there something I can help you with? The appointment letter from headquarters has arrived. The Deacon asked us to bring it to you, along with your skeleton. And one of them reached over and pulled the hood off the 3rd figure. Blue flame in the sockets, and a small mark on the jaw that told me exactly which corpse it was. My apologies, I said. Please, come in. The man was about 40, brown hair combed back, a face built out of straight lines, silver-white armor with the association's emblem on the right of the chest, longsword at the hip. The woman was young, tall, long golden hair, brown leather over a shirt and fitted leather trousers, and the sharp, restless look of someone who reads a room the second she enters it. Her eyes did not stop moving the entire time she was in my house. "Please sit." I unscrewed a bottle of iced black tea and poured 2 cups, because that is what I had. "My name is Lorian, captain of the 4th Squad stationed in Blackstone Town. This is member Kavina." She nodded. "All right. Good afternoon to both of you." He set things out on the table one at a time. "This is the association's letter of appointment and the issued protective armor. Please keep them safe. The armor is just a welfare reward and is not mandatory to wear." They issue armor as a welfare benefit. "According to the allocation of the Blackstone Town Professional Association, you will now be a member of the 4th Squad." "Okay. Are there only 3 of us in our squad?" "A professional squad consists of 3 to 5 people. Our squad is newly formed, so currently there are only 3 of us." Then, standing, "Also, we have a mission tomorrow. We will depart early in the morning. Gather at the West City Gate. Don't be late." I said, "That fast?" Because, and I need you to appreciate the specific betrayal here, I had been told this was a comfortable job. Cooperate with local guards. Nothing dangerous. That was the entire pitch. Captain, a mission so soon?" I was 100% unwilling to go. In the other world, I level up in a hallway. Out there, past the walls, I am a man with a spear and no reinforcements. He smiled, which I resented. "Our squad was just established, so it won't be too difficult a mission. This time, we're just assisting Blackstone Town in investigating some matters, so don't worry." "Fine. I'd taken the badge. You can't take the badge and then be busy." "All right, Captain. I understand." They left, and outside my alley, I found this out later, the 2 of them had the conversation you'd expect. "How do you feel about the new member?" "First impression, he seems all right, not the annoying type." And then, "Is he really a necromancer?" "You saw it, that skeleton thief is his." The room was too empty, and there was a training dummy in the corner. He doesn't seem like a mage, nor like a necromancer. And she was right, and that's the part I like. Every mage in this world is a scholar. Books, instruments, notes, something. My apartment had a table, a wooden bed, and a beaten-up mannequin in the corner. I didn't look like a mage. I looked like a man training for a fight. Then I read the letter that made me legal. Professional Association Field Agent, and underneath, in smaller text, acknowledging me as a professional stationed in Blackstone Town of the Yeke Kingdom. Dark brown leather armor with fine patterning and metal plates at chest and shoulders, heavier than the other 2 sets I owned, and better than both. Skeleton Thief, level 7. Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 20, Intelligence 10, Perception 10, Charisma 5. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Feats, Ambidexterity, Trap Sense, Instinctive Dodge. Abilities, Sneak Attack, Lockpicking, Disarm Trap, Dual-Wielding Proficiency, Short Blade Proficiency, Light Armor Proficiency. Agility 20, against my 13. Everything he was in life came across, all of it. The professional skills, the reflexes, all sitting there in the panel. Lockpicking was useless to me. I have a bronze key that has never met a lock it respected. But Trap Sense, and more than that, Intelligence 10. 10, that's a person. That is not a tool that follows orders. That is something that can see a situation. I put my old leather armor on him and gave him his own 2 blades back. This won't do. Even armored, there was too much white showing, and I was taking him into Blackstone Town tomorrow, where an exposed skeleton walking down the street is not a discipline problem, it's a riot. So I went back through the door and got the clothes and boots I'd stripped off him, plus the full-face motorcycle helmet, and dressed him from the skin out. Sealed, head to foot. Not 1 inch of bone visible. Good. Then, on a thought, you'll still be called by your original name. Kale, understand? The skull nodded. It actually worked? Kale, go to the corner and stand by. And he walked to the corner and stood there like a statue. Later, taking a break from my spear drills, I noticed he'd been watching me the whole time. Not staring, watching, the way a person does. Come, practice with me. He drew both blades and they came out of the sheaths gleaming. You use wooden sticks. Because a level 7 thief with real steel and a level 3 mage with a spear is not sparring, it's an autopsy with extra steps. We trained until late. Then I put him on the door and went to bed, with an armed undead standing guard in my rented room, which is either the safest I had ever slept or a warning sign, depending on who you ask. I had not expected the transport to be a train. Not a train exactly, no smokestack, so whatever moved it wasn't combustion. But the shape of it and the track was a train, and the sound it made rolling was a train, and I sat in it going somewhere in a fantasy world thinking about how thoroughly this world had refused to be medieval. "What is he wearing?" Kavina asked, pointing at Kale. The matte black sphere on his head was, understandably, drawing attention. "A helmet." "I know it's a helmet, but why is it like this? Who designed it?" I don't know. Is there a problem?" Because in a world with horned helmets and feathered helmets and helmets made out of actual animal skulls, a perfectly smooth sphere was apparently the strangest thing anyone had produced. "Let me see." "Take off the helmet." He took it off and handed it over, and underneath was a bandit's hood, and inside the hood 2 empty sockets, and she took the helmet and turned it over in her hands quite happily, while the rest of him sat there. Meanwhile, I leaned toward the captain. "Where are we going?" Lorien was built like furniture and took up 2 seats. He glanced at the Blackstone Town guards sitting opposite before he answered. Blackstone Town received intelligence that an entire village in Mine Village has disappeared. The investigator sent out also went missing. Neither he nor any information returned. Holy cow, that sounds unsafe. "So our mission is to investigate this village?" "Investigating the village is the guard's mission. Our mission is to confirm whether the mine owner is in any danger, as he is an important member of the association, and then to cooperate with the guards in investigating Mine Village. 2 missions that are 1 mission? Check the mine owner is alive. If he's dead, bring back the body. Then help the guards look at the hole in the ground where 200 people used to be?" Kavina leaned over and gave me the room quietly. Their leader, Grogan, the Blackstone Town commander, is a level 11 warrior. The curly-haired man in the 3rd seat is the investigator. Grogan was a serious-faced man whose bare arms were roughly the thickness of my leg, with a long sword lying beside him like a coat. The investigator had dark skin and short brown curls that stood straight up. It looked like a head of instant noodles. 4 city guards behind them, 2 with shield and sword, 2 with swords and crossbows. "The mission isn't difficult," the captain said. "Follow the procedures and return safely." "Okay." Kavina leaned back with her legs crossed and elbowed me. "Tell me, how did you choose to become a necromancer?" By chance. I felt that a necromancer is also a type of mage," which was true, technically, and not an answer, deliberately. The mine owner's name was Varkos, medium build, well-dressed, middle-aged, and he received us in a side hall of his estate with the exact right amount of worry on his face. Grogan didn't bother with pleasantries. "We received news of a large-scale disappearance in Mine Village. Do you have any clues about this?" Varkos rubbed his brow. "I'm also worried about this matter. The village originally had over 200 miners, but suddenly they all disappeared. Not a single person is left." "When did you discover that the villagers were gone?" "At the beginning of the month. I remember it clearly. That day was the time for ore delivery. When the caravan arrived, they found the village empty, not a soul. I also had to pay a large sum of money as compensation." Note that. He got to the money in 2 sentences. "Before us, have any other investigation teams come?" Grogan asked, and narrowed his eyes while he asked it. Varkos lowered his head. "Yes, a 3-person team came. They asked similar questions, then left. Has something happened?" "Do you have any other information? Tell us everything you know." He put his hands together on the long table and thought about it, or performed thinking about it. "I had my guards inspect the village. The supplies, and even valuables, were still there. We can confirm they didn't just leave, and there were no signs of a struggle. 200 people walked out of a village and left their money behind. How far is Mine Village from here?" "Not far. About half a day's ride on horseback." The curly-haired investigator wrote it all down, and by the end of it, the honest summary was, "This man knows nothing, wants a result quickly so his income stops being interrupted, and had nothing useful to say about the 3 investigators who went missing on his land." "All right, I understand. Prepare horses and a carriage for us. I've had dinner prepared. Rest for the night, and I'll have someone send you over tomorrow morning." "No need. Just prepare the carriage." Grogan wanted a result today, and I want to be fair to him. That instinct was correct. Everything that went wrong after this went wrong faster than staying the night would have fixed. We ate in the carriage, 4 riders escorting, dusk coming down. Commander, I can see a village ahead. Approach the village. And then the carriage started shaking. Not road shaking, wrong shaking. Outside, a guard shouted that the horses were out of control. Damn it, what's going on? The horses have gone mad. Jump out quickly. I pulled the curtain back in time to see the mounted escorts going straight into the trees at the roadside, not falling, riding into them. The horses had simply stopped negotiating. Dull, heavy sounds, like sandbags. The men driving us were hauling on the reins with everything they had, and it was doing nothing at all. And we went from bumpy to swaying to a speed that was frankly obscene for a wooden box. Jump, Lorien said. Nobody got the chance. We went into the village at full gallop, through whatever was on the road, and put the whole carriage into the wall of a house. It rolled out into the open ground. Lorien kicked the roof hatch off, and we came out of it one at a time, a squad and a skeleton, shaking our heads clear. The horses were dead. All of them. Necks turned in directions necks don't go. Commander! The riders came in on foot from outside the village, weapons out. All of them accounted for, 2 limping. They started drinking potions immediately, which is a thing I still find remarkable. You crash a horse into a tree at speed here, and then you drink something and continue your evening. The village gate stood open. Inside was nothing. Silent, still, and so completely empty that it read as abandoned decades ago rather than weeks. Someone, Kavina said. We all turned. In the dim corner, there was a large group of figures standing perfectly still. Everyone stopped. Because the intelligence said the population had disappeared, the mine owner said the population had disappeared. Both sources agreed, and both sources were about to be extremely wrong. Who's there? Come out! And they came, out of the shadow into the light, and their faces were wrong in a way that had nothing to do with rot, twisted, working. The faces of men in the middle of a fit, and then they charged, arms and legs flailing. Lord Commander, the intelligence is wrong. They seem to have lost their minds. Grogan did not move a muscle. Stop them from getting close. Crossbows. 3 shots, low, into legs, and bodies started coming down. They are the villagers here, the investigator said, but their behavior is like that of an undead species. Undead species. And every head in that group turned and looked at me. I want to describe the specific quality of that moment. 9 people, one of whom is a licensed necromancer, standing in a village where 200 people have been replaced by something that moves wrong, and the professional in charge of classification says the word undead. Let one in, the commander said. The guards opened a gap. One miner came through it like water through a break and went straight for the back, and Grogan caught him by the throat one-handed and lifted him off the ground. The man fought like an animal, and it made no difference at all. Necromancer, come over and take a look. Everyone looking at me. Again. And here's my problem. I am a necromancer, the way a man who has bought a violin is a violinist. I can cast the spells. I have read 1 book. I am not a scholar, and I have no idea what I'm looking at, ever, about anything. But you can't say that, so I stepped up. Saliva running off his chin, eyes wild, everything about him screaming animal, but the pupils were focused. And the skin was wrong-colored, but it was not zombie skin, not the gray I'd been living with. I took off my glove and put my hand on his neck. Warm. He was warm, and there was no death in him at all, no aura, nothing my profession could feel. It's not necromancy, it's more like he's gone mad. And because I am not a fool, but it doesn't rule out other necromancy methods. Rabies, that's the closest thing I had, a living man with something running his nervous system. The investigator came and checked and came to the same conclusion, which took the pressure off me considerably. Grogan nodded, dropped the man like a sack, and said, "Tie up all the living ones. Don't let them interfere with the subsequent investigation." Of the 20-odd who came at us, about half were already dead. The rest were injured, and the way they'd fought against their own restraints meant even if they ever woke up, they weren't walking away whole. But that was better than the alternative on offer, and I noticed that the commander had chosen it without being asked. They tied them and put them in a hut, and we went deeper into the village. The village was bigger than it had looked from the gate, houses growing into each other, alleys folding back on themselves, and along both sides of the road the debris started stacking up, minecarts, picks, hills of loose rock and rubbish, and the trees. several of them thigh-thick with ropes and strips of cloth hanging off the branches like curtains somebody had left out. The breeze moved them. That was the only thing moving in the entire village. Then the houses stopped, and the mountain started. Mine Village was built around the mine the way a scab forms around a wound, and the whole face of it was drilled through with shafts, dozens of them, black holes at every height. Someone's over there. 3 bodies in front of a heap of rubble. We got close, and everybody's face changed at the same time, because the clothing told us who they were before anybody said it out loud. The first investigation team. Somebody had killed an investigation team. That's not a missing persons case. That's a decision somebody made, and it means whatever is here is worth killing officials over. The curly-haired investigator went through them and found a notebook inside one man's coat, and we all crowded in to read it in the last of the light. The village is empty. Household items and valuables were not taken, and signs of daily life remain. That matched. That matched everything the town had been told, and everything Varkos had said. Empty village, people gone. He turned the page. Late at night, lights appeared in the village, and noisy sounds were heard. We followed the lights to the center of the village and saw the missing villagers gathered in the central clearing as if holding a dance party. Some sang with their heads tilted back, blood flowing from their mouths. Others danced, their feet already a bloody mess. These people seemed to have gone mad, their behavior abnormal. Nobody said anything. We waited until dawn. The mad villagers began to walk towards the mine mountain behind the village. We continued to follow them, intending to see where they were hiding and why they had become like this. And that's where it stopped. So now we had it. The villagers never left. They come out at night and they do that. And at first light they walk into the mountain and the village is empty again for anyone who visits during the day. That's why the intelligence said what it said. Everyone who came looking came in daylight. And this team followed them all the way to the mine and died at the foot of it. Which was the piece that didn't sit right. They tracked 20+ madmen across an entire village without being noticed, and then got caught at the very end? That doesn't happen. You get spotted early, or you don't get spotted, unless something else was watching. I was still working through that, just about to look up and say it out loud, and I realized everyone in the group was already looking at me. What's wrong? I took a step forward, and all 8 of them took a step back at exactly the same time, and their eyes weren't on my face, they were on my shoulder. Holy crap. Every hair on my body stood up at once, and before I could do a single thing about it, before I could even turn my head, Kale's hand came up behind me, flipped the dagger, and drove it backward into my own left shoulder. Something went off me. That's the only way to describe it. Like a coat coming off, if a coat could weigh nothing and you hadn't known you were wearing it. I turned. A shape of clear light was already moving away from me through the air, and then it stopped, and it condensed. An infant, ugly-faced, trailing a long, thin cord behind it like a tether that went nowhere. Damn it, an infant ghost. What happened? I got back to the group fast. I don't know, Kavina said. When everyone was looking at the notes, it was perched on your shoulder, also looking at the notes. I want you to sit with that. The whole time we were reading that dead man's notebook, working out what happened here, there was a thing sitting on my shoulder, reading over it with us. And nobody looked behind themselves. They looked at their own shoulders, every single one of them. Which tells you they'd worked out what it does before they worked out where it was. And Kale, a thing with an intelligence score and no need to ask permission, had simply waited for a clean line and taken it. Crossbows went off, 3 bolts through the middle of it, out the other side, nothing. And the thing opened its mouth wide and did the motion of screaming. No sound at all, just a body kicking and wailing in complete silence. Then we heard the mountain. Footsteps, not a few, dense, chaotic, wrong, the sound of a dam failing, but made of feet, coming out of every shaft in that mountain face at once. I knew that sound. I'd been listening to that sound in a stairwell for a week. They poured out of the tunnels and came at us from every direction. That's where they'd been, all of them, not hidden in the village, inside the mountain. And this thing was the reason, and we had just frightened it. Don't panic, fall back, find an evacuation route. A guard sprinted into a house and up the stairs to get eyes. Bolts went out into the dark, whistling. The ones they hit went down and took 4 more with them. Go north, the man shouted from the upper window. Grenades, Grogan said. Several went out in an arc and the night came apart. 3, 4 detonations and red flames standing up in the dark. Retreat! We ran north with a screaming crowd behind us, armor and sword clashing at every stride. And then more footsteps from the side. They came out of a side alley straight into the middle of our retreat and Grogan's greatsword went across horizontally, and 5 or 6 of them came apart, and everyone drew, and it turned into a brawl in a village lane. I had the short spear out, standing beside Kale, working it in short jabs to keep anything off me, and while they fought, Lorien and Kavina kept glancing over at me. Because a mage who changed profession a few weeks ago was standing in close contact, calm, doing the work. He doesn't seem like a newcomer at all. Well, no. I'd been doing this every day in a stairwell that was considerably worse than this. The difference was that on the other side of that door, I'd have had 800 friends. The fighting cost us our momentum. More came up behind. Under the edge of the firelight, there were figures without number. Enter the alley. We backed into a narrow gap where they could only come 2 at a time, which was smart, and worked for about 40 seconds. Then they started coming over the rooftops, climbing the walls, dropping down into the middle of us from above. Find a breakthrough route. The guard went up again to look, and what he found, coming across the roof at him, was a miner carrying a bundle of mining dynamite with the fuse already lit. Boom. He didn't get up. And then there were more of them on the roofs, coming to the edge and stepping off with lit charges in their arms. Boom, 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 in a stone alley. Shrapnel going sideways off the walls at everybody. When the smoke thinned, there were 2 more guards down in the open, and the rest of us were staggering, and there were more silhouettes arriving on the roof line above us with their arms full. Go! Grogan kicked a door in. We went through the house and out a window on the far side and ran, and behind us they kept coming out of that alley, and the explosions kept going off, one after another, all the way out. Somewhere in the smoke, I heard the order to split up and withdraw. And then I was alone in a dead village with 1 skeleton, which was, and I say this seriously, an enormous relief. We stopped in the dark. Nothing behind us. Away in the distance, flame and the sound of more charges going off. They weren't chasing me. They'd lost me entirely. I was standing there working out what to do next when I heard footsteps in front of me. A line of people in black cloaks coming out of the back of the mine, and one of them was carrying something wrapped up, held tight against his chest. I thought it was more of the mad crowd. I had the spear in one hand and the pistol in the other before I finished thinking it. They stopped too. And I watched them look past me toward the fighting in the distance and understand, in real time, that somebody had come out of that alive and was standing between them and the road. Kill him, make it quick. And the man holding the package didn't even stay to watch. He turned and started walking for the edge of the village while he said it. Crossbows came up. I got behind Kale. 3 bolts went into him and came out through the back of the leather. I looked at the fletchholding sticking out of my own skeleton's chest, leaned around him, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Somebody made a noise, not a fatal one, and then I grabbed Kale and we went sideways into a house. Because this was a conspiracy. It had been a conspiracy since the carriage. The horses didn't go mad. Somebody arranged the horses. Charge in and kill him. Footsteps coming up and moving irregularly, staying off a line. These were men who knew what a gunshot meant now and were not going to give me a straight shot. I got against the wall by the door. Kale tightened his grip on both blades and started to move, and I shook my head. Because I did not have to fight these men at a disadvantage. That is the entire point of my life. I took out one of the poison smoke grenades I'd inherited from the man who'd tried to mug me, checked the position by ear, and rolled it out the door. Bang. And the whole approach filled up with thick smoke. Charge in, don't let them escape in the chaos, otherwise none of us will survive. Which told me something useful about how badly they needed me not to leave. And then, from the other direction, in the smoke, clatter, clatter, the sound of bones. And then a hound the size of a small horse came through the smoke at chest height, took a man off his feet, closed on his throat, and started shaking. I heard the exact moment they understood. Undead skeletons? Where did the undead come from? From a door. They came in from the far side, the whole crew, cleavers up, into a poison cloud that meant nothing to them at all, against men whose eyes and lungs were already failing. That fight was not a fight. It lasted about as long as it takes to describe. The smoke thinned. The dog came back dragging a man who'd tried to run. I went through the bodies with a light. I genuinely wanted to know who these people were. Why they'd come into the village from the far side, precisely after the mad crowd had been drawn away by us. And what they'd taken. I pulled cloaks back. Nothing. No face I knew. And no uniformity to the armor. A mercenary crew or hired men, deliberately unmatched so nobody could pin a faction on them. Then I got to the last one, the one the dog had brought back, and pulled his hood off. And I knew him instantly. Varkos's butler, from the estate, that afternoon, standing at his master's shoulder while his master told a commander of the guard that he was very worried about all this. Was Varkos behind this? What benefit could this possibly bring him? Because the investigator had said it and it had sounded airtight. The mine is his income. If the mine dies, he suffers most. He has no motive. I searched the body, weapons, armor, nothing else. Their objective had been the package, and the package had walked out with the man in front, in and out fast, nothing to identify, which is the plan of somebody who has thought about what happens if this goes wrong. Take these corpses away, do not touch the rest. My skeletons picked them up and carried them home through a door in a wall. There's a part of that night I didn't see, and I only found out later, and I want to put it here because of who it introduces. One man got clear. He'd been holding back at a distance and never came close enough to be caught by a skeleton, which is the only reason he wasn't lying in that village with the others. He was moving fast down the road out, cursing under his breath. Damn it, there's a necromancer. Why is he with the investigator team? Since when were necromancers accepted into the guard? That was the sentence going through his head. Not a bad summary of the whole situation, honestly. And then he came around a bend, and there was a carriage stopped across the road. Good carriage. He could see the pattern work on it even in the half-light, and he took 2 steps back toward the trees. And something came out of the carriage and hit him like a thrown spear. A golden leopard. It broke his wrist with one bite, took him down on his back, put a paw on his chest, and licked his face with a tongue that came away bloody. Wolf's Head Mercenary Group. I've met Lady Seraphina. Please make it leave. A woman's voice from inside, unhurried and thoroughly bored. Shade. The leopard got off him and started walking circles. What are you doing here? I just finished a mission and am heading back. Shade. And it went back in and took his arm and started pulling. I'll tell you. We took a mission in Mine Village. What did Varkos have you do? And that stopped him completely, because that was the one name that was not supposed to exist in anybody's mouth. If I tell you, will you let me go? Depends on how honest you are. We were helping Varkos retrieve something from Mine Village. Everything went smoothly at first, but then we were blocked by a necromancer from the investigator team. He killed everyone, and only I escaped. What did you retrieve? I don't know. It was a small package taken from the very back of the mine, wrapped very tightly. Silence from the carriage. Can I go now? Go. And he got up, holding his ruined arm, and made for the trees. And the voice said, at exactly the same unhurried volume, Shade, go kill him. The leopard went into the woods. There was some noise. It came back, got in the carriage, and the carriage turned around and left. Remember her. She already knew Varkos's name at night on that road before the guard did. By first light, the survivors had found each other outside the village. An hour earlier, the mad crowd had simply stopped. All of them, everywhere, at once, went down like mown wheat, mid-charge. That's the only reason anybody got out. Everyone used it to run. The guards had lost half, 3 of 6, and the 3 left were all wounded. Captain Zhao Lei was not found. Kavina came out of the village with a face like a closed door. She didn't know me. We'd met once. She just didn't like the arithmetic of a new member dying on day 1. Not finding him is also good news. Let's wait a bit longer, Lorien said, and did not believe it. Then Grogan came over. Captain Lorien, what do you make of this situation? And here's where I want you to watch 2 professionals reason correctly and get absolutely nowhere. Provide the situation to Blackstone Town, bring in more people to inspect Mine Village, and also investigate the person who provided the intelligence. We should be able to find some clues. Varkos is very suspicious, Grogan said, but it's also very difficult to trace anything back to him. We still haven't found any clues linking him to this matter. And even if we bring up the intelligence, he can find sufficient reasons. Which is true. That's the whole trick. As long as he says the intelligence was what he had at the time, he's clean. Nobody can demand perfect information from a civilian. A margin of error is normal. He was going to walk. 3 men dead, a village of 200 gone, and he was going to walk on the grounds that being wrong isn't a crime. Then there's nothing else to do. Have someone investigate necromancy. Those villagers are clearly not in a normal state. That's all we can do. Let's head back first. And they stood up to go. And 2 figures walked out of the village. Me. And that skeleton. Not dead. Not even visibly damaged. They got a proper look as we came up. I was scuffed. Kale had 5 or 6 crossbow bolts standing out of his chest plate, punched clean through and out the back. Nobody had used crossbows in that village. They knew that. The mad crowd used dynamite and hands, which meant that whatever had put 5 bolts through my skeleton, none of them had met. And he was carrying a body over his shoulder. "Where did you run off to?" Kavina asked immediately. "I hid in the village for a while, and when I saw that nothing was happening outside, I came out." "It's good that you're all right." Lorian's eyes went to the body. "Who is this you're carrying?" "Put it down," Kale dropped him. I crouched and pulled the face covering off, and I watched 8 people's expressions change at the same time. Varkos's butler. 60 seconds earlier, a commander of the guard had said out loud that Varkos was obviously guilty and completely untouchable. And then the new guy walked out of the dark carrying his butler. "What happened? Explain it in detail." So I told them. All of it. The team coming out of the back of the mine, the thing they were carrying, the fact that they tried to kill me on sight. And I told them I did it with a poison smoke grenade and my 1 skeleton, and I did not mention the other 800. "You mean they took something from the mine in the back mountain?" "Yes. The crowd was all led away by us, and they took something." And that reframed the entire night. We hadn't stumbled into a trap. We had been the tool. The whole investigation team, 9 people, sent out there so that the mad villagers would follow us and leave the mountain unguarded for 20 minutes. Grogan's face did something I have not seen on many people, treating the investigation team like monkeys. This Varkos was the first. "Cut off the corpse's head." A guard stepped forward and did it, and bagged it, and nobody said a word about it. "Let's go back." "They should have left their horses nearby. We'll be faster if we find them." Which we did, tied in the woods, well away from the village, undisturbed. The escape plan of men who intended to leave quietly. We rode them to the station. And then Grogan did not go home. He mobilized the garrison and rode back to Varkos's manor. They arrived in force, which was, given the state of the manor's defenses, extremely unnecessary and extremely satisfying. A wrought iron gate with decorative holes in it. That's what stood between a commander of the guard and the man who'd fed him to a village. "Sir, this might not be in accordance with the rules. To make an arrest, you need an official document from the city hall," the gate guard said. Grogan kicked the gate off its mounting and said, "All armed individuals shall be executed on the spot for treason." Every crossbow in the line came up at once, and every man in that courtyard put his weapon on the ground very carefully, because when the word treason enters a conversation, the rules change, and everybody present knows it. We walked to the main house, and the front door was already open, and Varkos came out, holding something wrapped in a yellowed, ragged cloth, and through the gaps in the fabric I could see a pottery jar, painted all over with patterns. Grogan looked at me, and I nodded, because that was the package, and at the same time, and this is the part only I got, I could see what was coming off it. Aura of death. Wisps of it, curling off that jar in the daylight, and not one other person in that courtyard could see a thing. "Varkos, you know why we're here, don't you?" "I know, and I am willing to go with you, but please do not harm anyone else here." Grogan actually sneered at that, saying that now. "What about the villagers you killed?" "They took him." And then Grogan casually handed the jar of concentrated death magic to me. "Watch it. Don't let anything happen to it." Damn it. I put it in Kale's arms and walked out behind the column, carrying a container full of the thing that had eaten a village, because I was the Necromancer and therefore, obviously, the right man for the job. On the train back, the guard sat at one end and we sat at the other, and Kale stood at the very back holding the jar, which was the arrangement everybody preferred. "Captain, tell me about the professional association." Because I joined an organization to solve a legal problem and knew nothing about it whatsoever. "I'll start by telling you about the internal structure," Lorian said. "The professional association is the general term for the organization. It's not just composed of teams like ours that carry out missions. It has more detailed internal divisions. Teams like ours, stationed in various branch offices, are called field envoys, primarily performing missions and assisting in rescuing association members. Besides that, there are different branches, such as the Grand Library, Seekers, and Whisperer. The Grand Library is scholars. The Seekers are exploration and adventure, mostly rangers and thieves. and the Whisperer gather intelligence, old kingdom affairs, noble love stories, secrets circulating among the populace. All of it. So it's a school with clubs. Everybody's a student. Internally, you pick a society. Don't get too close to the Whisperer, Kavina said. Arousing their curiosity is a very troublesome thing. You wouldn't want your secrets to be stored in a database, would you? Oh my God, a database. She said database. In a world with steam-free trains and no telephones, there is an organization whose entire function is to know things about you and file them. Worldwide social death. Are there any Whisperer members in Blackstone Town? Yes, Mrs. Serafina of Moneycat. Now, Moneycat is famous in Blackstone Town. Or rather, it's famous in a particular half of the conversation in every tavern in Blackstone Town. Which girl is prettiest, what the new dance numbers are. It's not a brothel, it's a song and dance house of the suggestive variety. And I had never once considered that the person who owned it might be a woman, let alone a woman who was also senior staff at the association. Then which squad is she in? She is the deputy deacon of Blackstone Town and does not belong to any squad. The deputy deacon. So the second most powerful officer of the association in this town runs the town's entertainment district and belongs to the branch that collects secrets for a living. Best to maintain a good relationship with that. Best, specifically, not to give her anything worth remembering about me. That was my plan, and I wanted on record that I stuck to it for almost 2 full weeks. Lorien went on to name the other 3 squads and their captains, Torvin of the first, the warlock Lyra of the second, Rico of the third. Every one of them fully staffed at 5, which was the actual reason I existed. The fourth was new and short-handed, and I was the body that filled a hole. I forgot all 3 names the moment I heard them. Only the woman with the leopard stayed. We got back at dusk. The guards took Varkos and the jar, and that was the end of our involvement. Lorien and Grogan had a quiet word and went their separate ways to report. Kavina and I were told to go home and wait, and walking back to the crowded district, I did the accounting. 9 people went out, 3 came back dead. Every survivor was injured, and if I hadn't happened to be alone in the right lane at the right moment with a stolen grenade and an army nobody knew about, there would be no evidence at all, and that jar would still be out there. That jar. Black magic did that. 200 people, over months, in a hole in the ground. No wonder necromancers are reviled. It's entirely justified. That's not a joke line. I meant it walking home. I was a necromancer, and I had just spent a day cleaning up after a necromancer, and I did not have a good answer for the difference, except that I was choosing not to. Then I got home, and my landlord banged on the door. Jiao, is that you back? Ulfric, rough-skinned, middle-aged, with a beard significantly longer than his hair. Mr. Ulfric. Jiao, have you gotten into some trouble? He came straight in and sat down at my table without being asked, which is a landlord's privilege in any world. Has something happened? I was going to ask you what happened. Why have guards been coming here so often these past few days? I rented the house to you because I thought you were a good person. You can't cause me any trouble. And then his eye caught the figure standing by the wall in the round helmet. Also, I only rented this house to you, so don't bring just anyone here. Fair. Kale was fully wrapped, but there were crossbow holes in his armor and a matte black sphere where his head should be, and he had not moved once since Ulfric walked in. He did not look like a house guest. He looked like something that had been delivered. It's a misunderstanding. I joined the professional squad, and yesterday I was assisting the city guards in investigating a matter. I didn't do anything bad. And I took out the bronze emblem. I have never watched a face turn around that fast, stunned, then surprised, then delighted. I knew you'd amount to something. My judgment has always been very good. His judgment, 4 minutes ago, had been that I was bringing strangers into his property, and then he wouldn't stop. I was capable. I had prospects. He'd always said so. Also, he knew several eligible young women, so-and-so's daughter, the widow on such-and-such street, 3 or 4 candidates, delivered at speed. I let it run. Because here's the thing about a field envoy. We have essentially no law enforcement powers at all. None. It's a badge that means the association will answer the phone. But to an ordinary person in the crowded district, it looks like something. He left convinced that having me in the building would improve the neighborhood's security. Which, in the most roundabout possible way, turned out to be completely true. Meanwhile, in a conference room across town, 4 squad captains were sitting around a long table waiting for the Deacon, and my name came up. Lorien, I heard your squad recruited a necromancer? Yes, the squad was short-handed, so we recruited a new person. I know about this. That was the 3rd squad's captain. The Deacon personally recruited him and wanted to assign him to our squad. And then he stopped because he'd said enough. The 3rd squad had been offered me, the 3rd squad had declined, so I'd been handed to the 4th, who could not decline because the 4th was 3 people and a hope. The 2nd squad's captain, the only woman among the 4, put it kindly. Just use him when you're short-handed, and we'll see later. Yesterday was your first mission, wasn't it? How did he perform? He performed very well, beyond my expectations. Haha, don't pretend. He only just changed professions a few days ago. It'd be good if he wasn't a burden. And Lorien said nothing at all, which I appreciate more in hindsight than if he'd argued. Then the door opened, and Kalen came in on his cane and sat down at the head of the table and said, "This time, the 4th squad performed exceptionally well in the Mine Village investigation mission, especially squad member Zhao Lei, who received praise from the City Hall. Due to incorrect intelligence from Blackstone Town, your squad's reward, Lorien, will be doubled, plus an additional intermediate item reward." And every captain at that table stopped moving. The City Hall praised a necromancer. The City Hall. The building where I signed away my profession in front of a silent room, where a woman told me she didn't want to see me on the gallows. What did he do? Lorien might be stubborn enough to defend his own people, but the Deacon says it, so it happened. Nothing. Congratulations, Captain Lorien, on recruiting a capable member. Thank you. And then Kalen added the part that mattered. This incident involves the Wolfhead mercenary group. Aside from the 4th squad, all other squads should prepare to assist Blackstone Town in apprehending the Wolfhead mercenary group. Aside from the 4th squad. I got out of the manhunt. Everybody else got the manhunt. I'd like to say I noticed that at the time. Which brings me to the market, and to the single greatest business idea of my career. The East District, along the main road to the East Gate, turns into an open-air market in the evenings. Mercenary loot, village produce, shops bringing stock out for the crowd. If you had money, you had a proper stall. If you didn't, you put a piece of linen or leather on the ground, and that was a stall. I came late, found a spot at the edge, put down a cloth, and laid out my inventory. Glass cups, scavenged, dozens of them. From kitchen cabinets in dead apartments all across the complex, packed and carried through a door. In this world, glass exists, but this world's glass is cloudy, full of inclusions, and expensive. The absolute cheapest cylinder in a shop runs 70 copper, and I was sitting behind a cloth covered in machine-made, perfectly clear, patterned drinking glasses that had cost me nothing at all. Then I stood up and shouted the sentence that changed my life. Come and take a look. The unscrupulous boss ran off with his sister-in-law. Glass cups that originally cost 1 or 200 are now all 50 copper. First come, first served. When they're gone, I'm packing up. Now, nobody in that market had ever heard a liquidation pitch. Not one person. The concept of a shop failing dramatically and its stock being dumped at any price was not part of the local commercial vocabulary. So the first thing that happened was that people looked over confused. And then they listened again and caught the phrase, ran off with his sister-in-law, and could not for the life of them work out what kind of goods that produces. So they came to find out. And then there were 3 rows of people around my cloth. All 50 copper? All 50 copper. Pick whatever you like. They're convenient for drinking water and look good at home. Did the boss really run off with his sister-in-law? Didn't he take anyone else? It's not important. If you don't buy now, you'll only be left with the leftovers. Why do these look like they've been used by people? Ah, they just get dirty from being handled. Just wash them when you get home. That is the single most morally flexible sentence I have ever produced, and it worked instantly. One person bought, then everybody bought, because they were beautiful and they were half the price of the ugly ones, and here is a man who is clearly desperate. I was sold out in minutes, genuinely sold out. People who missed out were slapping their own thighs about it. The neighboring stall holders were staring at me. He just sat down. He's already packing up. And I want to be clear that the price wasn't really about profit. These were free. Throwing them away would have been a waste, and the people buying them were ordinary residents and villagers in from the middle of nowhere. Selling them cheap so everyone could have one cost me nothing. They're all gone, my apologies. Another batch will arrive in a few days. Same place, same price. And then, as I rolled up my cloth, I got surrounded again by the other stall holders. Sir, if you don't have time, you can sell the goods directly to me. It will still be the same price and it will save you a trip. Sell them to me, I can offer a higher price. I have a physical shop here. As long as the supply is stable, I can sell them for you. Wholesalers. Within 4 minutes of my first sale, I had wholesalers, and I turned every one of them down. Not because the price was bad, because a stable supply is a question. Where does it come from? Who makes it? Show me the workshop. I had no factory behind me, and no answer that survives one afternoon of anyone actually checking. My apologies, gentlemen. It's hard to say if I'll have more goods next time, so we can't cooperate. They let it go and drifted back to their stalls. And I hadn't taken 2 steps into the market before I heard, behind me, in several voices at once. The boss ran off with his sister-in-law, using the goods to pay off his debts. Every one of them, immediately, all shouting my line. They all froze and glared at each other. I looked back once and kept walking. I gave that market a slogan, and within one evening it belonged to everybody. I have never been prouder of a piece of intellectual property I failed entirely to protect. That place, by the way, is livelier than any night market I ever saw at home. Strange goods, stranger people, and within one short walk, I watched 3 separate groups of men have real physical arguments. Though, I'll say this for them, they were restrained about it. Nobody drew, just punching each other in the face like gentlemen. I stopped at a stall run by a middle-aged man in leather armor selling herbs, beast horns, and 5 long spears, metal heads, hardwood shafts, village gear for driving off wild animals. No adventurer would use a wooden shaft in a real fight because it comes apart when something hits it, but it works fine on things that walk directly into it. How much for the spears? 2 silver coins, or we can trade goods. I'll take all of them. Can you give me a discount? All of them? What do you need so many for? Will you give me a discount or not? If you buy all of them, it's 10 silver coins. I'll charge you 9. I bought all 5, and he immediately offered me a discount on everything else on his cloth, having correctly identified me as a man with money and no questions. Maybe next time. And I walked home with an armful of village spears and a plan. Because for a week I'd been watching my people swing cleavers, and I'd been thinking about what happened in that stairwell, and about the specific shape of a corridor. They don't need to be good at fighting. They need to be pointed in one direction and hold. Back through the door, the familiar rot hit me, and this is the part I want you to notice about my own head. It felt like safety. That's what a week does to you. The stink of a dead world reads as home, because in the human world, the mine owner was the mastermind and nearly got 9 people killed for a jar. The hardest thing to guess is still the human heart. Over here, nobody has one. Bring those few corpses over. They dragged the 4 wolf-head men out and dropped them at my feet. I'd taken 4 from the village and their gear with them, 4 iron swords, 2 hand crossbows, and a lot of bolts, which alone was worth real silver. I stripped them, and on every torso there was the same wolf's head inked in. A mercenary group, or a gang. That's the only kind of organization that brands its own people. Same reason people name a guild in a game. Unity, recognition, and a bit of swagger. Not my problem. If they were a big name, they could go and take that up with the Black Stone Town Guard. Bone manipulation, 4 times. 2 skeleton swordsmen, 2 skeleton crossbowmen, level 6, 5, 5, and 5. And I checked the crossbowmen carefully, because this was the thing I'd been missing my entire career. Skeleton crossbowman, level 5, Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 14, Intelligence 9, Perception 8. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Specialties, Hunter's Aim, Coordinated Attack. Hunter's Aim, Focused aiming, attacks will become incredibly precise. Coordinated Attack, possesses rich team cooperation experience, can better coordinate with teammates for attacks. Ranged. I had ranged troops. For a week, my entire tactical doctrine had been walk at it. Now I had 2 things that could hurt something at a distance, and one of them came with a specialty literally called precision. All 4 had basic soul. Blue flame in every socket. From now on, you are Sword 1. And to the other 3, you are Sword 2. You are New Yi. And you are New 4 skulls nodded, 6 with souls now. Dodger the dog, Kale the thief, and these 4. I want to flag what just happened because it's the whole engine of my life. Every professional in this world who dies near me becomes a specialist in my army, permanently, with everything he trained for intact. Those men spent years learning to shoot. It took me 4 seconds to hire them. Go put on your armor and equip your weapons first. And they walked off to dress themselves in their own gear. Then I ran the experiment I'd bought the spears for. 5 of my more experienced ordinary skeletons called out of the ranks. Drop your weapons, cleavers on the concrete. I handed the first one a long spear. Take this. He took it. I stepped back 2 paces and pointed at the pigeon cage. Attack the iron cage. And he brought it up and drove it straight forward, and the head rang off the wire. I actually relaxed, because my genuine fear, and I'd been carrying it since the market, was that they'd swing it. That the only motion in their heads was chop, and I just spent 9 silver on 5 very awkward clubs. Then I gave the other 4 spears out and had them all try, and every one of them thrust. They can thrust, that's the whole discovery. My troops have exactly one instinct, and it happens to be the correct one for a wall of points. The next morning at the association, Lorien handed me a file. Blackstone Town has already interrogated Varkos. These are his confessions. Since we participated in this operation, we also received a copy. Kavina read it first and passed it over, and I read it properly. Here is what happened to Mine Village. 3 years ago, Varkos' wife gave birth to a stillborn child, which in this world is not rare, and which would ordinarily be buried and grieved, and that would be the end of it. But before the burial, a passing scholar found him, and the scholar told him there was a way for the child to live on in another form, and that, incidentally, his business would improve. So Varkos followed the method. He put his own stillborn child in a specific spot in the mine, and the mine started producing better. For 3 years it worked. 3 years of a man watching his profits rise and telling himself he had done something for his son. And then the villagers started going mad, and he understood, far too late, what was actually down there. He tried to get the body back. He couldn't. By then, every man in the village was gone in the head, and none of his people could get near the mountain. And Blackstone Town kept sending investigation teams, which meant it was only a matter of time before somebody found it and traced it to him. So he set the trap. He couldn't stop the second team, so he used the second team as bait to pull the mad crowd off the mountain long enough for hired men to walk in the back and take his son. And it worked. It worked perfectly. Every single part of the plan functioned exactly as designed. The only thing that went wrong was me. One person killed several members of the Wolfhead mercenary group. That's the whole failure. That's the line in the confession. Blackstone Town believes that the passing scholar was a necromancer, Lorien said, and Blackstone Town has already begun investigating this person. A necromancer, huh? One casual suggestion, 3 years ago, from a man who was passing through, killed a village of 200. It's no wonder this profession is ostracized. I'd like to say I thought about that for a long time. I did think about it, but I filed it under the world is unfair to me specifically and moved on. And that is the single most expensive mistake I make in this entire story. Because, and I need you to hold both these facts at once, a scholar arrives in a remote place 3 years early, sets up something that produces an infant ghost, and then waits. And the man telling me about it is the man who recruited me. So the infant's corpse was what caused the villagers to go mad. According to the material, it was a ghost cultivated through necromancy, which is the infant's soul body we saw at the time. When such an infant becomes a soul body, it has no concept of good or evil, and is often more dangerous. Cultivated, not created, not accidental. Cultivated, like a crop. Somebody planted a thing in a mine 3 years ago and came back for the harvest. All right, this mission is over. Due to incorrect intelligence, the Association and Blackstone Town have increased the mission rewards. Silver coins have been raised to 220, plus 1 medium-grade item reward. 220 silver, and Kavina, who had been visibly bored by the entire conversation up to that word, brightened all the way up. Oh, by the way, Jiaolei, you need to pay attention to something else. Ah, what is it? This incident caused an entire village to be affected and involved a necromancer. Although City Hall acknowledges your performance this time, it will also increase its scrutiny of you. And there it is. I solved their case. I brought back the evidence that made the arrest possible, and the direct consequence, the actual result in my life, was that the city decided necromancers were even more dangerous than they'd thought. I was already a dangerous individual, Now I was a key dangerous individual. That's the promotion I got. I understand, Captain. The medium-grade item I traded for a skill book. There were exactly 2 on offer for a mage in the whole of Blackstone Town, and both covers were worn soft from being read more than once. Oil grease technique. Turns the designated area into difficult terrain. Flammable. Cloud mist technique. Creates a thick fog that fills every corner. Both support, nothing that hits. And cloud mist was pointless to me. Smoke does nothing to things that don't need eyes, and I already owned actual poison grenades. But difficult terrain, that phrase. I'll choose this one. Then Kavina took me on the tour, walking ahead with long strides while she pointed things out. That's the training ground. It's a very large area. The captain likes to train there. He's a training fanatic. That room over there is the alchemy research lab, specifically for alchemists. That's the conference room. The building was enormous, and the facilities were genuinely complete, and it made the association's actual wealth very clear. Do they provide meals here, like breakfast and dinner? No. Oh, that was the whole tour, really. Now let me show you what oil grease technique and 5 village spears do together, because this is where my war stopped being a brawl. Back through the door, down to the ground floor of my own building. You 5, stand at the doorway, spears forward. 3 in front, 2 behind, spears out, filling the width of a narrow corridor, a wall with points in it. Then to Kale. Open the main door and lure some nearby zombies in, but don't leave the apartment complex. He nodded and went out. That is the sentence I want you to appreciate. I told a dead thief to go and be interesting, and he understood the assignment. Shortly, running, roaring, and Kale coming back at a dead sprint with 20 or 30 of them behind him, and the noise pulled more out of the other buildings, and the ones trapped in upstairs rooms came through their own windows in showers of glass and hit the courtyard and got up. Kale stayed exactly far enough ahead the entire way because he had agility 20 and they did not. He went into the corridor, turned sideways past the spear points like a man stepping through a turnstile, and tucked in behind. And the horde followed him in. Thud. The first one ran onto the spears at full speed, and then more of them ran onto the ones in front, because they don't stop, and they can't see a problem, and there is no version of them that decides to go around. 5 skeletons thrusting and withdrawing over and over in a corridor 1.5 meters wide. Experience gained +6. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, experience +5. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, experience +5. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 2, strength +1. Summon, Skeleton Warrior, level increased to 2, constitution +1. There it is, all of it, every point into 5 specific skeletons. Because the experience goes on last hit, and if only 5 of them are killing anything, only 5 of them get paid. For a week, I'd been doing it exactly wrong. Everyone fights, everyone kills a bit, the experience shatters across hundreds of bodies, and the ones doing the most killing at the front are the ones dying fastest. So after all that work, one sword-carrying original had made level 2, and nobody else had moved. Now I had a funnel, a bait runner, and a designated kill team. All 5 hit level 2 in a single afternoon. Quantity matters. Level matters just as much, and I had been giving mine away for free. The doorway ended up piled to the height of my chest, and I came out from the back and started raising them, and the new ones squeezed into the ranks behind. After that, the work was monotonous in the specific way that means it's working. Convert, rest, convert, late into the night. Next morning I counted 5 level 2 spear skeletons, 172 level 1s, plus Kale at 7, sword 1 at 6, sword 2 and both crossbowmen at 5, and 1 large, enthusiastic dog. It doesn't sound like much when you say it. It looks like a great deal when it's standing on a roof. Then I put my head over the parapet and thought about the horde that chased the bus, which had every one of those numbers beaten several times over, and which had a 3-meter thing in it that could shoulder check a vehicle. The prerequisite for stable development is not being reckless. I kept saying that to myself. It was true right up until it wasn't my choice. Second market day, I walked in with Kale carrying the crate, and there were already people waiting before I laid the cloth down. New goods arrived? Is it still the same price? I hadn't opened my mouth once. Same price, 50 copper each. To prevent malicious bulk buying, each person can buy a maximum of 3. Purchase caps in a fantasy market. I regret nothing. And walking out afterward, I passed 3 separate stalls, and every one of them was shouting some version of the boss ran off with his sister-in-law at products that had nothing to do with anything. It's a folk saying now. I did that. I browsed a bit, asked a fur trader his prices out of idle curiosity, decided pelts were useless to me, and went home. and 2 men came to that first stall about 90 seconds after I left. What did that person just want to buy from you? The stall owner looked at their faces, hesitated, and told them the truth, because he wanted them gone. He asked about the price of furs, seemed to think it was too expensive, and left. Didn't he say anything else? What else do you see on my stall? And they walked off to a quiet corner and had the following conversation. He's the one who killed Kale. The stuff must be with him. Kale, that good-for-nothing. And then, who was that person next to him? I don't know, but he lives alone. The guards are clearing out the Wolfhead mercenary group these days. Let's find a time to go over there, avenge Kale, and get our stuff back. Okay, get our stuff back, not revenge. Stuff. There was something they wanted, and I had it, and I did not know what it was. That evening, I was sparring with Kale, as I did every evening now, because a mannequin doesn't move, and a level 7 thief with sticks absolutely does, and a line came up in my vision mid-exchange. Unlock specialization, short spear mastery, beginner. Huh? And I stopped, in a fight, because a notification distracted me, and Kale's stick came around at my throat. I threw myself sideways. Stop! He stopped instantly, sheathed, and stood still, and I put my hand on my own neck and checked it was all still there. Right. So. Lesson recorded. The panel does not pause the world for you. Short spear mastery, beginner. You have reached beginner level proficiency with short spear weapons. No stat bonus, no effect. Just a line acknowledging a thing I had already earned by doing it 300 times a night in a rented room, which is the correct order of events when you think about it. The panel didn't give me proficiency. The panel noticed. And that meant weapons could be unlocked through training. Any of them. Which meant swords. Swords are the most common weapon in this world by an enormous margin. And that popularity is information. It means they work for most people in most situations. How about practicing swordsmanship next? So I added it. Spear at night, sword after. And when I couldn't correct my own form, I asked sword 1. Which sounds absurd and worked perfectly. He had a basic soul and two-handed sword proficiency and every bit of muscle memory a swordsman had accumulated in life. He couldn't speak. He could stand next to me, take my wrist, move it 4 centimeters, and then demonstrate. The best instructor I have ever had was a corpse with no opinions. 2 days later, my scout stopped the army. We'd been clearing the buildings east of mine, same procedure. Open a stairwell, clear it, loot it, move on. And the individual zombies had stopped being a threat entirely. Then Kale came back at speed and gave me a hand signal to hold. Hold position. The whole column stopped at once. He squeezed through and pointed past the corner of the building. Is there danger? The skull dipped. Take me to see. Ahead was the complex's little square, concrete, a few of those outdoor fitness machines nobody ever uses. A blue city bus had come through the fence and was lying on its side. 20-odd zombies wandering, most of them in matching blue work coveralls. Factory workers. The bus had been taking a shift somewhere. 20 is nothing to me now. I was already turning to call the army up. And then 3 dark shapes came out of a distant corridor at a speed that made my stomach drop. They hit the wandering zombies at a run, tore an arm off one and a shin off another with pure leverage, and were gone again before anything could close on them, and then they slowed down and circled and waited. Aberrant dogs. 3 of them, all Dodger-sized, and they were not feeding. They were playing, kiting, pulling the crowd in circles, staying just out of reach, looking back to check the pursuit was still coming. More zombies kept arriving because of the noise, and the dogs kept farming them. Here's the problem, and it's the reason I turned around. Dodger died because a corridor took his speed away. In a stairwell, a big, fast animal is just a big animal. Out here in the open, there is no corner. My skeletons walk. Those things run. Even if I could beat them, the moment it turned, they would simply leave, and I would have spent an army to accomplish nothing. I patted Kale's shoulder. Let's go back. We pulled the whole column out and went home, and I started thinking about how you catch something faster than you. That evening, I picked up my backpack to go out, and my hands stopped. Everything was in it. Nothing was missing. But the positions had changed. I have a habit. Things go in the same places. It's the only reason I noticed at all. I went through the rest of the room, and there were traces everywhere, small ones, and everything put back where it belonged. Not a thief. The silver in the drawer was untouched, and more than that, a thief doesn't tidy up after himself. A thief with that kind of integrity has chosen the wrong career. Somebody had searched my house looking for a specific object, hadn't found it, and had wanted me not to know they'd been. I went out, and my landlord was at the alley mouth talking to a neighbor. Going out? Yes. Did anyone come looking for me today? No one came. Why? Is someone looking for you? If you're not here, just tell them to go to my place, and I'll relay any messages. Oh, it's nothing, just asking. And I'd taken 2 steps when he added, Oh, right, a fur merchant came looking for you during the day. I saw him just as I was leaving. Fur? Yes, he said you talked yesterday at the market. He left when he saw you weren't home. And there it was. Somebody searched my room, and a fur merchant knew my address. I had asked one man about furs, once, at a stall, in passing. Which meant that whoever was following me at that market had been close enough to hear it, and had used it as a cover story, and had gotten it slightly wrong, because a fur trader doesn't chase a man who asked one question and walked away. Only one person in this world both knew my address and wanted something from me, the one who ran out of that alley. And I felt 2 things at once, and I'm not proud of the second one. Nervous because a wanted criminal had picked me and was working in daylight, and genuinely excited because he had shown me his hand first. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Don't process those furs in the room. We can't handle them at all, and it'll just make the room messy. I was asking for someone else. I went to the association to report it because I now had an organization, and this is exactly what an organization is for. The lounge was empty. The training room was empty. And a staff member told me that Lorian and Kavina had left around noon with the second squad, and no, she didn't know when they'd be back. Damn, right now? The second had 5, the fourth had 3, and one of the 3 wasn't invited. So I sat in my own squad's empty lounge and worked it out alone. A wanted man won't be flashy. He'll come at night, and there won't be many of them. And if they didn't come tonight, if they sat in the dark watching me instead, that's genuinely the worst outcome, because then I'm the one who has to keep being surprised. So, tell the association. If they don't come, the association pushes Blackstone Town to sweep the district. If they do come, I resolve it myself. I wrote a note, left it on the table, and went home to be bait. Under a hazy moon, a gray-feathered owl sat and watched the patrol walk away down the street. In an alley nearby, one voice. The guard has left. 2 more stood up. They crossed low and fast without a word, because they'd done this many times. One of them set the owl at the far end of the alley as a watch. The other 3 came to my door and went to work on the lock. It took about 4 seconds. Click. Dark house. Silent house. They didn't search. They went straight for the bedroom because the plan was simple and they'd used it before. Take the target, ask where the item is, kill him. Done before the next patrol comes around. They came into the bedroom and looked at the shape under the blanket on the bed and got a better grip on their knives. And then all 3 of them felt something cold go up their backs at the same moment, and every one of them threw himself flat without hesitating, because men who live like that develop that instinct, or they don't live like that for long. 2 crossbow bolts hit the space where they'd been standing. One of them got a blade up backward, and it rang off an iron sword coming down out of the dark. And in the doorway, in the moonlight coming through the window, there were more than a dozen figures standing between them and the way out. And the light was coming through them, through the ribs, casting shadows of ribs on the floor. Undead! They had come to a rented room in the poor district to rob a lone mage. There were 16 of us in it, and I have to give them this much. They did not panic, not for a second. One of them just shouted, "Charge out!" And all 3 went for the door, because every wanted man in this world lives on the edge of a knife, and backing up only gets you killed sooner. Attack! Dodger went first, off his back legs, 3 or 4 meters straight over the front rank and onto the man at the rear. Sword 1, sword 2, and everything else went into the middle, and the leader did the single smartest thing available to him. He kicked over the skeleton in front of him, swept the room, found the one figure in the corner who wasn't fighting, and came for me. Because undead are a problem with a simple solution. Kill the necromancer, and the summons fall down. That is correct doctrine. It is exactly what I would have told him to do. It also assumed I was standing still because I was helpless. I raised my hand and threw acid at his face. He split the orb with a clean vertical cut, which was genuinely impressive, and the halves went across his cheeks and started working. His charge came apart. Everything after that was a man moving badly. A spear went into his chest, mine. Then something whistled past his ear, and he tried to roll and couldn't get there in time, and Sword 1 opened his throat. The last one alive got dragged over to me, covered in blood. "What were you looking for in my room?" He coughed and said, "If I tell you, will you let me go? Do you think you can still leave? Fair trade. You let me go, and I'll tell you what we're looking for." They had come into my house to kill me, and now we were negotiating, so I saved us both the time. "Are you here for that snake-headed note Kale had? Because when I stripped that first body, one item made no sense. Not the money, not the blades. A receipt, a piece of paper with a number on it, and a snake's head printed like an anti-counterfeit mark. I hadn't known what it was. I'd known it was the only thing on him that was strange. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. His whole body went stiff for a quarter second, and that was the entire confession. Kill him. Don't. Experience gained plus 30. I didn't send the skeletons home. Not yet. Not until Kale came back in, because I'd put him outside specifically to catch a lookout, since that's how one of them got away the first time. If a second one escaped, this would never end. He came to the door and shook his head. Nobody. They'd timed it precisely and hadn't left a watch. 3 money bags on the bodies, all heavy. Even living on the run, these men carried a great deal of coin, which told me they had a fixed base in this city. Then the bodies to the living room, on leather, and the skeletons home through the door. At first light, my door came off its hinges. Lorien came through it, then Kavina, then a woman I'd seen before and hadn't been able to place. Wheat-colored skin, brown hair braided, a wooden staff in one hand and a sword on her hip, and behind her 4 more. Weapons up, sweeping the room. And then all 7 of them stopped, because I was sitting in a chair with 3 dead men laid out neatly at my feet. "Zhao Lei, are you all right?" "Yes, no big problem." "Are these 3 all wanted criminals? You killed them?" That was the woman with the staff. Lyra, captain of the 2nd squad, the only female captain of the 4. One of her people crouched over the bodies and checked, and stood up and said, "They are all wanted criminals with bounties." And then nobody said anything for a while. Because here is what the 2nd squad had done last night. They had gone out, in full strength, 5 people, with a guard cordon in place, and they had borrowed Lorien and Kavina from the 4th to make sure of it, and with all of that they had successfully killed one. And the newcomer nobody wanted, who'd been handed to the 4th because the 3rd turned him down, had done 3. Alone. In his bedroom. "You killed them?" she said again. If only she had known, is roughly the thought I could see going across her face. She would have recruited this necromancer, even as a reserve member. Lorien came back to himself and did the introductions. "Zhao Lei, this is Lyra, the captain of the 2nd squad. If I'm not around in the future and you need something, you can find her." "Hello, Captain Lyra." If you feel the 4th squad isn't a good fit, you can come to our squad. Big Sister will arrange a spot for you." Direct poaching. In front of my own captain, over 3 corpses. "Thank you, the 4th squad is very good." "Lyra, we still need your help to take these 3 bodies back," Lorien said, at speed. "Kavina, you take Zhao Lei back to the association for a checkup to see if he's injured." Cutting her off mid-sentence. I have never seen a man move a conversation that fast. In the carriage, Kavina crossed her legs and said, "You might consider renting a house in the central area. It would be safer there and closer to the association." And I had thought about it. I had money now. I could live better. But the crowded district is poor, and poor means nobody watches. Nobody here cares what I carry in at night or how much of it there is. In the central area, among people with time and money, a man who brings home crates would be a subject of conversation within a week. I'll save up some more money first. When the time comes, you can ask the captain to help you look for a place. All right. And in the carriage behind us, Lyra was saying to Lorien, "You're quite lucky. The people your squad killed last night will also earn a good amount of bounty." "No, I mean, you're lucky to have recruited a member who seems very reliable." Because the 2nd was full. But the 3rd had had the chance at me and picked somebody else. And when this news reached the association, she wondered out loud whether the 3rd squad was going to regret passing on a man who solo killed 3 wanted criminals. Lorien said, and privately enjoyed himself enormously. Back at the lounge, he handed me a money bag. "The bounties for the wanted criminals are submitted by squad, so this is your reward. You can keep it. You also have 1 low-grade item reward, which you can claim at the front desk later." The 3 of us had agreed to file it as a squad kill, which suited me perfectly, because 1 man killing 3 wanted criminals alone in his bedroom is a story that generates follow-up questions, and the squad did it is a story that generates paperwork. "Thank you, Captain. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight." No need. Recently, the Deacon assigned tasks to each squad to cooperate with the guard in searching for wanted criminals and mercenary criminals. Now is not the time to celebrate. Search mission? Originally, our squad also had one, but since you killed 3 wanted criminals, it's considered directly completed, so you don't need to participate. Otherwise, you'd have to patrol and search with the guard. Damn it, what about the promised easy job? Now there's patrolling. Killing those 3 solved a lot of problems, and the one I'm most grateful for is that it got me out of walking a beat. Then let's go in a few days. And then, because I'd been building to this, Captain, can I apply for a second skeleton follower? It's quite dangerous outside. He took a sip of tea and thought about it properly. I'll talk to the Deacon about this. Whether it gets approved will depend on the situation. All right. How did you discover they were going to attack you? So I told him the truth about that part, the searched backpack, the fur merchant, the landlord. It's a good story and it's completely verifiable. I couldn't be certain. I just guessed there was a high probability. Then how did you kill them yourself? Kavina said immediately. And this is the question I'd built an answer for on the walk over. After I knew they would act, I made some preparations in advance. When they came in, I released a strong smoke. As everyone knows, skeletons don't rely on eyesight. Darkness and smoke can't obstruct their vision. So Skeleton Kale killed the 3 of them one by one. As everyone knows. Who knows that with you? I could see both of them thinking it. We don't have such a deep understanding of the undead, but it hung together. Night, preparation, 1 very good skeleton, 3 men blinded in a small room. It just felt, to both of them, like something was very slightly not right. That feeling never went away. It just never got big enough to act on. I traded the low-grade item for the Dancing Lights book, which I'd turned down the first time, and read it that night. Skill unlocked, Dancing Lights. Several small lights spun into being and orbited me, and the room went bright. I tried to send one over to touch something on the far side. It refused. It swung around the object and came back to circling me, because that's what the spell does. It lights the caster, not the room. Not a weapon, then. That's fine, I'll use it as a flashlight. And I did use it as a flashlight for about a week, until I worked out what it was actually for. Which I'll get to, because it wins me a chase. But I did notice the drawback immediately, standing in my own dark room surrounded by little floating suns. In the dark, the caster is the brightest object in the world. If there is anything out there with a bow, I have just volunteered. Use it less. Or better, go out at night less. I was going to fail at both of those. Then I got out a local map I'd found in a cyclist's apartment, a genuine enthusiast, whole shelf of route maps and city plans, spread it on the roof, and picked my next 3 targets. First, the intersection where the bus went over. Those people were running towards something. Nobody welds iron plate onto a coach and drives into a horde for fun. There's a destination, and there might be something in that wreck that names it. Second, southwest, Commercial Street, 2 gold shops and a brag. Gold and silver carried through a door into a world that uses them as currency makes me rich immediately. Third, north, the police station. Bullets. And then I did the risk assessment out loud, which is a habit I'd picked up from living alone in 2 dead worlds. The bus is out, that's where the giant is. Commercial Street is out, the road there runs past the 3 dogs I can't catch. Which leaves the police station. If I had bullets last night, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Because 3 men had come into my bedroom with knives, and I'd had 9 rounds and no way to replace one of them. And I'd used 5 of them in an alley on a mugger. Last night could have been 1 very short conversation and a magazine. I'll go to the police station then. The north gate of my complex, with 15 spearmen leaning on the railings and 30-odd of them wandering the road outside. You few, get close to the gate and stand by. They shuffled up and set their points through the bars. And the moment the first one out there noticed us and roared, it went down the whole street like a struck line, every one of them turning at once, and then all of them coming. Crouch, weapons forward, spears down and out. And then I raised my hand and used oil grease technique for the first time in my life. The air in front of the gate went thick, and 3 or 4 meters of road turned into something with the friction of wet tile. The entire front rank went down at once. Legs out from under them, flat on their backs, and the ones behind ran straight into the pile and went over the top of it. And for about 4 seconds, it was less a battle than a slapstick routine, a dozen bodies rolling like dropped gourds. Then the ones who got through came onto the spears and stayed there, experience gained +6. Summon, skeleton warrior, level increased to level 2, strength +1. And it just kept feeding. The grease lasted 2-3 minutes. By the time it dissipated, there was a hill of bodies in front of my gate, and the survivors had to climb their own dead to reach my line, which is exactly what a spear wall wants. I want to be honest about how good that felt. 2 weeks earlier, I had a pot lid and a mop. Now I had terrain control. We swept the shops along the road after, mostly fruit stands and restaurants with nothing left worth having, but I found a corner supermarket that had never been looted at all. Snacks and instant noodles across the floor, undamaged. Upstairs, a stockroom, cartons of noodles, cases of drinks, boxes of snacks. The ice cream had melted in its wrappers, which was the only casualty. Move these out. They emptied it into my building. And I stood there, looking at a wall of instant noodles, thinking a genuinely strange thought. They say food is more precious than gold in the apocalypse, and I had a supermarket, and there was nobody on this entire planet to sell it to. I hadn't seen a single living person. The only ones I'd seen had died on a bus. Food is only currency if somebody's hungry. It was, however, extremely good instant noodles, and I want that on the record too, because that stockroom fed me for months and made me 2 friends. The next day, the police station, and it nearly killed us all because of a car horn. Kale out front as bait, pulling 20 back onto the spears, clean. Then, through a community service center, nothing but monitors and paperwork, though I did take every stapler, pen, and ream of A4 paper in the building, because I am not proud. Then, a narrow road with a multi-car pileup across most of it, and the station visible 500 meters off, 3 floors, blue walls. Walk along the side, and as we filed past the wreck, a zombie that had been sitting in a driver's seat this whole time sat up and roared. 2 bolts went through its skull front to back, instantly, my crossbowman, doing exactly what I'd raised them for. And its head came down on the steering wheel. Bleep. I had thought about car alarms. I had genuinely thought about them, and planned around locked cars. I had not thought about a horn. That sound went across the entire district. And the whole complex opposite boiled over. They came out of every building and every alley on both sides, and something ran over another car and set that one off too. Quick, follow me and rush through. We ran. 400 meters with a flood coming in from both sides, straight through the station gates. Get in, you few block the main hall entrance. They jammed the doorway with spears while the courtyard filled up behind them. Oil grease technique across the courtyard. Down they went, in rows, the ones behind piling onto the ones in front. And then I took a lighter out of my pocket, lit a strip of cloth, and dropped it in. Whoosh. Flame stood up higher than a man across the entire courtyard. I stepped back from the heat and stared at it, because I had genuinely not expected that. The skill says difficult terrain. It says flammable. I had read that word and filed it as a footnote. It is not a footnote, it is the entire spell. Experience gained +6. Experience gained +6. Experience gained. Holy cow, I can use this to farm monsters. Although, and this is the part nobody tells you about setting things on fire, they kept coming through it, on fire. Which meant my spear wall spent the next several minutes killing burning bodies at arm's length, and it was, frankly, unsettling to watch. You all stay here. Kale, take a few skeletons and come with me upstairs, room by room, and in something that looked like an equipment store, a safe. I said a short prayer to the gods of both worlds, put the bronze key in, and turned it. Boxes. Neat rows of boxes of ammunition. So many! And several pistols with tags still on them, unissued, held for safekeeping. I loaded mine first, then took all of it, every box, every weapon. Also handcuffs, batons, flashlights, and riot shields, purely because I was already standing there. Remember the handcuffs. That is not a joke. A pair of police handcuffs saves my life against a man who shrugs off bullets. Downstairs, the fire had burned out and left the courtyard black, and the last of them were still walking onto the spears. When it finally went quiet, the only sound in the world was that car horn, still going, 400 meters away. I raised bodies until dusk, and then I did something that felt ridiculous and wasn't. Carry the bodies. Every skeleton picked up a corpse, and we walked home in a column, in the dark, carrying our dead like the world's grimmest funeral procession, because those bodies were troops, and I wasn't leaving assets on the ground. On the way past the wreck, I had Kale sit the driver upright. The horn stopped. Silence came back over the whole district, and I have rarely been so relieved by nothing happening. That night, I loaded magazines at my table in Blackstone Town, with braised chicken and a can of soda in front of me, and I did miss home a bit. Those pointless days. Scrolling videos, eating whatever, being bored. I used to daydream about a different life. Now the boring life looks like something only the powerful in this world get to have. Sigh. Damn apocalypse. Then I loaded a second pistol and handed it to Kale. Do you know how to use it? He turned it over in his hands. This is the safety. Once it's off, you can shoot at enemies. The method is the same as a hand crossbow. Aim through here, and at close range, just shoot directly. And he listened. Actually listened, head tilted, absorbing it, because he had hand crossbow proficiency in life, and this was just a crossbow with fewer moving parts. Then he clicked the safety off and drew down on the mannequin in the corner. I told him not to waste bullets, and he lowered it immediately. All the pistols were the same model, so the magazines were interchangeable, which meant I could swap instead of loading in a fight. And I sat there filling them, thinking, later, if I get rifles, if I ever find a rocket launcher, whatever that is in this world, could I field a skeleton unit with AKs? What era is this? Why am I still using cold weapons? I want you to remember that thought too. It takes a while, but I do get there. Then I got the dogs. Not by being clever, by being lucky enough to have a dog of my own who was still, in every way that mattered, a dog. They came into my complex, the same 3, kiting a fresh crowd of about 20, running the same circles, hitting and withdrawing. They'd wandered into my ground and started farming on it. I stood on the roof, watching them work, and beside me, Dodger was watching too, hanging over the parapet, bone tail going like a metronome. Can I lure them over and kill them? So here's what happened. Dodger went down and made noise. Specifically, he went and hooked his front legs over the steel pole of a notice board and threw himself around, which is a thing he did constantly, for reasons known only to whatever was left of him. Tap, 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 tap. 3 heads came up, and they saw, across the courtyard, a strange skeletal dog, alone. They took 2 steps toward him. Dodger took 2 steps back. And that was it. That was the whole trap. 3 intelligent predators saw something smaller than them flinch, and every instinct they had said run it down. They abandoned 20 zombies and came in like thrown stones. And Dodger, who could not possibly have understood the tactical situation, and who was simply doing the greatest thing that had ever happened to him, turned around and ran, tail up, absolutely delighted, straight into a stairwell. They followed him in. They chased him to the 4th floor before the first one stopped and looked properly at what was standing on the steps above. Then they turned around, and the stairwell behind them was full too, both directions at once. Dodger came out the far side at the top perfectly unharmed, because he had done his job, and his job was to be chased. The fighting in there went on a while. I stood outside with the rest and cleared the zombies they'd towed in. Then a lock clicked, and Sword 1 and Sword 2 came out looking like they'd been through an abattoir. Inside, the floor was scattered with loose bone. I lost a lot of skeletons in that stairwell. I got 3 skeleton hounds, level 7, level 5, level 5. The big one had been a black dog built like a horse with a dog's head on it, and stripped down to bone it looked even more wrong. From now on you'll be called Skinny Dog, understand? Skinny Dog did not answer, being new, and then I went through the remains with my spear and found the thing I was actually there for. 3 corpse nuclei, 3, in one afternoon, worth more to me than the level 7 hound, and I'd have traded all 3 hounds for them without blinking. The dogs I couldn't catch in the open, I caught with a corridor and a dog who thought he was playing. I want to give you Seraphina properly, because you've only had her voice from a road at night. I was at the association posting an alchemy commission. I had the antidote formula now, so I could just order the potion directly, which saved a great deal of time when a staff member came over. Mr. Zhao Lei, Captain Lorian asked you to go to the association. Ah, this. Now I can't not go. Deacon's study. Kalen behind the desk in his dark suit and white gloves, like an old gentleman in a portrait, and on the sofa, a woman in a fitted purple dress. Brown hair over her shoulders. Long, upswept brows, and the specific stillness of somebody who is comfortable being looked at. And sprawled beside her calves, a golden leopard. A golden leopard. Indoors. As a pet. Its size was about Dodger's. I caught myself wondering who'd win, which tells you what my brain had become. Deacon, Mrs. Seraphina, Captain. Seraphina, Mrs. And I placed her about 2 seconds later, because Kavina had said the name on a train. Deputy Deacon of the Blackstone Town Professional Association, owner of Money Cat, and a whisperer. A professional whose actual profession is finding things out about people. Oh, you're the little necromancer who investigated Mine Village? Her eyes went over me and kept going over me without any attempt to hide it. Seraphina, don't tease him, Kaelin said. She didn't stop smiling. How did you kill those mercenaries from the Wolfhead mercenary group? It was just luck. The main credit goes to the captain and the investigation squad. Then what made you decide to choose the necromancer profession at that time? It was the only magic-related profession I found, so I chose it. Where are your skeletons?
How many skeletons do you have?
Only one. I had, at that point, roughly 600. Not bad, she said, and leaned back and stopped. And everyone in that room understood what had just happened. The deputy deacon had asked a brand new field agent 4 questions in a row, at speed, at their first meeting. She was taking a reading. And I had given her 3 true answers and 1 lie, and she had absolutely clocked which was which, not the content, but the shape of it. All right, let's get to business, Kaelin said. Tonight, the association has a unified operation. Oh no. Since your squad has few members, you don't need to participate in tonight's operation. You will be responsible for staying at the association. Phew. Genuine physical relief. I sat there quietly delighted at having gotten out of it. Guard duty, 1 night, in the safest building in the city. I have never in my life been more wrong about anything. That evening, the hall filled up with every squad, armored and armed. Kaelin came out and briefed them. The target of this operation is Ren Longwei, an elder of the Divine Punishment Church, a level 12 professional. He also has several core church members under him. Our operation is to cooperate with the guard of Blackstone Town, but this operation is still dangerous. Everyone must be careful and prioritize safety. Level 12. Every face in that hall changed. A level 12 professional is a rare thing anywhere, and finding one in a backwater like Blackstone Town is like finding a tiger in a garden shed. And everybody worked out the rest at the same time. That's what the citywide criminal sweep had been for. Weeks of it. They'd been hunting this man and hadn't said so. 4th squad will remain at the association. The other squads depart. And out they went, joined up with the guard, and left through the North City gate. The hall went quiet. I had Kael shut the main door. Captain, is this elder of the Divine Punishment Church very powerful? So many people are being dispatched. Lorien thought about how to put it. I don't know much about the Divine Punishment Church. I only know that they are a church active in the eastern part of the kingdom, founded by a group of fanatics who often perform sacrificial rituals and have a notorious reputation. Because a lot of professions here are tied to gods, priests, warlocks. The whole direction of that path is obtaining power from something you believe in, or trading for it. I used to be an atheist. Then I got a key that opens holes in reality, so I've become extremely open-minded about what might exist. My only remaining position on gods is that I would rather not attract one. Then what are they doing in Blackstone Town? They might have some purpose, or perhaps they are just passing through and staying. I'm not too clear on the specific intelligence, but members of the Divine Punishment Church are often on the wanted list. Oh, I said, and changed the subject because I was bored. Captain, I've been practicing my sword recently. If possible, could you guide me? Certainly. Practice once and let me see. So I did the form Sword 1 had drilled into me. Raise your arm a bit higher. Your muscles are too stiff. And there we were, a captain correcting a mage's grip in an empty hall, while Kavina brewed 3 cups of fruit tea on the safest night of my career. Meanwhile, in a house in the residential district, a black crow came through a window and landed on somebody's shoulder in a pitch-dark room. A withered hand stroked it. The guard and professional squads of Blackstone Town have left through the North City gate. Their destination should be the position we prepared. 4 people were left at the Central Association. The position we prepared. The curtains opened. Moonlight on 3 men around a table. One enormous, flat-topped, bare-armed. One in leather with an iron sword. One entirely inside a black robe with a crow on his shoulder. Heh. A bunch of idiots. Elder Ren Longwei, said the crowman. For a place like Blackstone Town, there shouldn't be too many troops left in the city. And the huge man rolled his neck and said, Since the professional association is so persistent in catching us, let's give them a big gift now. I was walking my patrol route with dancing lights spinning around me and thinking, honestly, that this spell was underrated. Better than a flashlight, no batteries, and at night the range was far wider than I'd expected, lighting the whole corridor around me. And then I opened the door to the training ground, and every hair on my body stood up, and I killed the spell instantly and dropped the world into black. Because in that 1 second of light, there had been a man standing there, and he had seen me too. Good evening, friend of the Professional Association. I moved sideways off the spot where my voice had been, drew, and clicked the safety off. What are you doing here? And he said, in the relaxed tone of a man enjoying his evening, everyone else was so easily lured away. When they return and find everyone here dead, don't you think that's a very exciting bang, bang, bang? I did not let him finish the sentence. Kale fired at the same instant, 2 muzzle flashes in a stone corridor, and then nothing but dark and ringing. Pinpoint his location. I put a hand on Kale's shoulder and fired along the line his body was facing, because he could see and I could not, and my rounds went off into the dark like stones into mud. I had been careless. My flashlight was in my backpack. My entire targeting solution was a dead man's shoulder. Fortunately, I had plenty of bullets this time, which is a sentence I could only say because of a car horn and a very bad afternoon. Damn it, what the hell is that? Running footsteps coming in. Hold him! Kale dropped the pistol, drew both blades, and went. I got my flashlight out and lit the corridor and caught the man mid-movement with his arm across his eyes, and Kale went straight for the carotid, and the man got an arm guard up, and steel rang. Medium height, thin face, heavy brows, leather, and a sword. I fired at the space he was rolling into, then again, then again. He would not take a straight shot. He kept moving and rolling, and never once gave me his center. Then his hand came out with a scroll and tore it open. And something came out of it, a tentacle, black, covered in fibrous growth, whipping at me through the air. I put 2 rounds into it, and they went through and did nothing at all, and I threw myself flat, and it hit the wall over me hard enough to shake plaster loose. He tried to close, and I got the gun up, and he broke off into a corner, and something round rolled out across the floor. Damn it, Kale, pull back! Bang, and the corridor filled with smoke. I backed off and reloaded with the empty falling somewhere I'd never find it, and I did the arithmetic while my hands worked. This man was better than the 3 in my bedroom, much better. Fast, and with the rhythm of somebody who has done this professionally for years, and neither Lorien nor Kavina had come, which meant he wasn't alone. The smoke surged, and he came through it at a dead run with the sword coming down overhead. Kale got in front of me with both blades crossed above his head. Clang, sparks. And Kale's whole frame sank under it. That was a level 12 adjacent professional strike, and my thief buckled. And the man's face lit up, because he'd felt the guard give, and he twisted the blade off the block and drove it through the chest plate in front of him and out the other side. And then the delight went off his face, because it had gone through, and there had been nothing in the way. He had stabbed a rib cage. There is no chest cavity. There is no heart behind that armor. He had put a sword through a set of clothes with a skeleton inside them and achieved a hole. And while he was working that out, Kale's free hand closed on his sword arm, and the other blade came up under his ribs, and I dropped acid on him from above. Damn it, he's a mage. He had been fighting me for 2 full minutes and had only just realized what I was, which is fair. I'd shot at him with a pistol and hidden behind a swordsman. The acid took his eyes. He turned and went for the corner by memory. Kale, kill him. I fired as we went, and my aim was off, because he was moving, and I am not good at this. And he rolled a half-second late and took rounds in the body. He staggered and couldn't set his feet. I kept pulling the trigger like ammunition was free, and I want to note that 4 days earlier I had owned 9 bullets and treated each one like a family heirloom, and he went down. And no experience prompt appeared, so I did not walk up to him. I shot him again on the ground. He rolled. Of course he did. He was still working, still trying to get up and get out. Kale cut him off. Bang, bang, one through the neck. And then his hand was still going into his coat for something, and Kale kicked his head, and I stepped in and fired twice more into his chest. Gained experience plus 64. That is what it takes. That is the honest number. 2 guns, a full magazine and change, an acid spell, and a level 7 undead holding him, for 1 man. I reloaded both of us, picked up my empties off the floor, and looked at the body, and decided not to take it, which felt like leaving money on the table, but a scene with obvious signs of a fight and no corpse at all is a question, and questions get asked of the Necromancer. Then I went looking for a window. Because the whole city's strength had gone out the north gate, and I had no idea how many were in this building, and I needed anybody at all to notice. I found one over a flower bed, cast oil grease across the whole thing, lit a rag, and threw it in. The fire went up the side of the building and lit the entire night sky. I refuse to believe nobody will notice that. When there's a fire, people come to put it out, and association members come in to check. And if a burning building in the central district can't attract the guard, then Blackstone Town has already fallen, and I may as well go home through a door. Then I ran for the hall. Kavina was in the middle of 5 of them, 5 with long swords and daggers, dressed differently, but working together properly, spaced, rotating, nobody crowding. And she was still up. Blood all over her, cuts everywhere, large and small. Her hair matted to a face that had gone white, and her sword still moving. And in the shadows at the edge, a figure in black with a crow on his shoulder, watching, occasionally throwing a lance of blue energy to cut off her footwork, not to kill her, to keep her in the box. Little girl, I see you have good talent. Why don't you join us? She didn't answer. She just kept breathing and kept working. He nodded and patted the crow. It screamed. And she looked at it because anything would, and the crow's eyes caught her. And in that half second, 5 swords came up for her head. Whoosh. I put a flashlight beam across all 5 faces from 30 meters, and then I emptied a magazine into the middle of them. I hit none of them. Not one. But 5 men who have just been blinded and then shot at do not continue an execution. They scattered. And Kale went through the gap, picked Kavina up, and took her out of it into the dark. I let out a breath, which is when I heard wings. The crow was already over my head, and I looked up at it, which was the single stupidest thing I have ever done. Its eyes opened out into something with no bottom, and for one instant my whole self came loose, the specific feeling of your soul being pulled out through your eyes, which I promise you is a thing you can feel. And then it stopped. Just stopped. My vision came back. Everything was where I left it. What the heck? And I threw my flashlight at the bird and knocked it into a wall. I did not know that night why it failed. I found out later, and when I did, a great many things made sense at once, including the reason a deacon had recruited me. Kill him! 5 of them came out of the dark. And I turned and fired, and Kale fired from the flank, and the 2 of us put bullets across that hall in a crossfire, and all 5 went down. The black-robed man turned to run. I put the light on his back and shot him. Kale chased and shot him, and he went down, gained experience plus 55. Then I got to Kavina. She was in a bad way, wounds everywhere. To have held 5 of them off that long is not luck. That's somebody who is genuinely good. I got 2 potions into her, healing and antidote both, because I didn't know which one she needed, and the wrong guess costs nothing, while the wrong weight costs everything. Then I opened a mental potion and poured that in too. She coughed most of it back up and opened her eyes. What are you doing? Giving you medicine. Are you okay? No major problems. Covered in blood, cut to pieces, no major problems. You rest for a while. Reinforcements should be here soon. I'm going to check on the captain. No. Let's go together. She got up, badly. He has a stronger enemy over there. And that's the moment I understood why she'd stood in the open against 5 instead of running. If she had run, all 5 would have gone to Lorien. She'd been holding them because he couldn't afford them. Okay, let's go. 2 people and a skeleton moving fast through a dark corridor, and ahead of us, from somewhere in the building, the sound of something heavy hitting something else. We came around a corner, and the 2 of them broke apart and looked at us. Lorien was in a bad state, breathing hard, and the silver plate over his chest had a dent in it that had no business being there. And the other one was nearly 2 meters of bare-armed muscle, fighting with nothing at all. No weapon, not even wraps. Seeing us arrive put actual relief on the captain's face. Did you call for reinforcements? They'll be here soon. I had no idea whether reinforcements were coming, but there is a category of lie you tell a man who is holding a door, and that is it. Divine Punishment Church Elder Renlong Wei specializes in close combat. He's very strong and also very agile. Holy cow. The Divine Punishment Church is here, and the city's entire strength is outside the walls. Renlong Wei put his hands behind his back and looked us over like a man checking a delivery. I truly underestimated you, but it doesn't matter. You'll still die here. He had just watched us kill 8 of his people, and it had not moved him at all. His subordinates were not a loss to him. They were consumables. Nobody answered him. We just went. And he was faster than all 3 of us. He crossed the gap like something thrown and put a whip kick into Lorien's guard, and the captain got his longsword up, and the impact still slid him back 3 meters with his arms dead. Then Ren Longwei caught Kale's incoming blade backhanded, caught it, out of the air, with an open hand, threw him away, and ducked under Kavina's sweep at his waist without appearing to look. A man that size should not be able to do any of that. I saw the window and fired. Keep that pose. I still don't believe you can dodge bullets. Bang, bang, bang. He turned his head, still crouched, and his entire body went over in scale, keratin plating, up out of the skin in an instant, like armor being issued. Clang, clang, clang. My rounds hit him and left dents. Dents. I had gone through a car horn, a district-wide horde, and a fire to get those bullets. I had been carrying them around like a man with a secret, and this person was standing in the open, taking them on the skin. That is a bit much. And it made him angry, which was worse, because now those flat eyes came around to me, and I understood I had just moved to the top of a list. Lorien came in again and got sidestepped. Kavina's cut went into the plating on his back and stopped. He turned and punched at Kale, missed, and put his fist through a window frame, and picked 2 chunks of the broken masonry out of the air on the follow-through and threw them at me. I never saw the stones. I saw the motion and moved on instinct, and one of them hit me anyway. My leather armor made a sound like a hammer on a door, and I went back several steps with my chest full of something white. I got the gun up through it and fired again and put more chipped scale on him, and no damage whatsoever. 3 of them on him at once, weapons ringing off him like he was furniture, and his eyes kept flicking back to me. He was going to break off and come and kill me the second the geometry allowed it. Then he took a running knee into Kale's chest, crack, bone going, and at the same instant a small mechanical sound, a ratcheting click, and Kale, flying backward, snapped short in the air and stopped, because there was a silver handcuff around Ren Longwei's calf, and the other bracelet was on Kale's wrist, police handcuffs, out of an equipment room, that I had taken because I was already standing there. My thief, with instinctive dodge, ambidexterity, and intelligence 10, had, mid-fight, while being kneed across a room, put a restraint on the leg of a man he could not hurt. Nobody told him to do that. Ren Longwei's leg didn't come back where he wanted it, and he stumbled. Lorien and Kavina came in on his head, and both blades rang off the plating again, and he was furious now, and he lifted the cuffed leg to stamp Kale out of existence, and the lights dimmed. Something dropped from above him. He looked up on reflex, brought his hand up flat, and chopped, and it burst. A dark green acid orb dropped from the balcony above, straight down, straight into his face. Because I had spent that fight learning one thing, which is that the plating covered him, but nobody grows scales over their own eyes. The lights came back, and Ren Longwei was standing in the open, scrubbing at his face with both forearms. "Kill him, quick!" Kale hauled on the chain and dragged that thigh wide and held it there. Lorien and Kavina put everything into his neck and head, and this time the blades went into skin, and blood came. I closed to a distance I was comfortable with and shot him in the head. His head snapped back. He didn't fall. I kept firing until he did. Gained experience plus 125. He went over backward against the corner of the wall, and Lorien walked up and took the head off with one stroke because he was not taking any chances at all, and I did not blame him even slightly. Then the 4 of us sat down on the floor and drank potions and did not speak for a while. "Captain, there's no one else, right? Ren Longwei is dead, so there shouldn't be anyone else. If there is, we'll have to run. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be sacrificing ourselves for the association." He grunted. He didn't disagree. And then footsteps came from the hall, and we all got up far too fast for men in our condition. Torchlight, and a golden leopard walking in ahead of everyone with its feet making no sound at all. Then Seraphina, in leather armor with a sword on her hip, and the guard captain of Blackstone Town, and a great many guards. Her eyes went over the headless body on the floor. "What happened?" Lorien pointed. "Ren Longwei, Divine Punishment Church Elder." And every single person in that doorway changed expression at the same moment. Because if Ren Longwei was here, then who exactly had the entire city's strength gone out the north gate to arrest? Later, the count came in. 8 bodies, no other enemies, 3 of us wounded and nobody dead. The guard captain looked at us for a while. "There are only 3 of you? Did you kill all of them? How did you do that?" Nobody had a good answer, so we gave him a bad one. At first light, Kalen came back with 3 squads and stood looking at the blood on the floor of his own hall and the shapes under white sheets. I want to describe his face because it's the only time I saw it slip. He had been walked out of his own city like a fool, and while he was gone, his hall had nearly been emptied. Whatever the losses turned out to be, that would sit on his record forever. In the Deputy Deacon's study. "What's the casualty situation?" "What do you hope for?" Seraphina said, stroking her leopard. "Seraphina, I don't have time for your jokes." 3 injured. The people who entered the professional association can be confirmed as members of the Divine Punishment Church. One of them was Elder Ren Long Wei, and there were 7 other Divine Punishment Church members. Currently, it appears 2 of the 7 are Church Core members. Only 3 injured? Are you disappointed? You know I don't mean that. And then, slower, you mean the 3 people from the 4th squad killed 8 people from the Divine Punishment Church? And Ren Long Wei was among them? I'm also very surprised, but that's the fact. Lorian finished Ren Long Wei himself with 1 stroke and made certain of it. And he sat there and said nothing at all, running it back. The elder that the guard and 3 full professional squads had gone out to besiege, killed by a squad with 3 people in it. The newest squad, the one nobody wanted, which made the entire operation and being led out of his own city into a joke with a punchline. Sigh, it seems I'm really getting old. Where did you recruit that kid from? Who? And then, oh, Zhao Lei, what special performance did he have this time? She stood up and brushed her dress down. Just asking, you're lucky you recruited a good young man this time. Is that so? By the way, there's no need to wait for openings in the 1st or 2nd squads. Transfer Anya to the 4th squad. Are you sure? Yes, the 4th squad happens to have an opening. Let her go to the 4th squad to gain some experience. I suggest you wait a bit longer. Let her go to the 4th squad first. If it doesn't work out, she can be reassigned later. And that is how I got Anya, and how the Deputy Deacon of Blackstone Town put a family member inside my squad about 11 hours after meeting me. I did not clock that at the time either. I was busy being tired. Walking home, filthy, with Kale beside me and half the street staring, I was thinking about one thing only. That level 12 corpse.
One man held 3 professionals and took bullets on his skin. If I could convert that, my side gains a piece that changes every fight I will ever have. Nobody else in this world has any use for that body. Nobody. To every other profession, it's a disposal problem. My application for a 2nd skeleton follower was already in. I wonder if this corpse would be approved for me. A carriage slowed beside me, and the curtain opened a crack, and there was Seraphina's face. Where are you going? Going back to rest. Get in, I'll take you back. Actually, I have a habit of morning exercise, so I plan to walk back. All right then, let's chat at your place. And then, immediately, open the door, I'm getting in. You cannot win against that. Nobody has ever won against that. Let your skeleton warrior sit outside. Kale, you sit outside. So he sat up front with the coachman, and the coachman looked over at the matte black sphere beside him several times during that journey and said nothing, because what would you even open with? Inside, the leopard lay at her feet and did not lift its head, though its eyes stayed on me the entire time. What exactly happened last night? The squad leader will write down the details. I don't know much either. Just tell me casually, consider it a chat between us. I'll believe you when pigs fly. Late last night, I found an enemy in the corridor outside the training room. After killing him with the skeleton warrior, I went to help Kavina and the squad leader. A summary with no mechanism in it, everything true and nothing useful. The corpse outside the training room, was that the first person you encountered? Yes, a swordsman. How did you kill him? Skeleton warriors are unaffected by the night, and I'm a necromancer. 2 against 1 isn't difficult. And she let it go, in the specific way that means filed, not resolved. You still need to be careful in the future. The Divine Punishment Church lost an elder. They might retaliate. Then I asked the question I actually wanted answered. In last night's battle, that Divine Punishment Church elder suddenly grew a layer of scales. Is that also a skill? Because she's a whisperer. She might not be learned, but she knows things, and she certainly knows more than me. Divine Punishment Church elder Ren Long Wei. Rumor has it he awakened his bloodline in a slave beast fighting cage, gaining abilities that ordinary people don't possess. Some say it's the legendary black dragon, others say it's a demon python.
But ultimately, there's no correct answer. Perhaps Renlong Wei himself doesn't know what his ability inherited. Bloodline. Awakened. In a fighting pit. So there are people in this world walking around with something in their blood that isn't human, that switches on under enough pressure, and neither they nor anyone else knows what it is. Oh, I see, I said, like a man who understood. I did not want her to know how little of this world I actually had. Back home, I let a wave of exhaustion take me, put Kale on the door, and slept until noon. Then I went through and dealt with my casualty. Kale took his armor off, and there was a rib snapped clean through and cracks in the two beside it, from the knee strike. For a living thing, you drink a potion. For a skeleton, there is no such thing. So I taped him. Red tape, a few times around, like a man fixing a garden chair. I'll ask how to repair bones when I get a chance. Just bear with it for a while. Necromancy is a branch of magic, and there must be a proper method for repairing an undead frame. I did not know it. I was a self-taught necromancer with no lineage, no teacher, and one encyclopedia I hadn't bought yet. And so my level 7 specialist walked around held together with tape for about 2 weeks. He never once complained, which I choose to interpret as loyalty and not as an absence of a mouth. Then out to the west gate, and I want to give you one clean look at what the routine had become. 15 spearmen forward, grease on the ground, zombies down in rows, spears working, corpse wall building. Your level has increased to level 4, intelligence +1, constitution +1. Level 4. In the middle of a fight, I barely had to attend. And there was a new thing I hadn't seen before. Summon, skeleton warrior, leveled up to level 5, unlocked trait, basic soul. Strength +1, perception +7, intelligence +8, charisma +4. Level 5. Not a mutant, not a professional's corpse. An ordinary skeleton I'd raised out of a neighbor who had simply survived long enough and killed enough, hitting level 5 and waking up. Perception, intelligence, and charisma appearing out of nowhere, all at once, in numbers. That was the moment the whole shape of my future arrived. Level 5 is a threshold. Every skeleton that lives long enough becomes a thing that can understand an order, which means the ceiling isn't how many bodies I can find, it's how many of them I can keep alive. From now on, you'll be called Spear 1. I stopped naming them individually after that and started numbering by weapon, because the alternative was learning 800 names. If they all get souls, I don't have an army, I have a population. A nation that doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, doesn't get sick, and doesn't ask for anything. Thinking about it that way, a necromancer truly is somewhat terrifying. 2 days later, I was called into the Deacon's study, and Lorien stopped me at the door with a warning I appreciated more than he knew. The association is very interested in that weapon of yours. They will ask you questions about it. You can say what you want to say, and you can choose not to say what you don't want to say. The pistol, of course. 8 bodies, 7 of them killed the same way, by an injury nobody in this city could name. Anyone examining those corpses notices in about 4 minutes, and the association's position, which he was telling me sideways, is that a member's equipment is his own property. People who work outside have trump cards, and trump cards are not confiscated because what you disclose today gets you killed tomorrow. In the study, Kaelin behind the desk, Seraphina on the sofa, and opposite her, Ilara from City Hall. The woman who had made me sign away my profession, sitting there with her back straight, and the 2 women very obviously not enjoying each other's company. Our excellent member has arrived, Kaelin said. Please find a seat for yourself. I sat next to Seraphina, on the grounds that we were at least nominally the same organization. Ms. Ilara, long time no see. I often hear news of you at City Hall. On behalf of City Hall, I thank your squad for what you did yesterday. Which was, in its way, remarkable. The building that legislated me out of a profession was now thanking me. Out of the 8 bodies, 7 died from the same cause. Was this caused by you? Yes. How did you do it? A weapon that can attack from a certain distance. Can we take a look? Yes. And I took it out and showed it to them, flat on my palm. 3 sets of eyes went wide at the same time. Is that all? Kaelin said. Yes, it's a weapon developed in my hometown. Let me see, Ilara put her hand out, and I did not give it to her. I'm sorry, this is my life-saving weapon, so it's not convenient for others to examine it up close. Because this world has trains. It has detonators. It has grenades. Every single component of the idea already exists here, and nobody has assembled them in that order yet. Hand her that, and someone competent takes it apart, and in 5 years there are firearms in this world, and the one advantage I have over every professional alive evaporates. Explain the weapon. Never let them hold it. Alara looked at Kalen, and Kalen gave a small, helpless smile and said, "The association will not force members to provide their own technology and secrets." He backed me, against City Hall, instantly. All right. Alara was disappointed and covered it well. "Did you develop this weapon?"
Blackstone Town could order some, and the price is negotiable.
"Sorry, these were not developed by me." Then never mind, and her tone changed. "This weapon of yours has considerable lethality. I hope you will guard it carefully, not lose it, or use it casually. If similar casualties occur, it might cause you trouble." And that was not a threat. That was genuinely good advice, delivered coldly. She was telling me, anything killed by that weapon is instantly identifiable, and you are the only person in this city known to own one. Every corpse with a bullet in it, from now on, is yours by default. Understood. I will abide by the rules. The rewards came through as a third-grade merit for the squad, which Lorien explained properly. With this record, as long as you reach level 8 or above, at worst you'll be assigned to a branch as a captain. Merit is separate from money. Ordinary commissions pay coin and items. Merit is recorded for special contributions, prevented disasters, that sort of thing. In big cities, there are plenty of high-level association members who never advance, and the thing holding them back is not level. It's that they never did anything worth writing down. And the spoils, weapons, armor, grenades, scrolls, several fist-sized money bags, and at the top of the pile, a wooden staff with silver inlay, curved like a root. Witch Arrow Elm Silver Staff. The staff will grant the user the ability to cast Witch Arrow, and reduce the user's mental consumption when casting spells. A staff with a spell built into it. Zhao, see what you need. Of 8 church members, I had personally killed 7. The last one Lorien had beheaded, though the experience had already registered before he swung. Ren Longwei was dead when that sword came down, and the captain never knew it. It doesn't matter who killed it. If I had personally killed all 8, that would have been a strange thing for people to look at. I want this staff, and as for the leather armor, I also want one for Kale. The staff had been left for me deliberately. He'd set it at the top of the pile and put it in front of the mage. And that staff mattered for a reason nobody in the room understood. Not the spell, the other clause. Reduce the user's mental consumption when casting spells. I was a man whose entire growth strategy was casting the same spell several hundred times a day until his head hurt. Then I asked for the body. "Captain, can I use the professional association to transform Ren Longwei's corpse into a skeleton?" And both of them just stopped. Because they ran the arithmetic instantly, and it frightened them a little. Ren Longwei, one man who fought a full professional team, plus Kale, plus that weapon. It was somewhat terrifying. I can't say for sure about this, and he was right to hesitate because I'm not a normal professional. There are 5 laws with my signature on them. Even if the association agreed, City Hall would have to agree, and would City Hall let a necromancer own an undead of that power? If that passes, a lot of people don't sleep well. What if I exchange it for the high-grade item reward? Is there any possibility of that? I can't say for sure about this either. I can talk to the Deacon about it and see what he says then. I nodded and let it go, because there was nothing else to do. I want you to remember that I asked, politely, through channels, offering to pay. Meanwhile, my war had scaled up, and I want to show you the workshop, because this is my favorite thing I built. The commercial street run was still blocked. I'd gone up on a 2-story roof with Kale to look, and what I saw made my chest tighten. The whole street packed. Hundreds and hundreds of them, black hair matted, filth over everything, and the smell reaching me from that distance. So many people died? It's a shopping street in an ordinary district. It shouldn't hold that many bodies. Not unless there'd been an event. And then I worked it out. The speakers. Shops here play music into the street, and after the outbreak, with the power still on, they kept playing, upbeat, cheerful, all day, and every zombie in the district walked toward the noise and stayed. Then the power failed and the music stopped, and by then they were already there. An entire district's dead, gathered by a shopfront playlist. I backed off that roof and did not go in. Instead, I went into a sign maker's shop, Shin Yi GG, plastic letters and red banners all over the floor, and against the back wall I found 20 lengths of metal pipe, 3 to 4 meters each. And I had an idea that saved me a fortune. Back home, I taped a fruit knife to the end of one pipe, then wound iron wire around it, several turns, tight, held it up,
looked at it. It was, essentially, a spear. Sword 1, you try holding it. He took a 5-meter length of pipe with a kitchen knife on the end and drove it into the corpse pile and pulled it out with the blade still perfectly seated. I had cleared how many buildings? I had hundreds of fruit knives. Hundreds. Every kitchen in that complex had contributed to a growing pile of small blades I had no use for. And metal pipe is lying in the street. Assemble the fruit knives and iron pipes in this manner. The 4 of you will do this tonight. Because Sword 1, Sword 2, Nu Yi, and Nu had souls. The rest could carry things and swing things, and nothing else. So my 4 intelligent employees spent the night doing manufacturing, and I sat in front of a corpse pile in a chair casting bone manipulation, listening to the sound of tape being wound. In the morning, there were 22 assembled iron spears on the roof. I also bought pitchforks. 5 of them from a weapon shop at 55 copper each. A farm tool, not a weapon, which is why they were cheap and why the shopkeeper looked at me strangely. You see, this is a weapon shop, and who in the city would buy a pitchfork? Me. I would. 4 iron points on a long handle, and my troops only know how to push forward. The one thing I was genuinely worried about was whether they'd understand it, and I made them test it before I committed, because I had a very clear mental image of my entire front rank going downstairs to do some weeding. They thrust. All of them. 25 wooden pole spears, 22 pipe and fruit knife spears, 5 pitchforks. Standing together, points up, it finally looked like a formation instead of a mob. And then, on a push down an alley by the West Market, 3 things happened that mattered. The first was rats. 3rd floor window came out in a shower of glass and 3 dark shapes dropped straight down at me. I got the staff up and put a witch arrow into the lead one, a blue lance that hit, and then threw arc sideways into the other 2, and all 3 seized up in midair and came down like dropped bags. Chain lightning. My new staff did chain lightning, and I found out by accident, and it remained my favorite thing I owned for a long time. The dogs got to them first and shook them apart. They were rats, oil black, glossy, the size of a full-grown cat, with pieces of zombies still on their teeth. And that's what worried me, not mutants, not zombies. Their fur was healthy, they were alive. Something is happening to living animals too, and they're getting bigger, and they've started attacking anything. Given how fast rats breed, that's a genuinely bad sentence. I raised one out of curiosity and got a level 1 skeleton rat with no soul fire at all, and no corpse nucleus in any of the 3. So, rats grow, rats don't drop. Noted. Filed. And about 3 weeks later, a river of them nearly ended me, so I wanted on record that the world warned me. The second thing was the silver shop. Wu Heng Silver Shop. Less than 30 square meters, high-price gold and silver recycling advertised on the glass. A display case with a handful of bracelets and rings piled in it. Still some harvest. I emptied the case into my pack. And then, because a shop like that never keeps its stock on the counter, I went into the back room and found the safe under the desk and opened it with the bronze key. Plastic sealed jewelry in quantity, and I was elbow deep in it, moving fast, when a voice behind me said, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" I have never left the ground so quickly. I rolled sideways for the door on pure reflex, and I want to note that I looked back mid-roll, which is the only piece of training that has ever visibly worked. And standing in the inner part of the room was a little girl, nearly transparent, watching me. And when I finished the roll, she clapped, genuinely applauded, impressed. A ghost, like the infant in Mine Village, a soul body. Except this one was so thin she looked like she might go out. If I had known I'd be meeting ghosts, I would have asked somebody how to handle them. I had asked nobody anything. And Kale and the skeleton beside me were already going for her, blades swinging through her, which did precisely nothing except make her shriek and phase straight through the wall. Gone. And then she poked her head out of the top corner of the wall, cheeks puffed out, extremely offended. "Why are you hitting me?" She talks, and she's willing to. Stand by. Everything stopped moving. She floated down cautiously and landed. "Uncle, why are you here?" "I'm here to look for some things. What about you? What are you doing here?" Because Lorien had told me child soul bodies are the dangerous ones. Not because they're strong. Because they haven't been alive long enough to have a functioning sense of right and wrong, and they do things because they feel like it. This is my family's shop. Damn it, so I'm the burglar. "Oh, so it's your family's. I didn't know." "It's okay. Those people outside are all crazy, biting everyone they see. The shop can't open anymore. When things get better, I'll let Grandpa open a new one in the city, close to the zoo."
pacing back and forth with her hands behind her back while she said it like a small managing director. You still have a grandpa? She stopped and looked up, honestly confused that I'd need this explained. Of course, there's Grandpa, then Daddy, and then me. Uncle, didn't you know? Ah, this. I know. So where's your grandpa? At home. And then her eyes went to my pack. Uncle, do you really need these gold pieces? I looked at a bag full of her family's inventory and said yes. How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? I have some more gold at home. It's my grandpa's. I'll give you the gold, and you go deliver food to my grandpa and daddy. How about it? And she stood there with her hands on her hips and her eyes very wide. Here's my thinking, and I want it on the record so you can enjoy what happens. I don't need food. I have a supermarket. Helping survivors costs me nothing, and if her grandfather made jewelry, then he's a craftsman, and a craftsman might matter later. And she's offering me gold I was already stealing. You mean a trade or an exchange, right? Oh yes, a trade. And my home isn't far, just behind here, a few steps away. So I went out and loaded up rice and flour and oil from a grain store, and came back, and she was floating in circles around my skeletons with no fear of them at all, just enormous curiosity. Then she led me out, by which I mean she dived headfirst into a wall and vanished, and I had to open a window and inform her that I cannot walk through walls. We cleared her complex on the way in, second floor. She gave me the code for the electronic lock. Dim living room, windows sealed, and the smell in there was wrong in a specific way. I frowned. This does not smell like somewhere people live. And before I could say anything, she shouted, thrilled, Grandpa, Daddy, I've brought you food. And the front door slammed shut behind me. Two of them came out of the bedroom, an old man and a middle-aged man. I looked up at the ghost, and the ghost went straight through the wall and left. I was tricked by a little ghost. I put a witch arrow into the nearest one, opened the door behind me, stepped aside, and said, attack. The skeletons still in the corridor came in, put down the rice and the oil, drew their cleavers, and killed both of them in about 4 seconds. It never occurred to her that I could fight my way in here. How could 2 zombies possibly kill me? She'd built the whole trap around the assumption that I was food. And then I stood in that dim living room with 2 bodies on the floor and understood what I had actually been shown. She'd been sitting in an empty shop for months. Her grandfather and her father were in this apartment. She had been visiting them. And she had not understood what they were, and she had been trying to get somebody, anybody, to bring them dinner. I went through the study and found their safe and opened it, and she hadn't lied about that part either. Documents on the top shelf, gold bars and jewelry in the middle, cash and deposit slips at the bottom. I took all of it. Then I went back to the living room and raised the 2 of them, and their granddaughter's family joined the ranks, and I walked out. The next morning at the association, there was a new person on the sofa. Short brown hair, slightly curly, standing out in a fluff. Small, wheat-colored skin, young. Leather armor tooled with crescent moons and branches and coiling plants. Zhao Lei, you've come at a good time. Let me introduce you to our new member, Anya. She is a druid. A druid? The kind that turns into bears and wolves. Hello, Anya. Humph. And she turned her head away. That was it. That was the entire first exchange. A snort and the back of a head. I did not take it personally, mostly because I had other things going on, but I did wonder what I'd done. It seemed like all the young women in this city had decided about me independently. So I sat down and asked after everyone's injuries instead, and Kavina stretched her arm out and said she'd be fine in a few days, and Lorian said, it's nothing, which was a lie, because I'd seen the dent in his chest plate. That's the difference between front line and back line laid out in one room. Everybody who stood in front of Ren Long Wei was broken somewhere. Even Kale had a rib taped up. I, standing behind them with a gun, had taken 1 rock and killed most of the enemy. Though I want to be fair about that too. I only got to do that because 3 people were holding him. If they hadn't, the rock would have been the least of it. Then came the rewards, and this is the part where I got the item that keeps me alive later. 7 items on the table. Top grade, meaning 1 each, an oak bracelet carved with a natural array, 2 heals a day, about the strength of an ordinary potion. Useful. Also, potions exist and cost 1 silver. A gauntlet that makes your punches explode, with the stated drawback that it also breaks your own fingers. I would love to meet the genius who designed that. A raven beak mask, the medieval plague doctor shape, long, slender beak, round glass eyes, which filtered most toxic gases, and which came with the note that if your constitution was under 20, there was a chance the mask itself would give you a disease.
Captain, what is a wonderful object? Magic items have magic inscribed on them, allowing the user to cast spells. A wonderful object is an item produced under special environments or conditions, which can also achieve some special effects, but often comes with some negative side effects. So, magic items are manufactured. Wonderful objects grow in the wrong place, under the wrong conditions, and always cost you something. They're also worth more because you cannot make another one. I passed on the mask for the extremely simple reason that gas masks are mass-produced where I come from, and I could go and take a box of them off a shelf. I took the hunting ring. Bone, polished, and it grants the wearer the precise ability to lock target. Accuracy, on a man whose entire lethality is a pistol he was never trained to use. Kavina took the plague mask on the grounds that nothing else suited her, so she may as well take the expensive one and sell it. Lorien took armor. And Anya, who had joined that morning and contributed nothing, sat there eating potato chips and watching us divide the spoils of a battle she had missed by 11 hours. She said nothing. She just crunched. I'd like to note for the record that those were my potato chips. I had brought them in for Kavina. Nobody had offered them to Anya. That is how the second best relationship of my life started, with a girl stealing my snacks in a room where she had no standing whatsoever. That night, somebody knocked on my door, and it was her. Zhao Lei, are you home? My aunt is looking for you. Arms crossed, chin up. Who is your aunt? Of course, it's your deputy deacon. Ah, Serafina. No wonder the hair color matched. So the sullen girl who got parachuted into a 3-person squad on the day after that squad became famous is the deputy deacon's niece. Suddenly, the attitude made sense. That is exactly how somebody behaves when they know everyone assumes they got in through the back door, and they've decided to be defiant about it first. In the carriage. Serafina, Anya, and no leopard. Why do I feel like you're a bit different from yesterday? What's wrong? Because, and this had genuinely not occurred to me, I had eaten 3 corpse nuclei the night before. I feel like you've become much stronger. And Anya, without looking up, a mage, training like a warrior. Ah, she means the muscles. Which is a real thing that had happened. I'd swallowed 3 of those in one night, taken the poisoning 3 times, and come out the other side with strength, agility, and constitution all shoved upward hard enough that I had stood in front of a mirror and genuinely admired myself. I had abdominal muscles. I had never had those. I'd had them for about 9 hours. I've been learning swordsmanship from the captain recently, so perhaps that's why I look a bit stronger. Such a big change in one day? I put on an extra layer of armor underneath. She said, and dropped it, and did not believe a word of it. Let me back up and tell you about that night properly, because it's the single most unpleasant thing I do to myself in this entire story, and I did it 3 times in a row. The first nucleus, Constitution +1, Agility +2. Then the burn, the veins coming up blue-purple across my arms and neck, and the antidote, half an hour of lying on the floor. Second, Strength +2, Agility +2, same again, half an hour. Third, Stamina +2, Agility +2, and after the third I could feel that I was done. No warning appeared. My body simply told me, in a way I couldn't argue with, that a 4th would be a mistake. It isn't surface pain. It isn't a wound. It's the sensation of something taking your bone marrow apart at the cell level and putting it back slightly differently, 3 times in one evening, on a rooftop, alone. Strength 12, Agility 19, Constitution 19, Intelligence 17, Perception 10, Charisma 13. And I stood there looking at my own panel with a frown. Because I'm a mage, I am, on paper, a spellcaster, and my agility and constitution had just gone clear past my intelligence, and the gap was widening every time I ate one of these. I was becoming, structurally, a melee professional who happened to know some spells. I decided at the time that this was fine, because being harder to kill is never wrong. It's the reason I survived the next 3 weeks. But we'll get there. Back in the carriage, Serafina got to the point. Anya told me you're looking for ways to buy some items or skill books? I looked at the curly-haired girl opposite, who was busy trying to pull a sleepy golden leopard into her lap and stretching it out like dough. Yes, I just asked about it during a casual chat. Note that, a casual chat in a squad lounge 4 days ago, and it had reached the deputy deacon and come back as an agenda item. There are generally 2 channels for obtaining skill books and items: professional association commissions, some merchant guild channels, and, she took a sip of wine, and some underground markets,
also known as black markets. A black market in Blackstone Town. If you can't find what you want on the open market, or if you have something you need to fence, then the black market is the best choice. Doesn't Blackstone Town manage it? Blackstone Town certainly doesn't allow it, but such places aren't entirely open to the public. Very few people have access to them. And there it is. Befriending a whisperer yields unexpected intelligence, which is exactly the trade she was making, and we both knew it. Then how does one get to this black market? Outsiders can't get into such places. Tomorrow, I'll take Anya to take a look. If you want to go, you can come along too. All right. You'll need to be early tomorrow, and don't forget to bring money. I'm not responsible for paying. And after they dropped me off, in the carriage going back, Anya hugged the leopard's front leg and muttered, "Humph, ugly necromancer. You're both new recruits and in the same squad. You should get along better." Me? With a necromancer? What's there to get along about with him? Then you can help me gather intelligence. You're so curious about him. He's just an ordinary person, isn't he? And Seraphina said, "Mm-hmm," and leaned back and said nothing else. I want to introduce you properly to the person who becomes the best thing in my life, because she turned up on my roof the next morning and started a fight with my entire army. I came through and there was a ghost in the air over the rooftop, and about 700 skeletons wandering around underneath her holding cleavers, following her in a slow, confused mass. She had gotten in. Somehow, across the complex, she had found me, and she was in tears, drifting over the crowd, calling out, "Grandpa, Dad, don't move around, I can't find you." She was looking for them. She'd tricked me into killing her family, and then she'd tracked my army down, and now she was hovering over 800 identical skeletons, trying to work out which two of them were hers. I want to note that the edge of that roof had a parapet, because otherwise a substantial portion of my forces would have walked off it following a child. I came up with the staff, and she took one look at me and made a noise and went straight through the wall of the next building. Stand by. Everything stopped. I checked the edge. Nobody had gone over. Small mercies. I asked Sword 1 what had happened and got nothing because he can't speak. All I could work out was that she'd shown up in the night and hadn't done any real damage. So I went downstairs and started raising the rest of the corpse pile, and after a while, a small head came back out of the wall. "You dare to cause trouble again, do you?" I raised the staff at her. "Uncle, I'm not here to cause trouble." She pulled her neck in, but she didn't leave. "Then why are you here again?" Because here's the thing I knew, and she didn't. Ghosts almost never form, and when they do, they can't last long on their own. And this one had been running around in daylight, and her body was so thin now you could barely see her. She was going out. Soon. "Uncle, are you King Yama?" "Huh?" And she came out of the wall entirely and knelt down on the roof and said, "Uncle, can you please let my grandpa and dad go?" I looked back at 800 skeletons and could not have told you which two. "Your grandpa and dad are already dead." "I know, but can you bring them back to life?" "I can't do that." "Then why did you kill them? You could have waited for the doctor to save them." And she sobbed, without any tears, because she had nothing to make them with. "Didn't you trick me over there?" "Ah, I'm sorry." Instantly. No argument at all. She'd been caught, and she folded immediately and apologized, which is a thing children do and adults almost never do. "What exactly do you want? If you cause trouble again, I'll hit you." She thought about it. "Uncle, will you let my grandpa and dad reincarnate? They were just too hungry. They never ate people before." They were just too hungry. That's what she'd worked out. Her grandfather and her father, shut in a flat with the windows sealed, had gotten hungry, and that was why they were like that, and it wasn't their fault. Oh, for heaven's sake, why is this child so persistent? And I stood there on a roof in a dead world holding a staff, and I lied to her. They have already reincarnated into a very good family, and they will have a very good life in the future. What about me? Can I go with them? Maybe next time there's a chance. And she was disappointed, visibly. And then something in her came loose anyway, and she stood up and floated into the air and did a full spin. Then, Uncle Zhao, can I stay by your side? I feel very comfortable by your side, especially when you turn them into skeletons. And that's when I understood the pattern. Because this was the second one. In Mine Village, that infant ghost, surrounded by 9 people, had climbed onto my shoulder. Mine. It hadn't been interested in anyone else. Necromancers pull on the dead. They can feel it. Being near me is warm. Stay with me so you can trick me again? I won't be tricked a second time. I've already apologized. I promise I won't trick you again. Please, Uncle. Grandpa and Dad aren't with me, and I'm a little scared alone, circling over my head while she said it. And I remembered what Lorien had told me, that necromancers bind wraiths as spirit servants and drive them. Then you have to listen to me from now on. Okay, I promise to listen to you from now on. Instantly. No negotiation. She'd have agreed to anything. Then come down first. She came down, watching me carefully, clearly expecting to be hit. I reached out with my mental power and tried to wrap her. Soul imprint failed. It bounced straight off. Don't be nervous. Relax a bit. She didn't understand, but she nodded anyway. And I tried again, softer this time, and it took. Something of mine settled into something of hers. Successfully contracted the Phantom. Phantom, level 2. Agility 14, Constitution 10, Intelligence 8, Perception 12, Charisma 12. Traits, Invisibility, Ethereal Movement, Telekinetic Push. Level 2. Nothing offensive at all, but invisibility, and walking through walls, and a small push she could put on objects. She turned into a ball of light and went into me, and I felt a separate consciousness sitting alongside mine, connected, and my magic went to it on its own, without being told, and started feeding it. She came back out, and she was solid, not much, but she wasn't transparent anymore, and she wasn't fading. Uncle, I seem to be a little different. From now on you can follow me, but you have to be a good child. Then are we considered family? I guess so. Then you definitely won't let your family be in danger, right, Uncle? I looked at her properly. What do you mean? Uncle, can you go save my mom? She's in the house in the city. My goodness. The entire conversation, the apology, the kneeling, the crying, the going comfortable by your side, all of it had been a run-up to that. She's a great deal smarter than she looks, and she has been playing this hand from the first sentence. And I had to tell her the truth, so I did. You know what it's like outside right now. We can't get to the city at the moment, but if there's a chance, I'll find a way to take you back to find your mother. I want to be exact about what I said because I've thought about it since. I didn't promise. I told her no, and I told her why, and I left the door open without putting a date on it. She was smart enough to understand the difference. That's why I said it straight instead of dressing it up. Okay, thank you, Uncle. What's your name? Qin Yue. But Yue doesn't sound very good. Everyone calls me Yue Yue. And she came and sat on my shoulder, and unlike the infant in Mine Village, there was no cold at all. Is your father's surname Qin? Yes, why, Uncle? Nothing, it's a rare surname. Then I'll call you Yue Yue from now on. It sounds quite nice. What about you, Uncle? Zhao Lei. The Zhao from Sun Wukong? The Zhao from martial arts. And that was it. That's how I stopped being alone over there. I had 600 employees with souls in them, and not one of them could say a word. And then I had a rude, manipulative, extremely persistent small ghost who talked constantly, and my quality of life improved beyond measure. Which lasted about 4 minutes, because something exploded across the road. The pharmacy at the east intersection, the same intersection where the bus went over. Yue, go see what happened. She nodded and went, and vanished on the way, and I could still feel exactly where she was, which is a genuinely strange thing to get used to. She came back and dived into me, and the whole scene played through my head like something I'd watched. Inside the pharmacy, the giant, dark red 3 meters, arms putting holes in the walls, and fighting it, a gray cat the size of a lion. 2 mutants going at each other with no reference to anybody else. So 2 aberrants are fighting, that's good. 1 less when one dies, and I'll go convert the corpse then. I was, I admit, entirely in favor. Ideally, both would be mortally wounded and expire simultaneously and leave me 2 corpse nuclei and a lot of free experience. Then the cat came out of the shop. Limping badly, swaying, done, and behind it, the giant, unmarked, with a large crowd in tow. And the cat turned and ran, directly at my complex. Damn it! Every skeleton downstairs went up, stairwell doors sealed, everything inside, everything quiet. I was watching 2 tigers fight from the mountain, and I was not about to walk down and introduce myself, because the fastest way to make 2 monsters cooperate is to give them a third thing to hate. The cat came into my complex with a horde behind it, and used the open ground to keep moving, and I put my army inside the corridors and the rooms, and especially the dogs. Because if Dodger got out on that roof and started being delighted about something, we were all going to have a very bad afternoon. Then I checked the time, because I had an appointment with the deputy deacon, and I was not going to be late for a woman who owns a leopard. The black market was a manor in the woods, an hour outside the city, and getting in cost 2 silver a head, 2 silver per person, just to walk through the door. Running a black market truly is a business with guaranteed profits. We swapped carriages outside the city for one with a blank wooden plate, and as we got closer, there were others on the road doing the same thing at the same speed, and nobody looked at anybody. Serafina handed out heavy black cloaks from under the seat. Speak less, observe more, tell me what you want to buy. I had bandit masks of my own, which I'd brought, and which I put on myself and not on the 2 women opposite, and I want that noted as restraint. Inside the stone castle, it was loud and crowded, and every single person was in a black cloak, which meant the whole room looked like a cult AGM. The stalls sold things I had not previously considered as commerce: biological components, eyes, organs, pelts, weapons and armor, potions and herbs, magic items, books. Anya squatted in front of a stall and started pointing. What is this? Scales from a scaled beast, very sturdy. They can be embedded in armor to protect vital areas. What about this one? This is a magical item that can release a stream of fire. What about this one? And the stall holder finally looked up at the adults behind her and said, Are you going to buy anything, or just ask names without asking prices? Serafina kicked her, quite gently, and Anya stood up and said, I'll look again, and we moved on with the man muttering behind us. Only ask for the price if you're sure you need it, Serafina said, and then, to me, Did you see anything you like? Not yet, still looking. And then I stopped at the foot of the stairs to the 2nd floor, because there was a wooden sign hanging over it with a snake's head on it, the exact snake's head from the receipt in my drawer. Why is there a snake head sign hanging here? The Snake Crest Conglomerate. You can store your important items here. They only recognize the receipts issued by the consortium, not the person. Oh, only the receipt? The Snake Crest Conglomerate is spread across various kingdoms and wields considerable influence. She glanced up the stairs. You can think of it as the professional association of the underground world. So, if the association is the institution that operates in daylight, this is its shadow. Same structure, same services, fewer questions, and enough reach that cities tolerate it while pretending not to. And they hold deposits, and they hand them to whoever walks in with the paper. That is why 3 men came into my bedroom with knives. Not revenge, not their friend, a claim ticket. There is something in that building, and I have the only key to it, and I have had it in a drawer under a notebook for 2 weeks. I didn't go up, not with her standing there. Instead, I bought 2 necromancy skill books off a stall run by a man in a black robe who never moved at all. Weakness Ray, 35 silver, and Corpse Preservation, 55. Corpse Preservation was, I want to say, a genuinely terrible purchase. It slows decay on a body, and after casting it, that body can never be converted to undead, which makes it, for me, a spell that permanently destroys my own resources. I bought it because I was completing a set. The rest of that stall was rusted swords, broken tiles, an organ jar, and a burial shroud. None of it for the use of the living. Recently unearthed, all of it. How much is this tattered cloth? This is a wonderful object. Its effect is to make the user invisible. Don't misname it if you don't know what it is. It's 1,500 silver coins. 1,500, and he had not mentioned the side effect, which the system had already told me. A living being who wears it gets corpse poison sores. I said nothing, because I wasn't buying it that night. I was, however, going to buy it 2 days later, and it wins me a corpse. The next morning I went back to that market alone and cashed the receipt. 2nd floor. A bar counter, a lounge, a notice board with bounties on it, contraband, information, all of it. An underground association with the same format and fewer rules. I put the receipt on the desk. Take everything out. 2 women brought 2 boxes, one flat, one long. The flat one had a book on top, Grey Eagle Swordsmanship, a book recording inherited swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, as a book. I had assumed the warriors of this world simply hacked at each other based on experience, and there are manuals. And under it, 300 or 400 silver coins. The long box had a sword in it, slender, wave-patterned blade, guards shaped like feathers.
Silver Wing Water Pattern Sword. Grants the user a swiftness effect, making the body light and perception keen. A magic item. A longsword, which is the widest possible market. That thing was worth a fortune. No wonder those wanted criminals were so determined to get this item back. 3 men died in my bedroom for a piece of paper, and the paper was worth it. Then I exchanged a gold bar for silver. 100 copper to a silver, 1,000 silver to a gold. Ordinary people never see a gold coin in their lives. My bar came in light against the kingdom's standard, and the man paid me the full 1,000 anyway, which tells you what the consortium thinks of gold. And he gave me an emblem. You can also enjoy some special treatment with this emblem. What kind of treatment will there be? For example, if you have some inconvenient matters to handle, you can post a commission and entrust us to deal with it. Or if you need any tools or materials, we can procure them for you from outside. Procurement. From outside. Of anything. I want you to hold on to that, because in about 6 days, I use it to buy a dead alchemist, and that is the single best purchase I ever make. Then I went downstairs and bought the shroud for 1,500 silver from a man who told me the side effect was some discomfort, but it's not severe, which was a lie, and which I already knew was a lie, and which I paid for anyway. Because 2 days earlier, Lorien had given me the answer about Ren Longwei's body. Blackstone Town City Hall, citing the matter of the Mine Village Necromancer, rejected your request to convert the level 12 corpse. At the same time, the Deacon also believes that now is not the time to possess a second undead servant. City Hall said no, fine, expected. The Deacon also disagreed? That one landed differently. Kalen recruited me personally. Kalen backed me against Alara over the pistol. Kalen let me raise a body in his own basement before the paperwork existed. And Kalen said no. Was a level 12 skeleton really that terrifying? Or was there something else going on? What will happen to that corpse? Tonight, it will be cremated jointly by a professional squad and the Blackstone Town Guard. Not buried, cremated. Isn't this a bit targeted? Along with the other Divine Punishment Church corpses, they will all be cremated. And then, kindly, because he thought he was consoling me, not converting them will save you a lot of trouble. Wait a few years, become a captain through merit, and you'll have plenty of opportunities later. He was right. That was good advice. In a few years, in a laxer city, with a rank, I could own whatever I wanted. I did not have a few years. I had a giant living across the road from my house. If they don't allow it, then so be it. And then, casually, where will the bodies be cremated? That's our mission tonight. Of course it was. The 4th squad was assigned to burn the bodies. And the 1st and 2nd squads got Ren Longwei specifically, at a separate incinerator, while we handled the Crowmaster and 2 ordinary members at a shared one. Which meant that on the night they destroyed the one thing I wanted, I would be standing nearby holding a torch. So here's what I did. I had a ghost who could turn invisible and walk through walls, and I had just bought a shroud that hides whatever's under it, and I had a skeleton with a soul who could be told to do a job. At dusk, both squads confirmed their bodies, wrapped them, and carried them out. And as the 1st squad's cart pulled away, Yue detached from me and followed it. Their site was a walled courtyard with a stone house in the middle and a woodpile against the wall. They inspected the courtyard, which was standard. Forever the firewood pile. The body went inside the stone house, 2 men on the door, everyone else stacking wood. And then, from outside the courtyard wall, a little girl's voice, clear as anything, in a language none of them had ever heard. Every pet beast in that yard went up at once. Every weapon came out. Torvin gave the order to search separately, and they spread out, fast and properly, and swept the whole area. No one here either. And they all looked at each other, in the dark, outside a stone house containing the body of a Divine Punishment Church elder, having just heard a child speaking an unknown language. Torvin's face changed. Go back, quickly. They ran back in, and the body was still lying there, wrapped in linen, exactly where they'd left it. Lyra started forward to check it, and Torvin said, no need to pile it anymore. Something is wrong here. Incinerate it directly. They threw it on the wood and lit it, and it burned, and everyone relaxed. Here's what happened in the 30 seconds they were outside. Sword 1, under the shroud, walked into that stone house and swapped the bodies. Ren Longwei out, a similarly built church member in. Yue made noise. He made the exchange, and the 1st squad captain was so unsettled by an unexplained voice that he skipped the verification and burned it immediately. His caution is what got me the body. If he'd been calmer, he'd have checked. It was fear that made him rush, and rushing is what cost him. The plan worked because I let their instincts do the work. I picked up Sword 1 and a corpse from a hiding spot outside that courtyard, used the bronze key on a wardrobe in the stone house, and sent both of them through. Then I walked home. I had them carry him to the stairwell because bone manipulation makes a mess, and I was not doing that in a living room. The floral bedsheet came off him, and there was a long, thin incision running the whole width of his chest, stitched shut with cotton thread. An autopsy? On a man everyone was in a hurry to burn? Cut the threads. Kale crouched and cut them one at a time, and the wound opened. Empty. Where are the internal organs? Gone. All of them. Now, mechanically, it changed nothing. You don't need organs to make a skeleton. But somebody had opened that body, taken everything out of it, sewn it back up, and put it in a queue to be burned. Which means I was not the only person interested in this corpse. Somebody else wanted a piece of it, and they were ahead of me, and they had official access. I did not report it. Obviously, I did not report it. I was standing over a stolen body at the time. Anyway, everyone gets what they need, and no one hinders anyone else. There's no need to pursue it so much. That's what I told myself. It was the single most important clue I have ever been handed, and I dismissed it in one sentence because I was busy and because I had what I came for. All right, no need to dismantle it anymore. I cast bone manipulation. Summoned creature exceeds summoner's capability range, instability factors increasing, and my mind started going out of me faster than it ever had, not draining, falling. The flesh came off slower than any corpse I'd ever done. I stood there, holding it with the staff in one hand, while my other hand got a mental potion open and poured it down my own throat mid-cast, and kept going. And what stood up was not white, iron gray, thick, and so dense it looked less like bone than like something forged. It looked around, and then it inclined its head to me, slightly. A bow, skeleton fistmaster, level 12, constitution 26, strength 25, agility 29, intelligence 14, perception 19, traits, hollow skeleton, intermediate soul, iron bone, chi, specialties, unarmored defense, unarmored movement, danger sense, abilities, shocking fist, light body drop, catch flying arrows, combat specialization, advanced, intermediate soul, not basic, intermediate, every main attribute above 25, agility 29 against my 19, and I had just eaten 3 nuclei to get there. Unarmored defense, when not wearing any armor or shield, agility +3, perception +2. Unarmored movement, movement speed +20%, and can briefly maintain high-speed movement on vertical and water surfaces. He can run up walls. And this is why he fought us bare-armed, not bravado. His entire build pays him for wearing nothing. Catch flying arrows, deflects incoming airborne objects, and returns them to their source. That's how he caught Kale's blade out of the air. Wow. And what struck me most, looking at it, wasn't the numbers. It was that everything fit. Kale's abilities were a scattering of a career. Some lockpicking, some blades, whatever he'd picked up. Sword 1s were a soldier's. This was a designed set. Every specialty supported every other specialty. Somebody had planned this man from the beginning. The Divine Punishment Church is really not an ordinary folk cult. You'll still be called Ren Long Wei from now on. Stand to the side for now. And the strongest thing in my army walked over and stood against the wall and waited. I did notice one absence. Why isn't the skill for that set of scales there? Nothing. No scales anywhere in the panel. So either the bloodline died with the flesh, or it lived in something that was no longer in that chest cavity. I didn't have an answer that night. I do now. The next morning, I woke up in a world where the noise outside my window had not stopped for 2 days. The gray cat was dead. The giant had killed it in my complex, and then it had not left. And now it was walking toward my building, looking up at the stairwell windows as it came, checking them one by one, looking for the thing that was making the noise. Damn it, you cursed monster, I called the iron gray skeleton over. Ren Long Wei, come here. He came and stood at the window beside me and looked down at 3 meters of dark red muscle. When the time comes, I need you to deal with it. If it's difficult to handle, then just try your best to stall it. He kept watching it. The blue in his sockets flickered. I had one advantage, and it was the whole plan. A building has 4 stairwells, and every one of them is a corridor. At noon, I opened all 4 at once. Bang, 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 bang. 4 doors, 4 blocks of skeletons standing in 4 doorways with spears out.
The wandering zombies stopped, and then every one of them started screaming, and the whole courtyard came at us in a wave and immediately jammed, because 4 doorways is 4 doorways, no matter how many of you there are. Then the roar came from across the complex. The giant came out of a stairwell at a dead run, saw the fighting, and accelerated. It hit a stairwell entrance like a truck losing its brakes, scattering its own side out of the way to get there. Ren Long Wei, it's up to you. And the roof door opened, and my iron-gray skeleton walked down into it with his hands behind his back. While that was happening, I ran the roof. Oil grease over the first stairwell entrance poured down out of the sky onto the crowd below. Then a burning bundle of rags dropped after it. It caught on a shoulder and went up, and a fire zone 3 or 4 meters wide opened across the front of my building. Then my crossbowmen started working from the parapet, and I put every skeleton on the roof to throwing. Because I had spent 2 days having them carry every loose object in that building upstairs. Tables, chairs, benches, monitors, computer towers, every piece of furniture from 60 apartments, and we dropped all of it, 6 floors, onto a packed crowd. Furniture rain. It cut lanes through them. And then they started climbing, not 1 or 2, all of them, crowding together at the base of the wall and going up over each other, a mound of bodies building itself into a ramp, up to the 2nd floor, through the windows, into the flats. Which was fine, because every apartment door in that building was shut, and I'd been through every one of them. They got in, found nothing, came back out, and went back to climbing. Quick, smash those climbing zombies. Witch arrow into the base of a stack, and the chain arced sideways, and the whole thing came apart and dropped. They got to the 4th floor twice. They never got higher. 6 stories is more than a crowd that size can ladder, and every time they built one, we knocked the bottom out of it. Inside stairwell 1, meanwhile, something else was happening, and I only saw the end of it. The giant chased Ren Long Wei from the 2nd floor to the 3rd to the 4th, throwing punches that took chunks out of the walls and broke the railings off their mounts. And Ren Long Wei gave ground and hit back, ducked the straight, and put a right into the abdomen, and a shock wave went out from it, and that entire dark red body shuddered. The zombie clasped both fists and brought them down and cratered the step where he'd been standing. Half a pace back. Sidekick. The zombie's muscle simply absorbed it, and then the arms came up and down, chasing him with pure volume while dust filled the shaft. Ren Long Wei fought like a person. He slipped things, he countered, he chose his moments. The zombie fought like weather, no technique at all, just an enormous amount of force applied continuously, which is its own kind of answer to technique. And every skeleton I had posted in that stairwell had already been reduced to loose bone. Both of them had gone through my entire garrison without noticing it was there. Then Ren Long Wei pivoted, dropped a floor, came up behind it, and swept the knee. The giant tilted. He front-kicked it down the stairs. It rolled to the bottom and hit the wall, and he came off the landing and put a knee into its head and drove it into the concrete. And then he simply kept hitting it. Out front, I was still throwing furniture when the wall of the building blew outward. The giant came out of the stairwell at ground level, shoved its own side out of the way, went through the debris pile we'd built, and ran. It was running away. Did Ren Long Wei fail? And then a 3rd floor window came apart and Ren Long Wei came out through it and landed running. Damn, he's chasing the gigantic zombie to fight it. I raised the staff and threw a witch arrow, and it died in the air halfway there, out of range. So I used the other one. Weakness Ray, the black beam I'd bought at the black market and never used, and it went out and hit, and that huge rampaging body sagged mid-stride. Ren Long Wei caught it with a flying kick, and it stumbled and turned, and they went at each other again in the open. And every zombie in that courtyard stopped attacking my stairwells, turned around, and went for him. That was the moment it could have gone wrong. Ren Long Wei versus the giant was close. Ren Long Wei versus the giant plus several hundred is not. Attack, break out. I went to the next stairwell. Attack, break out, and all 4 doors emptied at once. Sword 1, Sword 2, Kale, 4 skeleton hounds, and everything behind them, straight into the courtyard. I fought that one from a 3rd floor window with the crossbowmen beside me, dropping grease and lightning into the crowd, because I am not confident enough to stand in a courtyard, and I never will be. 1 scratch, and I die of something that isn't even a wound. Kale, go help Ren Long Wei. He looked back, killed the thing in front of him, and went, and the 2 of them took it apart. Ren Long Wei sweeping and striking, Kale working the legs and the low line, and then a leg sweep, and both fists down, and the giant sat down in the road and did not get up. Gained experience plus 143. Summon,
Skeleton Fistmaster, gained experience plus 22. When the last one fell, the whole complex went silent. The ground floor was not visible. There was no bare concrete anywhere in front of my building, bodies and broken bone wall to wall. I put a mask on and went down. Bring that giant zombie's corpse over. They dragged it over, and it was a mess. Eyes gone, head turned the wrong way round, the whole body scored with cuts. These two skeletons are really ruthless. I drank a mental potion and cast Skeleton Warrior, level 11, Constitution 28, Strength 29, Agility 17, Intelligence 6, Perception 12, Specialty, Biological Aberration, Constitution plus 3, level 11, Strength 29, higher than Ren Longway's 25, and Ren Longway is my best, but look at the rest of it, Agility 17, Intelligence 6, and one Specialty, which is just a stat bonus, nothing else. No abilities, no techniques. Compare that to Ren Longway, who came with an entire martial system attached, or to Kale, who kept his whole career. That's the rule, and this is where I finally understood it. Professionals bring what they learned. Zombies bring only what they were. Two skeletons at the same level are not the same skeleton, one of them trained, and there's no way around it, because you can't make a zombie take up a profession before you kill it. From now on, you'll be called Big Guy. He looked left, then right, slowly, like a man who had walked into a room and forgotten why. Then I went through the flesh with a spear and found the corpse nucleus, and stopped, because it was different. Same size, fingernail-sized, still white. But the whole surface was covered in fine red vessels, dense as a net. A new type of corpse nucleus? A different grade. Which meant grades exist, which meant I had been eating the bottom rung. I bagged it, very carefully, and I did not put that one in my mouth. Not until I had an antidote made specifically for it, which took the association 9 days and cost me 115 silver. When I finally did take it, Strength plus 8, Constitution plus 5, Agility plus 2, 15 points, from 1. And then it tried to kill me properly, not just burning this time, but rage. Actual, uncontrollable rage, and I could feel my own reasoning going out like a light being turned down, which is a far more frightening sensation than pain. I got the potion open and drank it and lay on the floor for a long while. This ordeal isn't something ordinary people can endure. But 15 points is 15 points, and after that, I was taller. Genuinely. I measured. There's a piece of this I want to put in properly, because it's the first time anybody told me what was actually happening to the world. In the wreck of that armored bus at the intersection, which I finally went and searched, there was a welded steel box. Inside it, an old cassette recorder, heavily modified, wired to extra equipment with a slim antenna coming off it. What is this? I pressed play. Static. And then a voice, in a language I hadn't heard spoken aloud in months. Don't give up hope. Find every way to survive. Persevere. Vaccine research is underway, and various regions are effectively organizing rescues. Please do not give up hope. Victory will always belong to us. Avoid densely populated areas. Avoid making too much noise, and check if drinking water sources are contaminated by the virus. This is not the end of the world. This is not the end of humanity. Don't give up hope. We can rebuild our homes. Not a recording, a receiver. Somebody, somewhere, was still broadcasting. Normal communications had been dead for months, and this was how the survivors of my world were reaching each other. They really do have a clear destination. That's why they welded that bus. They hadn't been running blindly. They'd made contact with somewhere, and they were driving toward it, and they died at an intersection 400 meters from my building. Are they the army uncles? Yeah asked, circling. Are we going to find them? They'll protect us then. And I looked at 800 skeletons standing behind the bus and did not have a good answer. If I were just a man, if I hadn't become this, I'd want the army more than anything. But how do I explain the skeletons? How do I explain a door? Even if I reached a human settlement, is it going to go better than Blackstone Town went? Or do they put me in a room and study how I do it? I couldn't be sure, and I wasn't willing to test it with everything I had. We'll see then. We can protect ourselves now. I carried that box home, and it ran in the background of my life from then on, and it is the reason I learned the following, several days later, while I was raising a corpse pile and half listening. The broadcast started explaining leukocytes. Level 1 leukocyte, entirely white, can enhance human physical strength and is highly infectious. Level 2 leukocyte, covered with dense bloodlines on the surface, enhances physical strength, and has a chance to gain special abilities, with a very low possibility of resisting infection. I stopped mid-cast. They knew. The people of my world had already found these things, already graded them into 3 tiers, already worked out that the higher grades might grant abilities, and were now telling survivors over the radio that if they found a white one, they could try eating it. And on the subject of what to do about the infection, the entire recommendation was, disinfect it first and be in good health. That's it. That's the whole medical guidance. Wash it and hope. No antidote. Not developed, or developed and impossible to distribute. And given they'd have mentioned a countermeasure if they had one, almost certainly not developed. Which meant that the potion sitting in my bag, commissioned for 20 silver from a guild alchemist in a fantasy city, was the only one of its kind on this planet. Everyone else was playing that game at an 80% failure rate. I was playing it with a cheat sheet. And the very next thought after that one was the thought that made the rest of my life possible. I should stop buying these one at a time. I should own an alchemist. So I went back to the Snake Crest conglomerate and used my emblem, and a middle-aged man with a small mustache bowed me into a private room and asked how he could assist. I want to post a commission, asking you to collect something. No problem at all. What do you need? A corpse. The corpse of an alchemist. And he went quiet. Just for a second, but he went quiet. Of course, no problem. The smile came back. However, due to some reasons, it might take a bit longer. It depends on whether you, the customer, are willing to wait. Why is that? Blackstone Town has recently been focusing on investigating such matters, so it might be delayed for a period. Anybody else would have been confused. I knew exactly what he meant. Blackstone Town is hunting a necromancer. Bodies are being watched so closely that burning one requires a professional squad and the guard to supervise each other. And this place, while technically underground, is 1 hour from that city. They weren't refusing. They just didn't want to be caught moving corpses in the specific week that corpses had become a political matter. And it also meant that the moment I asked to buy a body, this man had privately concluded I was the necromancer everybody was looking for. He took the commission anyway. Customer, do you have any requirements for this corpse? For example, its level, or its race and gender during its lifetime. Race and gender are irrelevant. Alchemy is knowledge. Something specialized in alchemy? Other than that, it doesn't matter. Customer, due to the special nature of this commission, the deposit amount is about 50% higher than normal. All right, how much? 300 silver coins. 300. As a deposit. I felt like I was buying a corpse made of gold. I paid it. He pressed my emblem into an ink pad and stamped the form and told me it'd be posted on the board when it arrived. That corpse changes my entire trajectory, and I want you to hold on to it, because it takes a while to arrive. While I was waiting, 3 things happened that I want to give you together, because they're all the same thing. I stopped being alone. The first was Anya. She turned up at my door in the evening, unannounced, and looked past me into the room. My aunt went out, so I came to see you. Sniff. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. My dinner. And she stood there with her eyes enormous, waiting. How about we eat some together? Okay, thank you. She was inside before I finished the sentence. I made her instant noodles. That's it. That's the whole transaction. I made a 14-year-old shaped druid a cup of instant noodles from a Dead World supermarket, and she went from calling me an ugly necromancer behind my back to being my closest friend in Blackstone Town in about 90 seconds. So fragrant, fanning it toward her face with a small hand. Are these delicious things all made by you? Because she'd tried every tavern and shop in the city and never found anything with that taste, and had concluded that the necromancer was secretly a chef of extraordinary ability. I don't have that skill. They're all from my hometown. Ah, where is your hometown? Is it far? Far, very far. It's quite difficult to get there. Which was true, and which she accepted, because I'm black-haired and black-eyed, and obviously from somewhere else. Then we traded professional secrets, which went like this. They say druids can transform. Of course. Then what do you transform into? My aunt said not to tell others casually. No, we're teammates. Knowing each other's abilities will help us cooperate better on missions later. Then you go first. What can you do? Me. I can summon skeletons. What else? As for spells, I know acid attack, oil grease technique, weakness ray, and corpse preservation. What kind of insidious and evil spells are these? And then, after a beat, they do fit your profession. Thank you. Your turn. I can transform into many things. For example, a wolf, a bear, a dreadcrow. Can you transform now? What do you want to see? I looked at my small rented living room and made the responsible choice. A dreadcrow, then. And the girl at my table turned into a black feathered thing the size of a large bird, flew one lap of the room, landed on the table, and ate 2 of my peanuts. Then dropped off the table as a brown wolf and paced twice, wearing shrunken leather armor that had resized with her. You don't need to transform into a bear. Because the room was small, and I would have had to pay for the furniture. The armor thing is genuinely clever, by the way. A profession with real inheritance behind it has already solved the obvious problem, which is, what happens to your clothes? Of course, the armor is part of the transformation. Somebody worked that out centuries ago. How was it? Quite impressive. That's right, we have balanced combat power, basically no weaknesses. Wolf for speed, crow for reconnaissance, bear for strength. It's a good kit, and she's right about it. Then can you do ranged attacks? Yes, but not very well yet, she said extremely quickly and pointed at the potato chips. Do you have more of these? I had more of those. The second was the survivors. We were pushing north up Building Materials Street, and after a bad fight in the courtyard of a water management office, 200 bodies on the ground, and one of my originals hitting level 5 and waking up mid-battle, Yue came through a roof and said, excited, "Uncle, I just saw someone escaping on the roof over there. People? Ah yes, people. 2 uncles." And in her memory, 2 men crossing a rooftop, low and careful, in leather jackets with magazines taped to their forearms, carrying steel pipe spears, proper spears, machined heads, screwed to the shafts, not fruit knives and tape. They looked like hunters. There really are survivors. I want to be honest about my first thought, which was not humanitarian. Their spears were better than mine. Let's go. Let's follow them to their gathering place and take a look. What I found was 5 people in an auto repair shop with a generator, 1 bag of rice, and a woman in charge. Mei Lien, late 20s, short dark hair, work gloves, and the general air of somebody who has never once been unable to fix a thing. And our first contact went catastrophically, because I sent a ghost. Yue floated through her wall and opened with, "Are you the boss here? Uncle wants me to talk to you." And then, when pressed on who Uncle was, explained that he was King Yama and that he had killed her grandpa and dad. I had not told her to say any of that. I ended up doing it by walkie-talkie after sending a skeleton cat to fetch one. "I can provide you with a safe living space. In return, you need to work for me." Silence. Then, "Thank you for your kindness, but we won't be staying here. We might be leaving soon." Leaving. Which meant they had somewhere to go, which meant the radio net was real. "We have no ill intentions and hope to maintain a peaceful relationship with you." And I stood in a road with an army and thought about it properly. I had 2 options, and I want to lay them both out, because I did. 1. Take them. Capture 5 people and make them work. Fastest, most efficient, and it costs me a permanent problem. People who are held will spend every day thinking about not being held. 2. Trade. Give them something they need in exchange for the thing I need. And I'll be honest with you about the moral arithmetic here, because I did it and it wasn't flattering. The second one isn't actually that different. It's the first one with a receipt. The difference is that one of them has a door in it. They can stop. That was the whole difference, and I chose it anyway. Since you have a plan, I won't force you. Before you leave, we can make some trades that can give you more capital. What kind of trade? I'll trade grain for iron spears, the kind you're using. How much for how much? 100 spears for 1 bag of grain. That's too much, it's not fair to us. In this environment, grain can fetch higher value in any human gathering place. Even if you go to a human gathering place, grain is the only hard currency. Which was a guess, and a correct one, because the only reason 5 people with a generator were out scavenging was that they were running out of food. That's too many, and our reserves of iron pipes and materials aren't enough. 100 iron spears. You have a generator. You're not making them by hand. It's not that hard. I'll provide the iron pipes and materials to you. Pause. And then, much less firmly, 100 spears, 1 bag of rice, 5 bags of sugar, and anti-inflammatory medicine. Okay. If the craftsmanship is good, I'll give you 5 cans of meat then. Agreed. And that was the deal that changed both our lives, negotiated over a stolen walkie-talkie between a woman with 1 bag of rice and a man with a supermarket he had no use for. I had, at that point, more food than I could ever eat, and no one to eat it. They had skills I could not replicate, and no food. We were both sitting on a surplus of exactly what the other needed. That's not charity. That's just a market with two people in it. Afterward, on their roof, one of them asked her, "Sister Liane, are we really going to cooperate with the skeletons?" Do you have a better idea? Besides, he has a point. Grain is hard currency. And then she clapped her hands. All right, start the generator. Prepare to make iron spears. And the third thing. I went home that night, and my landlord was waiting outside my door with a woman beside him. Cream linen dress, apron. Textile factory, north of the district. Simple and careful, and holding herself very tightly. This is Mrs.
Thornwood, Ulfric said, and then, to her, at length, "This is Zhao Lei, whom I mentioned. He's a core member of the professional association. The reason the crowded district is so stable now is because he lives here. Think about it. If it were anyone else, they would have moved out long ago. Those who stay are here to take care of us ordinary people. He's very reliable." He would have kept going. I looked at him, and he swallowed the rest. The woman stood up and bowed, and when she came up, her eyes were red. "Mr. Zhao Lei, I hope you can help me. I really have no other choice." "What is it? Tell me, and I'll help if I can." "My son is missing. He left the day before yesterday and hasn't returned. I've looked everywhere he usually goes. Some other children said they saw a man with a big beard and a red mark behind his ear take him away." "What about the guards?" "The guards found me today and said that the person was found. He was a wanted man by the city hall. He was killed during the arrest, and the child's whereabouts became a dead end." There it is. They caught the man. They killed the man during the arrest, and with him died the only person who knew where the boy went. Case closed. Nothing further to be done. Sorry. Then she took out a money bag and pushed it across the table toward me. "Could you help me inquire about him? See if you can find my son? If not, knowing whether he's alive or dead would also be fine." Knowing whether he's alive or dead would also be fine. I pushed the money back. "I can help you ask around, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Keep the money for now. We'll talk about it once there's news." And I want to be completely honest about my own reluctance here, because I sat there and did not want to do this. Getting involved in things like this brings trouble and danger and no profit whatsoever. But some things, when they happen right in front of you, make it hard to do nothing at all. She left, and I sat there for a while, and then I got up because 2 nights earlier I had bought a skill book at the black market off a man who never moved, and I had thought it was a novelty. Dead Man's Talk. Within casting range, grant a corpse a small amount of life and intelligence, allowing it to answer up to 5 questions. This corpse must have a mouth and cannot be an undead creature. When I bought it, my actual thought had been, this might be useful if I ever encounter a murder case, and I could go over and have the corpse identify the killer, and no evidence collection would be required. I had been joking. The guard had a dead kidnapper in a morgue, and the entire investigation had stopped because he was dead. He was dead. That's not an obstacle. That's my entire profession. The problem was getting into a guard morgue. So I went and found the one person in Blackstone Town who was both connected and completely without judgment. "I brought you something to eat." Anya's face lit up and then immediately went suspicious. "What for? If you don't explain, I won't take them." And she licked her lips while she said it, which undercut the whole position. "There really is something. I need a partner." "What do you mean, partner?" So I told her about Mrs. Thornwood and the boy, and finished with, "You know me. I'm decent in terms of combat, but investigating cases isn't my strong suit. Thinking about the people around me, I feel like you're the only one who can handle this." She took the potato chips and started eating them. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Let's investigate this together." "All right, how do we investigate?" "Instantly. No hesitation at all. I want that on the record. A stolen child was mentioned, and she was in before I finished asking." "Is there a way to get into the guard's morgue?" "What for? The morgue?" "Of course, it's for something important. Just tell me if there's a way." "Fight our way in? I'll turn into a bear and charge straight in. You follow behind and knock them all out." I stood there with my face doing something complicated. If that's the method, I might as well just mask up and charge in myself. Is there any other method that won't cause us trouble afterward? And I opened a carton of yogurt, put a straw in it, and put it in her mouth. "Drink some. For your brain."
She took a pull on it, turned her head, and said, "How about I steal a collaboration order from my aunt?" "Hey, that's a great idea. You really are smart." "Okay, then wait for me a moment." And she ran off and came back, patting her backpack. At the morgue door, Anya went in front, holding a document with the association's official seal on it, and said at volume, "We need to inspect the bodies inside." The two guards looked at the document, and then at the two of us, and then at the person in the round helmet behind us. "Investigate what? We haven't received any notification." "Investigate? Investigate what? Do we have to tell you? Can you arrest people or investigate?" Delivered with total confidence by a girl about 2/3 their height. The guard had clearly not expected that from her and looked at the seal again. "All right, go on in." Because they were only bodies, and who steals a body, down a cold corridor, linen sheets over iron beds. "Which one is it?" "Big Beard, with a red mark behind his ear." We went bed to bed. "Here, quickly." And I looked at him and thought, this is the man who took a child out of an alley and sold him, and then died in an arrest, and took the answer with him. "How do you plan to investigate? Do you need to perform an autopsy?" "I have a way. You stand behind me first." I cast Dead Man's Talk. The necromancy went over him, and the corpse opened its eyes and sat up. Anya grabbed my arm with both hands. "Where did you take the child you stole?" The head turned and looked at us with gray, flat eyes, and it said, "I sold each of them for 100 silver coins to a human trafficker." Each of them. Not him. Them. There were more. "Who is the human trafficker?" "I don't know. He always wore a mask when we met. I only collected the money. I didn't care about those things." "How did you two contact each other?" "Each time I caught someone, I would sit in the tavern for a while, and he would send someone to give me the meeting location." "Which tavern?" "The Blushing Mermaid." One question left, and I could have asked where the children were, which is what I wanted, and which he had already told me he didn't know, so I asked the useful one instead. "What were his characteristics? Or rather, how did you know the person who came was the one you were trading with?" He spoke with a southern accent and had a smoky smell on him, and he fell back onto the frame with a clang, more shrunken than before, and did not move again. "What happened to him?" "It's a type of necromancy that allows dead people to answer questions." "You can do that too?" Let's go. Let's get out of here first." On the way out, one of the guards called us back, made his partner watch us, went down and checked the room, came back and said, "All right, no problems, you can go." "Humph," said Anya, and we left. And once we were clear, how do we investigate next? It's not like we got nothing. The other party had a southern accent and a smoky smell on him. Ah, and then what? How do we find this person? You go and sound out the deputy deacon to see if he knows this person. I'll go check the tavern. We'll split up and then meet at my place for dinner. Okay. I want to note how fast that went. The guard had a closed case, a dead lead, and a mother who'd been told to give up. 4 questions and 11 minutes later, we had a tavern, an accent, and a smell. The Blushing Mermaid at that hour was empty and being cleaned, and the woman carrying the tray took one look at me and turned to walk away. Kira. I'd bought information from her once, and she had spent every day since regretting it, because in a district run by mercenaries and gangs, the reputation of somebody who talks to the association is a very short career. 2 glasses of mist cocktail, and I put 2 silver on the tray. She hesitated. She took it. When she brought them back and tried to leave, I said, "Wait, talk to me for a bit." "Guest, I still have work to do." "Drink a glass. You don't want us to stand here stalemate, attracting other people's attention, do you?" She sat down looking genuinely annoyed. "What exactly are you doing?" And I slid a money bag into her hand under the table. "This is your share from last time." Her eyes came up. What do you mean?" "The bounty for the information you provided last time. No one knows, don't worry." Somebody across the room noticed us and called over. "Kira, what's wrong?" And she put on a completely different face and said, "It's nothing, just a friend. I'm having a drink with him." But her hand under the table did not let go of that bag. "What exactly do you want? Don't get me into trouble." "I wouldn't harm you." And then, "Have you noticed anyone who speaks with a southern accent and always carries a smoky smell on him? Most likely a man." She frowned and shook her head. "Think hard. As you know, taverns are chaotic places. Besides ordering a drink, there's not much chance for conversation, let alone smelling anything." Which is fair. A tavern is a wall of smells. And then she said, But I heard that there is indeed a mercenary group from the southern region. They rented a warehouse in the western warehouse district. Do you have any other information? No, that's all I know. Thank you. I paid her properly for that, because I have never understood people who buy information once and then act surprised when the well runs dry. That night, Anya and I went into the western warehouse district and got about 4 streets in before birds started landing on the rooftops around us. They're the Rangers' birds. We've been discovered. Footsteps, and in the moonlight, the captain of the first squad. What are you doing here? Anya said, offended on principle. I should be asking you two what you're doing sneaking around here. Why should I tell you? Let's go. The deputy deacon wants to see you. Ah. Upstairs, in a building full of every squad except mine, plus a lot of guards, Serafina was standing with the 3 captains and the guard commander. What are you doing here? Anya elbowed me. You tell him. We received information that someone stole a child from the civilian area, and we traced them all the way here. The captains looked at each other. What have you found out? The person who stole the child sold the child to someone with a southern accent. We suspect it might be the foreign mercenary group that recently arrived, so Anya and I came over. You came all this way to rescue someone? We're investigating, not sure if the child is in their hands. How many days have you been investigating? We started this morning. And I watched 3 professional captains do arithmetic. They had been working this target for some time, with informants, with resources, to get clues, and the 2 newest members in the building had walked to the same address in one day off a dead man and a waitress. The target has been found in the 4th house. Currently, we know there are 8 people. Have everyone prepare. Serafina looked at us both. You don't need to worry about this matter. We will handle it. Just wait here quietly. Oh, okay. Which suited me completely. Somebody else assaulting a fortified building full of professionals is my favorite kind of operation. I did, however, quietly send Yue out after them because I wanted to see. Anya sat down at the table and yawned. After all that investigation, we ended up running into them. That's good too. Otherwise, we would have had to risk rushing in to save someone. Now it's better to leave it to them. Indeed. And then she slapped the table. Wait, they're acting as a group. Why doesn't our squad know about it? Aren't we on vacation? We were arresting wanted criminals last time. What vacation? Why aren't we included? Are you crazy? Vacation is great. This is them ostracizing us. She wasn't wrong, but I had never in my life been so pleased to be excluded from something. Outside, the raid went in, and I watched the whole thing from a window like a man at a match. It was not close. A gaunt-faced man came out with his hands behind his back and no fear at all, said something about a misunderstanding, and rolled 2 lit charges out from behind his heels. Archers dropped 4 of his men before the fuses finished burning. Lyra wrapped both charges in ice, and they went off inside it with a muffled thud and did nothing. That's a warlock with an ice bloodline, and it was the first time I'd seen the second squad's captain work. Then the windows produced a cloud that turned out to be insects and took several guards down in seconds, and Torvin put a crescent of fire across the yard while Lyra exhaled something that came down as hail with frozen insects inside it. And that was the moment I stopped thinking of these people as bureaucrats with swords. Men broke for the walls at the back, and Serafina said one word, shade, and the leopard went out like something released rather than sent, and took 2 of them off the wall before anybody else had moved. They also called for poison mist, and Serafina shook her head slightly, and it never came. Because I'd told them there might be children in that building, and poison does permanent damage to small bodies. She let it be shouted, because it frightens people, and then she stopped it. We were still upstairs when Anya got onto the subject of her aunt's career. If Asda hadn't suddenly been transferred here, my aunt would have been the Deacon of Blackstone Town. I looked up. The association appoints from headquarters. You make it sound like you designated it. It should have been my aunt's position. It's just that Kaylin was suddenly assigned here and took over the position, okay? You don't know anything. And I said something dismissive because I did not care who the Deacon was, and it had nothing to do with me. I want to flag that moment because a 14-year-old had just handed me the single most important fact in this entire story, and I put it down without looking at it. Kaylin was not from here. Kaylin was suddenly assigned to a remote backwater, displacing the local candidate at a specific time, which is roughly when a passing scholar was telling a mine owner what to do with his stillborn son. Then Anya leaned in. That skill of yours, making the dead speak, is quite useful. Won't investigating murder cases be very simple from now on? That's true, but you absolutely must not reveal it. Otherwise, if murderers know about this, destroying the corpse won't work, and it would be quite frightening if a puddle of flesh started talking. Ew, that sounds so disgusting. It's just an example. We need to keep it a secret and quietly do great things. Okay, next time there's a case, I'll find you again. And then Yue came back into me, and a moment after that something heavy landed in the courtyard below. A man came over the wall. I had the pistol out and firing before Anya finished turning around, and Kale went out of the second-floor window after him, and Anya turned into a crow, and then into a bear, and hit him against a wall. Serafina arrived with the rest to find the last escapee dead in our courtyard. Then Lyra took me to a carriage and pulled the curtain back. 3 children inside, unconscious. The 3 children are fine, just unconscious. Tomorrow, you can have their parents pick them up at City Hall. 3. Oh, okay, thank you, Captain Lyra. Next time you have something, discuss it with your captain first. Don't run around with Anya. Fair. Deputy Deacon will want to see you tomorrow. The next morning I told the landlord, and the landlord told the mothers, and I mentioned there were 3 children so they should check whether anybody else was missing and go together. He was genuinely amazed. The guard hadn't found them. The guard had advised the families to give up. And then he praised me for a while in a way that was somehow more uncomfortable than being arrested. And then I walked back down my own alley, and Anya was standing at my door with her eyes red. Looking for me? My aunt is looking for you. Ah, because of yesterday's incident? She nodded. She hit you. She nodded again. Then she can't hit me, can she? In the carriage, Anya put a thick cushion down before she sat, very carefully, with an expression of enormous suffering. Did you make my child steal something? Serafina said. It wasn't stealing, it was just urgent, and you weren't there at the time, Deputy Deacon. If you had been, you would have agreed. Do you think you're good at making excuses? No. Since you took it, tell me what price you're willing to pay. How about I just buy it? She looked at me and nodded slowly. Fine. The Deputy Deacon's investigation permit, 500 silver coins. Not expensive, right? Fine, I'll get the money for you. And she stopped. Because a man living in the crowded district, dressed the way I dressed, should not have been able to say that sentence without flinching. The price has gone up, 1,000 silver coins, and I understood. She runs Moneycat, and she is the Deputy Deacon of the association. She does not want my money. She has never wanted my money. What does the Deputy Deacon want? You'll know when we get there. The association morgue. I need to ask him a few questions. Of course, that was the entire price. She'd wanted Dead Man's talk from the moment she heard about it, and she'd invented a fine to get it. I glanced at Anya, who pointed at her own backside and mouthed, "No choice, it hurts too much from the beating." All right, next time just say so directly. Helping the Deputy Deacon is part of my duty. You sure know how to talk. Let's begin. Only 5 questions. Think about what you want to ask in advance. And she asked 5 perfect questions. What was the purpose of your visit to Blackstone Town this time? To sell an artifact. What kind of artifact? A sacrificial mask that enhances the effects of offerings. And every face in that room changed. Because sacrifice plus missing children is a sentence that finishes itself. Who did you sell the artifact to? It was a commission from the Snake Emblem Consortium. We only provided the artifact. We don't know who it was finally handed over to. The Consortium. Which means the trail ends there, because in that building, neither the buyer nor the seller has a face. What other plans do you have in Blackstone Town? None. We plan to stay a few days and then leave. And then the 5th, which she thought about before she spent it. What was your purpose in kidnapping children? I like boys. And it fell back down. That last one had nothing to do with the mask at all. That was just him. All right, let's go. Outside, she said, consider this matter settled. I'll report the child abduction and the killing of the criminals, and you'll receive merits and rewards accordingly. Thank you, Deputy Deacon. And to Anya, don't learn bad habits instead of good ones. Then she left, and Anya and I went to the squad lounge, where Anya immediately said, "Give me a healing potion. My butt hurts so much." I gave her one. She drank the whole thing and let out a sigh of enormous relief. Why am I the only one who got beaten? I'm a mage. Can you bear to see a mage get beaten? What kind of logic is that? Why should a druid get beaten? All right, I'll bring you something delicious tomorrow to make up for it.
Fine then. A week later, her people got jumped scavenging fuel by a local thug who had survived the end of the world and concluded it had removed all restrictions from him. I got there with the hounds. He emptied a pistol into them and learned in his last few seconds that a handgun is an excellent tool against people and does very little to something with no organs in it. I took his stab vest off him and gave it to her. That vest stops a knife about 2 weeks later, and she is alive because of it. And I would love to claim foresight, but the truth is I just had a spare. 2 things happened around then that made the last act possible. The first, corpse nuclei stopped paying. A level 1 used to give 2 points, then 1 again, and the poisoning barely registered. The lines came up under my skin and faded on their own. Constitution 25. My body had started resisting the toxin without help, which was excellent news and a closing door at the same time. This is forcing me to kill level 2 zombies. The second, the Grey Eagle swordsmanship suddenly worked. I'd been reading that book for weeks and getting nowhere, and had privately concluded a mage simply couldn't learn a sword art. Then I picked it up after the stats went up, and my arm didn't shake at the end of a form, and movements that had been impossible were merely difficult. It was never the technique. My attributes had been too low to execute what I was reading. Sometimes you are not failing to understand. Sometimes you cannot yet do it, and no amount of studying fixes that. I also built a training yard, plastic mannequins from a clothing store wired upright along the roof railing, and when I ran out of those, rags and curtains bound into human shapes. You few, practice your spears against these targets. Be diligent. Because they don't sleep, don't rest, don't get bored or sore. If proficiency comes from repetition, I had just built the most patient training regime in either world, and it ran 24 hours a day. It took a week. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, unlocked specialty spear proficiency, beginner. And one I hadn't expected, from the 10 I'd sent to Mei Lian's shop to learn the generator and the angle grinder. Summoned creature, skeleton warrior, unlocked specialty mechanical proficiency, beginner. They can learn trades. They never stop working. They cost nothing. I no longer had a horde, I had a workforce. The bottleneck in my life, for weeks, had been my own hands. I could kill anything. I could not process it. Every corpse was one cast, and one cast was a piece of my mind, and a big fight left me with a mountain outside my building that took 3 days to turn into soldiers while it rotted. I found the answer in a book I bought off a man in a black robe who never once moved. Not a skill book, an encyclopedia, leather cover, parchment pages gone yellow, edges frayed, the writing pressed deep. The Book of the Dead. 200 silver, which he would not move on, and I paid it inside 4 seconds because I had opened it at random and found a page explaining how to make armor for a skeleton. Not for a person, for a skeleton. Diagrams and everything. The observation that a frame can't wear normal armor, so you build the torso and skirt as one connected piece supported off the shoulders. Somebody had thought about my exact problems, professionally, and written it down. And then I got it home and started reading it properly, from the beginning, and about 40 pages in, it told me something that stopped me cold. A novice necromancer's mental power is very fragile. Spellcasting and undead control are limited. A novice necromancer can control a maximum of about 20 skeleton warriors. 20. I looked up from the book at the crowd on my roof. Who the hell wrote this? This can't be a pirated book, right? I had passed 20 on my first afternoon, in a stairwell, with a pot lid, and it kept going. Conversion should not exceed 3 levels above your own, or the corpse collapses, or the mental link fails to form and the thing you raised goes out of control. I was level 4 at the time. Ren Longwei was level 12, 8 levels, and he had bowed to me. None of the failure conditions in that book had ever happened to me, not once. Not the collapse, not the loss of control, not the ceiling. Either the book was wrong, or I was exceptional. Either the book's records are problematic, or I'm a natural necromancy genius, and I dismissed it, out loud, with a joke about my school grades. That's twice now. Twice that something has told me plainly that I am not normal, and twice I have laughed it off, because there was work to do. The third time, somebody explains it to me, and by then he's already got me in a magic circle. But the book also gave me 2 solutions to my actual problem. The first was a spell called Undead Battlefield, learnable at level 5, which converts every corpse in a radius at once. It was developed because on a real battlefield between two armies, corpses are the least scarce thing in the world, and converting them one at a time is useless. You cannot raise them as fast as the enemy makes them. The second was a building, a burial ground, a structure blessed with necromancy that you throw bodies into and it does the work itself. The building was better long-term and enormously more expensive. The spell was faster. So I went to the Snakecrest conglomerate and asked, and the mustached man said, "I don't have it here," and the black-robed stallholder downstairs said the same, and I ended up back on the second floor commissioning it properly. Skill books are not difficult to transport, and there aren't such high requirements. You'll have a result within 3 days. 3 days. 3 days for an advanced necromancy spell that the Association could not have supplied me with at any price, because the Association's entire stock of mage skill books in this town was 2, and both were worn out. The Consortium's efficiency was higher than the Association's. That is simply a fact, and it should worry somebody. When it came, I read it in one sitting. Undead battlefield. Within a maximum range of 60 feet of the caster, infuse biological remains or corpses with defiled, false life force, summoning them as undead creatures. This skill can utilize a maximum of 80% of the caster's mental power to ensure mental exhaustion is avoided. 80% of everything I have in one cast, with a built-in stop so I don't kill myself. I went and stood in front of the mountain between my buildings, and cast it. A gray-white wave came off me and went out across the pile, and the whole mountain moved at once. Bodies coming apart, and skeletons climbing out of the slope, losing their footing, rolling down the side of the heap, getting up, standing. Then it stopped, and my head was completely empty. Not painful. Blank. Like the moment after you finished shouting. I counted. 300 and something. Almost 400. In one cast. About a quarter of the pile, gone, in 4 seconds. According to the Book of the Dead, a normal caster gets around 100. I got 4. I drank 2 potions and cast again, and by the end of 2 days there was no mountain. There were 2,500 skeletons standing in the open ground between my buildings. If these appeared near Blackstone Town, they would make those guys at the city hall lose sleep at night. And that was exactly when the big head came back for me. I want to set this up properly. Weeks earlier, at the hospital, I'd hit a horde that suddenly started using tactics, splitting, flanking, going over rooftops to drop into the middle of my formation. Zombies do not do that. And I'd found the reason at the back of the crowd. A small, slow thing with an enormous, swollen head, surrounded by bodyguards, watching. Mei Lian told me the radio had a name for them. Commander. Ren Long Wei nearly got it. It saw him coming, panicked, and an ordinary zombie squatted down so it could climb on its back, and carried it away. They carried it. That's the detail I should have taken more seriously. Now Yue came back from the silver shop and said, "Uncle, this is bad. Lots and lots of zombies are coming." Where did you see it? Right in my family's shop. So many, many zombies. I shared her vision, and the road was solid with them, and the front rank were all wearing shovels and tools, and lengths of metal hung off their bodies, clanking as they walked. Deliberately, to make noise, to gather more on the way. And in the middle of that crowd, swaying under the weight of its own head, the one that got away. It's it? It's come back for revenge. And here's what makes that a genuinely frightening thought. The horde it was bringing was far larger than the number it could actually control. It had used its own controlled zombies as noisemakers to accumulate a crowd it did not command. It built an avalanche and pointed it at my house. Its intelligence isn't low, several thousand, and I had 2,500, and I had finished converting them approximately 4 hours earlier. Lucky that I converted all the corpses before the horde arrived. Unlucky that the horde came right after. I got Mei Lian out and told her. That big head zombie we let escape last time has brought a horde of zombies. Ah? How? How is that possible? Because she had never heard of a zombie coming back for revenge, and neither had anybody. They're at the Wu Heng silver shop to the east. You'll be able to see the horde from the rooftop in about half an hour. She went white. What should we do? Have your people prepare gasoline barrels. You don't need to worry about the rest. If we can't stop the zombies, I will buy you time to escape. They came up the street and the ground moved. You stand. You are here. I set the line myself, one section at a time. Spears forward, grease, then fire, and the front of the crowd went into it and kept coming through it, burning, and hit the spears. They went around the fire on both sides and hit us on the flanks. They climbed the walls of the buildings on either side and came down into the middle of my formation, and it stayed close for a long time. I want to be honest that I did not know I was winning. 2 hordes grinding into each other in a street, and my line getting shorter, and the fire dying down. That's when Yue came back from the enemy side and said, "Uncle, I found that big head monster." And in the shared vision, 400 meters back, inside a building, at a window on an upper floor, with more than a dozen bodyguards in the room with it, watching, directing. "So you're here," I pointed at the roof, and then I fired one shot into the air, which was the signal, because 2 days earlier I'd had gasoline barrels and glass bottles and rags carried up to the roofs of the buildings on both sides of that street, and skeletons posted up there with them, out of sight, waiting. Plastic barrels came off both roofs into the packed crowd, 5 or 6 of them bursting, and the smell of fuel went everywhere, and then the bottles came down, lit. The street went up in 2 walls of fire 2 meters high, and the crowd broke apart into sections that couldn't reach each other. On a rooftop across the way, 2 survivors I did not know I had, men from a cultural center to the north, trapped on a roof scavenging, watched the whole thing and said to each other in genuine horror, "Holy shit, the skeletons also have a backup plan." That's not tactics, that's strategy, isn't it? And then, in a building at the back of the horde, a figure appeared out of empty air in front of 20 guards. An iron-gray skeleton with a ragged yellow shroud over half of it. Ren Longwei punched the first one's eye socket out through the back of its head, went into the corridor, dropped 2 aberrant dogs off the stairs with a single strike each, and kicked in a door. And the big head looked up at the thing that had just walked through 20 of its guards and could not understand how it had been found. It tried to run and lost its balance after 2 steps because it was carrying a head it could not support. And that was the whole fight. Gained experience plus 55. Summoned creature, Skeleton Fistmaster, gained experience plus 20. And out in the street, 3,000 zombies stopped being an army and became a crowd. The order went out of them all at once. They scattered, wandered through the fire, got distracted by exploding cars. I looked up at the far window, and Ren Longwei was standing in it, holding a body. I gave him a thumbs up from 400 meters. "Attack!" And we went forward over our own dead and took the street. The thing I raised out of that corpse changed how my entire war was run. Skeleton Spirit Demon, level 10. Constitution 14, Strength 12, Agility 6, Intelligence 16, Perception 15. Specializations, Soul Aberration, Biological Aberration. Abilities, Soul Commander, Hive Mind. Agility 6. It is physically the single most useless thing I own. A determined man with a stick could kill it. Soul Commander. By mastering soul nodes, it can issue commands to various allied units. Hive Mind. Within range, skeleton spirit demons are subordinate to the same soul node, and their telepathic communication can be instantly transmitted to nearby skeleton spirit demons, collectively establishing a single master brain. Read that second one again. That is not a zombie ability, that is a network. Multiple of these things, in range of each other, sharing everything they know instantly as one intelligence. From now on, you'll be called Big Head 1. 1. Not Big Head 1, because I fully intended to collect the rest. And then I tested it. Have the skeletons bring the corpses back. And every skeleton in every direction, hundreds of them, spread over a street I could not see the ends of, started moving at once. It really worked. For weeks, my command range had been my voice. I stood in the middle of my own army shouting, and anything out of earshot was on its own. Now I stood still and thought about it. Have the skeletons move the corpses into the apartment complex and pile them up, and the rest should put out the fires. They divided themselves. Half hauling, half throwing dirt on the burning cars, and that night, back in Blackstone Town, eating instant noodles at my table, gained experience plus 2, summon, skeleton warrior, experience plus 3, gained experience plus 2. It didn't stop. Because Big Head 1 was leading 500 skeletons on a patrol of the district, killing zombies, in a world I was not currently in. I was in a rented room in a fantasy city, eating noodles and leveling up. It felt like sitting at home counting money. I need more of these. Now I have to tell you about the night the association went hunting a necromancer, because it is the night I finally got told what I was. The order came at dusk. All squads. And when Kalen stood up in the hall, he said, "Blackstone Town has received news of a necromancer's whereabouts. We need to coordinate with the guard to kill him. No survivors are needed." And several people turned around to look at me. I looked straight ahead. What do other necromancers have to do with me? I'm law-abiding. An estate east of the city. And when we got close, a ranger came out of the trees. The target is inside and hasn't come out until now. You weren't detected, were you? Don't worry, I definitely wasn't detected, and he patted his chest. I had a bad feeling about that man's chest padding, and I was correct. Attack, surround him, leave no survivors. Birds up first, guards over the wall. And in the courtyard, on a second-floor balcony, a torch flared and a black cloaked figure put his hands on the stone railing and looked down at us with no surprise at all. Welcome, friends from Blackstone Town, he had known for some time. I know the purpose of your visit, but you found the wrong target. I am not the necromancer you are looking for. I can provide you with some clues. An arrow took him in the chest. Somebody fired before he finished the sentence. I turned around, and there was a leather-armored man behind me, with the string still moving. I want to be exact about this. A man on a balcony said, I am not the one you want, and I can give you information. And somebody shot him mid-sentence, and he did not die. He staggered back, kept hold of the railing, straightened up, and broke the shaft off in his own chest. It seems you intend to find a scapegoat. Very well, then all of you shall stay and become my servants. And the ground of that manor came apart as hands pushed up through it. Dozens, then hundreds. Carrion, rotted, but wearing armor, carrying weapons, and some of them keeping their professions. That is what a necromancer with time and privacy looks like. He had a garden of them, planted, under a courtyard, an hour from a city that had been hunting him for weeks. Seraphina, guard captain, come with me to kill the necromancer directly. The rest of you clear out the carrion. And then 4 things came down the stairs from the second floor that were nearly 4 meters tall, with arms past their knees and claws like blades. They're troll corpses. I fought that battle from the middle of the yard with Kale, dropping witch arrows into groups and letting him finish them, and it was going fine, until the dead started exploding. The first one went off about 6 meters from me and put out a cloud of thick yellow smoke, and then they all started going, one after another, every corpse we put down, and every living person in that courtyard began to cough. Be careful, it's the necromancer's evil burst. The gas is poisonous. I knew that because it was in the Book of the Dead. A necromancer can use corpses to release miasma. On the page it reads like a footnote. In a walled couting it is the entire battle, because it turns every kill into a trap, and there is no way to not kill them. The whole yard filled. Beyond 3 meters I couldn't identify my own side, and I put my hand in my backpack, tore open a packet, and put on a gas mask. A gas mask. 95% filtration, sealed elastic, for agricultural chemicals. From a box of them I'd found on the bottom shelf of a hardware store, and taken because I was already standing there. I looked around a courtyard where an entire city's professional strength was on its knees. Kavina had her plague doctor mask on, the wonderful object she'd picked up as the most expensive item on the table and never used. Lorian and the second squad had scarves over their faces, which is nothing. Everybody else was on the ground. Let's retreat first. Cough, my aunt. Cough, cough. You're about to die, and you're still talking about your aunt. Anya turned into a crow to go in after her, and I caught her by the leg. You go out first. I'll go check on your deputy deacon and the others. And I went into that stone castle with a 15 yuan gas mask on my face, while men with decades of training crawled out of it. Inside was worse. The mist had come in through the windows. The golden leopard went past me through a railing and fell. 2 guard captains went down a staircase wrapped around a troll, and it threw one aside and started hammering the other one's chest in. I shot it, not to kill it, bullets weren't going to stagger it enough that the man underneath could roll clear. Hold back these carrion. And then I went up the stairs after the man in the black robe. He saw me coming, leather armor, ordinary association issue, and sneered. You think you can show off at a time like this? I reloaded as I walked and started firing. I emptied that magazine into him and then another one, and his robe came apart and he backed up the whole length of the corridor, looking down at himself in genuine confusion. He threw a fireball. Kale crossed in front of me and took it, and came out the other side of the explosion, scattering flame. You also have a necromancer servant? I didn't answer. I put the rest of the magazine into him. He released a wall of black mist and ran, and we went after him, and Kale, faster than both of us, put a dagger into his back. The robe fell open, and his face was a dried corpse. Not a man wearing a disguise, not undead. Something in between, still walking, still casting, with skin like something that had been in the ground. Are you crazy? Helping them? I did not stop firing until there was nothing left of the head. Gained experience plus 77. And then I crouched and went through his satchel, fast because there were footsteps on the stairs. I grabbed something that looked like a skill book and put it in my pack and stood up as Kalen arrived. Xiaolei, are you all right? I'm fine. He looked at the body. Bring the body, let's get out of here first. Outside, the whole operation was in ruins. Guards laid out everywhere, coughing, vomiting, wounds already rotting at the edges, everybody drinking potions. So many people trying to catch one, yet it turned into such a mess. You killed that black-robed necromancer? When I got there, the opponent was already almost dead. I just gave him the finishing blow. You managed to run into these things. And then Anya, walking back with me, cheerful again now the leopard was standing. I suddenly thought of a question. He's also a necromancer. If you killed him, aren't you a traitor to your profession? Damn it. The thing I took off that body was not a skill book. The Book of the Dead, Volume 2. Thinner, denser. And it explained things the first volume hadn't. The first useful part was professional conversion, that melee professionals keep most of what they were, but mages don't because the false soul changes the magical element in them. Convert a mage of any school, and what you get is a necromancer, because they can no longer perceive any other element, and priests, and anything whose power came from a god, keep nothing at all. Often they simply collapse. The book advises, plainly, never to convert anything connected to a deity. No benefit, and it invites attention. And then I turned a page and read this. Pure soul, ancient organs, special bloodline, gathered into a fleshly body, can later acquire necromancy power, refine a ghoul body, undying constitution. A recipe. You can acquire necromancy power later in life. You can become undying. And you do it by gathering 3 ingredients. Pure soul, a ghost, ancient organs, special bloodline. And I sat there in a rented room and my hands went cold. Because I have not been on many operations since I arrived in this city. I can count them. The first one was Mine Village, where we brought back a sealed pottery jar containing an infant ghost that somebody had cultivated deliberately over 3 years, a pure soul. The second was Ren Long Wei, whose corpse I stole and opened and found empty, organs removed, stitched shut, and put in a queue to be burned. And Ren Long Wei had a bloodline, awakened in a fighting pit. Some said black dragon, some said demon python. Continue organs and a special bloodline out of the same man. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Anya, sitting across the table eating potato chips, stopped with one halfway to her mouth. What's wrong? Nothing. And then, as casually as I have ever said anything, has Blackstone Town arrested any wanted criminals with special bloodlines recently? I don't know. But she thought about it anyway, and then she said, wasn't that guy who stole kids last time a necromancer? And I sat very still, because here is the shape of it, laid out once you see it. 3 years ago, a passing scholar taught a mine owner how to grow a ghost. Then Ren Long Wei of the Divine Punishment Church came to Blackstone Town, a level 12 with a bloodline in his blood, and died here. Then a man selling a sacrificial artifact came to Blackstone Town and stole children and died here. Every single one of them came to this remote, unimportant town, and every one of them arrived after somebody had been assigned here to wait. And last night, an entire city's strength went out and killed a necromancer who said before anyone let him finish that he was not the one they wanted and that he could give them clues. And he was killed mid-sentence by an archer. What did you say when you came in? I asked her. What did I say? What did you say your aunt went to do? Oh, my aunt went out to work, so I came to play with you. You also said, what about not killing that necromancer? And she frowned and then remembered. Oh, the kingdom and the association attach great importance to this matter. If this necromancer isn't caught, an investigation team will be dispatched. An investigation team? From the kingdom, from the association's headquarters, coming here to look at everything, which is a thing you would need to prevent if you had spent 3 years assembling something in this town. So a necromancer had to die. Any necromancer. It didn't matter which one, as long as the file closed and the outside inspectors stayed home. They had gone out and killed a man to close a case, and I had helped, and I had taken his book. I wanted to tell Anya. I genuinely did. I wanted to say it out loud to somebody so it would stop being only in my head, and I closed my mouth. Because whoever did this had complete intelligence on Ren Long Wei's movements and complete intelligence on a child-stealing artifact dealer,
and the standing to have a scapegoat executed on a balcony with the whole city watching. That is not one man in a robe in a manor. That is somebody inside. Nothing, just asking casually, and I closed the book and smiled at her. At noon, they sent for me to come and burn the bodies, which, once I'd worked out what I'd worked out, read very differently. There were a lot of corpses, and the weather was warm, and there was a necromancer threat, so they had to go quickly. Or, somebody was destroying evidence, and the whole city was helping. I had nothing. No proof of anything, and the association and the city hall were both, now, places I could not take this. In the lounge, Lorien was cheerful. Zhao Lei, these are books retrieved yesterday from the Necromancer's stone fortress. The association can let you read them first. Return them to the association after you're done. Consider it a reward for the commission. 3 skill books. Old, yellowed, older than me. Corpse manipulation, evil burst, fireball. Corpse manipulation is the carrion version of my own skill, and living necromancers mostly use bone manipulation instead because rotting bodies carry disease and you have to live near them. Evil burst is the corpse explosion gas that had put an entire operation on its knees, and fireball, which here is not a beginner spell at all, but a high-tier one that leaves burning ground behind. Oh, all right, thank you. I read all 3 that night and unlocked all 3, one after another, in under 2 hours. Skill unlocked, corpse manipulation. Skill unlocked, evil burst. Skill unlocked, fireball. That speed is why Kalen considered me a magic genius. I want you to hold on to that sentence because I only understood it later, and by then I was standing in a magic circle. Then I ate the 2nd grade corpse nucleus, the one from the giant, and it nearly ended me. I'd had the antidote made specifically for it, and I still nearly went, because this time the symptoms were completely different. No burning. Instead, something enormous came down on my mind directly, like a hand closing on the inside of my skull, tearing at the place where my thoughts live. Damn, the symptoms are different. I got the potion down, and it barely touched it. The pressure kept coming. My ears roared, my vision went, and beside me, Kale, connected to me, running on my mental power, started shaking, rattling, coming apart at the joints. That's how I knew how bad it was. My skeleton was failing because I was failing. No! I drank 2 more bottles of ordinary antidote, which was almost certainly useless, and then I sat on the floor holding my own head with my teeth grinding while something tried to take my mind apart. It went on a long time. Perception +5, intelligence +7, charm +5, ability unlocked, enhanced willpower. And it stopped. 17 points in 1 dose. And for the first time, the 3 attributes that don't show on the outside, perception, intelligence, presence, and an ability, enhanced willpower. Personal willpower is strengthened, establishing a willpower barrier to block and dismantle negative effects that infringe upon personal willpower. I sat there, dripping sweat onto my own floor, and read that twice. And then I was disappointed. Because the radio had said a level 2 nucleus might grant a special ability, and I had been imagining fire or lightning or something with a shape. What I got was a passive, a barrier against mental interference. Useful in the other world, maybe, useless against zombies who have no minds to push with. Even the big head had never been able to touch me. It felt rather useless. But having it is better than not having it, and there was nothing to be picky about. I want to be completely clear about the order of events here. That nucleus came out of a giant's skull. I ate it 4 days before Kalen called me into his study. And the thing it gave me, the thing I looked at and called useless, is the only reason I am alive to tell you any of this. He sent for me at dusk, an association staff member at my door, while I was still buttoning my shirt. The Deacon requests your presence. And I thought, merits and rewards. Lorien had said mine would be higher than everyone's. I told the landlord that if the curly-haired girl came by, she should be told I'd gone to the association. That's the last ordinary thing I did. The building was empty by then, the hall deserted and cold. Deacon Kalen. Sit down. Immaculate study, as always. Dark suit, white gloves, cane against the desk. How do you feel about the association? Not bad. Quite good. Your growth rate has also somewhat surprised me. I didn't expect you to be able to kill last night's Necromancer. Just luck. And I looked at him properly, because something in his voice was wrong. There was a lightness in it,
the specific tone of a man who has been holding something in for a long time and is finally about to put it down. He stood up, leaning on the staff. Do you have any other wishes? A wish. And every hair on my body went up at once. I reached for the pistol at my hip, and my hand did not move. The entire study was inside a screen of light, and I was frozen, completely, down to the fingers, unable to move a single one of them. Beside me, Kale had gone still, not standing guard, standing by, switched off. You're growing very fast, Kalen said. In a little more time, it might be difficult for me to control you anymore. And the humble gentleman was gone. Same suit, same gloves, same cane. And something underneath all of it that had been there the whole time, the way a snake is a snake, even when it isn't moving. What does this mean? We have no grievances or enmities. You guess. And so I did. Is it about you wanting to become a ghoul? And that got him. His head came up and his eyes changed, and for 1 second the man was genuinely surprised. It seems you've obtained some knowledge through other means. Confirmed. Everything, all at once, in the time it takes to say a sentence. Kalen was transferred to remote Blackstone Town, displacing the local candidate 3 years ago, at exactly the time a passing scholar was teaching a mine owner to bury his stillborn son in a mine. He came here on purpose. He picked a backwater with nobody watching, and he set it up, and then he waited. And the entire professional association, and the Blackstone Town Guard, and every squad, and every mission had spent 3 years collecting his ingredients for him and carrying them to his door. Mine Village produced the pure soul. We brought him the jar ourselves. I carried it. Run Long Wei produced the organs and the bloodline, and his corpse came back opened and emptied and sewn shut before it was cued to burn. And the man on the balcony last night, the one who said, I am not the necromancer you are looking for. I can provide you with some clues, and was shot mid-sentence by an archer, became the scapegoat that closed the file, so that no investigation team would come from the kingdom. Every case, every one. The whole of my career in this city had been somebody's shopping list. As a deputy deacon, you caused the deaths of so many people in Mine Village. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm more curious about where you're from. He was smiling. Everything here is written by the strong. Do you even know what those sitting on thrones have done? This is a man-eat-man world. If you don't eat others, others will eat you, just like you and me right now. Why do you want to become a ghoul? And he did something I did not expect. He took off one glove. The back of his hand was covered in pustules. What choice do I have? I just want to survive. And I want to be honest. For about 1 second, I understood him completely. A man with something eating him from the inside, in a world where alchemy fixes everything except the thing he has, who found one recipe that works and spent 3 years cooking it. Then I remembered 200 people in a mine and stopped understanding him. You've already collected all the items. Why did you call me here? I'm not some special bloodline, am I? And he looked at me with a very particular kind of anticipation. I've found another method that allows me to occupy a new body. Young, with extremely high magical talent, and without any background. Ah, there it is. Because the ghoul body is ugly, half human, half corpse, pustules and dried skin, the thing I'd shot to pieces in that manner the night before. 3 years of work, and the reward is becoming that. And then a young man walked into his office who could read a skill book once and unlock it. 3 in a night, every time. Something no one else in this world could do. High magical talent, and no family, no lineage, no one at all who would come asking. You want to occupy my body? You're very clever. Why bother? All the materials you painstakingly collected, wouldn't all your efforts be wasted if you don't become a ghoul? No, it's too ugly. I don't want to become like that. Actually, my body isn't very good either. He waved that away. You know what you need to know, so let's not delay any further. And he threw the cane into the middle of the room, and it landed upright and stayed there. An eye opened on the gemstone at the top and looked around the room. Rings of light spread out from it across the floor into a circle, and he flicked his hand and various things appeared out of nowhere and settled into the middle of it. And then, almost gently, do you truly have no last wishes? After all, I brought you into the association so you could be considered my confidant. Confidant my ass, he sighed. and his body dropped to the floor like a coat off a hook, and a blue phantom came up out of the top of his head and came at me. Outside that door, Anya was walking down the corridor with a bag of chips, and found the captain of the first squad standing at the study door. "Have you seen Zhao Lei?" Torvin's eyes narrowed, and he stared at her. She took a step back. "What? I just asked." "What are you going to do?" "He's gone. If you chase him now, you might still see him." And she frowned, and looked down the corridor, and turned around and left, muttering that there was no need for a cold face. And then she got about 20 meters, and something in her stopped, and she turned around and went to her aunt's room and pushed the door open and said, "Aunt, go check on Zhao Lei. I have a bad feeling." Inside the study, the circle was pulling. Something came out of me. I felt it go. The same lightness as when Kale knocked the infant ghost off my shoulder, except this time it was from the inside, and it hurt. A blue phantom dragged out of my body and stretched into thin smoke, pulled across the room, and gathered into a clay pot. Kalen's phantom hung nearby, waiting, delighted. And then he came into me. And here is what he found. He had spent 3 years planning to take a body. He had researched a method. He had a circle and an artifact that talks to something, and every material he needed. And what he had not accounted for, because he could not have known, was that 4 days earlier I had eaten the lump of flesh out of a giant's skull, and it had nearly killed me and given me a barrier around my own mind. Enhanced willpower. He hit it and stopped. And then he found out the second thing, which is the part I actually enjoy. Because a necromancer's entire field of study is souls. That is the whole profession. Not bones, not corpses. Souls. Binding them, driving them, holding them. It is the one thing I do all day, every day, to 800 people at a time. He had chosen, out of every profession in this world, to attack a specialist inside his own specialty. An enormous, indescribable pressure came down around him, my mental power, the same power that holds an army together, closing on one small soul in a room. And he understood, immediately, that something had gone very wrong, and he fought to get out. The blue phantom came out of my body with terror all over it. "No, Zhao Lei, don't." Pop, like a balloon, gone. The cane hit the floor, the circle went out, and I could move my fingers again. Trying to snatch a soul from a necromancer? What were you thinking? If he had used a knife or poison or a hired man in an alley, I would have died in that room. He picked the one method in the world I was built to survive. I opened the pot on the floor, and a very small soul floated out and looked around in an exaggerated way. "Uncle, I think I saw a ghost just now. It was floating in the air, and then I was sucked away." That's what the circle had caught. Not me. Her. Yes, we are also ghosts, so we're not afraid of him. And I felt something come loose in my chest that had nothing to do with magic. "Go invisible, check the situation outside, and then tell me." "Oh, okay." Then I went and stood over the body. There was a ring on his right hand, the reason he'd taken the glove off, and the only reason I ever saw it. Space ring. An item inscribed with space magic, containing 3 cubic meters of space. I didn't take it yet. I cast Dead Man's Talk, and Kalen sat up on the floor with his eyes empty and looked at me. "To deal with me, did you arrange any other methods later?" "No. You are just a newcomer who recently joined. You are not worth that much effort from me." Damn it, why do I feel insulted? If you had really succeeded, what other arrangements did you have afterward? "I have already submitted a transfer application in your name. At that time, I would leave here for an unfamiliar place, and in a few years, no one would remember you." There it is. He had already filed the paperwork, under my name, to a city he'd chosen. He was going to walk out of Blackstone Town wearing me, take a posting far away, and let 3 or 4 years erase the difference. Nobody here would ever see the man he'd become. Nobody there would ever have met the man he'd taken. "What property do you have?" "In Blackstone Town, I have a residence, some assets stored in the Snake Crest conglomerate, and the rest are in my space ring." "How do I use this space ring?" "You can use it by attempting to communicate with it using your mental power." One question left. "Do you have any other background or special identity?" "Professional association, Mystic Society of the Heavenly Eye." And he fell back down.
A secret society, one I'd never heard of, that had backed a Deacon's 3-year project and had presumably supplied the cane. I hoped very much it wouldn't get me involved. It got me involved. I took the ring, silver, plain, a small white rhombus set in the top. No blood dripping, no ceremony. I put it on, reached into it with my mind, and there it was. Clothes, daily items, and a treasure chest, which I dropped onto the floor and opened. Deposit receipts from the Snake Crest conglomerate, and under them stacked silver. Then the cane, sacrificial staff, a wonderful object. The evil god can grant your wishes, but will also take what interests him. I reached for it, and stopped with my hand in the air. Because the ring was hidden under a glove, and nobody had ever seen it. That cane he carried everywhere, in front of everybody, every day. His death in this room was already going to be difficult to explain. If the most recognizable object he owned went missing too, somebody would keep pulling that thread. And it is an artifact for making bargains with an evil god, which is a hot potato in any world. I left it on the floor. That was the correct decision, and I still think about it. Yue came back through the wall. Uncle, I flew around the hall once. There's just one uncle guarding the door. Guarding the door. Kalen had told me, under Dead Man's talk, that there were no other arrangements. A dead man cannot lie. So why was somebody standing outside? I let her show me. Silver armor, longsword, looking up and down the corridor. Torvin, captain of the first squad. The man who had gone out with the first and second to burn Ren Longwei's corpse. The man who had shot a necromancer off a balcony mid-sentence. I opened my holster, took the safety off, gripped the spear on my pack, and opened the door. He turned. We looked at each other. Neither of us said anything. And then Kale walked out behind me. And Torvin's whole face changed, and his sword came out of the sheath already swinging. I got the spear up and stopped it, and I want to note that a month earlier that would have taken my head off, and this time I simply blocked it, because I had eaten a great many things out of a great many skulls. Then I kicked him in the chest and put him back 3 or 4 steps, and his expression got worse. Kale drew, I drew, and Torvin tore a scroll. Smoke instantly filling the corridor, and then running footsteps. We went after him. He went out a window by the stairs. We went out after him. And when I came out of the association grounds into a street full of ordinary people going about their evening, I stopped. Because he was gone into a crowd, and I was a necromancer standing in a public street with a drawn pistol. Damn it. I went back to the association to see how bad it was, and the hall, which had been deserted an hour earlier, was full of people. My heart went sideways. Then Anya came out fast. Jiaolei, where did you go? Ah, what's going on? Kalen is dead. And behind her, they were carrying a body out under a white cloth. How did he die? He just died, you know. They found a suicide note he wrote on the desk. My aunt read it. It probably said he knew he was going to die and made some arrangements. A suicide note. On the desk. He had written it before he called me in. Of course he had. If the plan had worked, if he had walked out of that room in my body, there would have been a corpse of a dying deacon in a locked study, and a note in his own hand explaining that a sick man had chosen his moment. Perfectly clean. No investigation. No questions. He had prepared the cover for his own death because his death was part of the plan. And now it was covering mine. What's wrong? Anya looked up at me. Oh, right. Didn't the deacon look for you? Did he say anything to you? He just talked about the merits this time. I didn't expect him to die like this, even though he was fine just now. Because there was nothing to gain by saying anything else. Kalen died, I lived. That outcome is very good. Saying more only brings me trouble. And as for Torvin, who ran with a suicide note in the dead man's own handwriting sitting on that desk, if he ever came back and told anyone I'd killed a deacon, it would be extremely difficult to make it stick. And his own part in it was ugly enough that he'd never open his mouth. It was the underhanded things I had to watch for. City Hall came and examined the body in the study and found nothing unusual, because there was nothing unusual to find. And then they started arranging his funeral. He had no descendants, so the association buried him. In the deputy deacon's study, with the entire association's business now on her desk, Serafina put down her papers and looked at me. You just saw Kalen? Yes, he told me a few things. What did he say? Was it a woman's intuition? Or does her talent come with something attached? She could not possibly have known what happened in that room, and she knew something had. He asked about my future plans,
said I was someone he recruited, so I was considered a confidant, and then he warned me not to trust others easily. Bang. Her hand came down on the desk. Humph. He's dead, and he's still spouting nonsense. I nearly drew, and then I realized she thought he'd meant her, which told me their relationship had been considerably worse than either of them had let anybody see. She took a breath. City Hall said that Kalen made arrangements over there. After his death, all his property in Blackstone Town and his other assets will be transferred to you. You should be notified in a few days. And then she looked at me seriously and said, regardless of his character, it seems he was genuinely good to you. I said, because what he had actually done was leave everything to the body he intended to be wearing. He willed his estate to himself, and then he lost, and the will stood. I inherited a house, a bank box, a space ring, and a posting from a man who had spent 3 years planning to wear me, and every single item of it had been arranged for his own comfort. Now, should I address you as steward? I'm temporarily managing things here. When the appointment letter from headquarters comes down, they might transfer some other steward here to retire. If that happens, this old lady isn't doing it anymore. This old lady. From a woman who owns a leopard and an entertainment district. This time, it should rightfully be you who takes on the role of steward. She rolled her eyes at me and went back to her papers. 3 days later, the appointment came from headquarters, and Serafina was confirmed as Deacon of the Blackstone Town Professional Association. She got it in the end. It just took the man who took it from her dying on his own study floor. And in the same batch of orders from headquarters, there was one with my name on it. Since you have accumulated enough merits, you will be transferred to Luntom to serve as a captain. Captain. And I frowned because I already knew about the transfer. He'd told me himself with his eyes empty. But not the city, Luntom, which is the name I had read 2 days earlier on a property deed in a black wooden box retrieved from the Snake Crest conglomerate on Kalen's receipt. He owned a house there, already, bought and notarized before any of this. He hadn't only applied for a transfer in my name, he had chosen the destination years in advance and furnished it. Luntom is outside the Yeke Kingdom and is a relatively chaotic place. I don't know why the headquarters suddenly transferred you there. She looked up. If you don't want to go, I can communicate with the headquarters and let you take over the position of captain of the first squad. And that was a real offer, and a kind one. The first squad had no captain, because Torvin had left a note for his people and vanished the same night Kalen died, claiming he was going home. She was offering me his job, same rank, same benefits, in a city where I knew everybody, under a deacon who liked me. And if this had been my first week, even 2 weeks ago, I would have taken it without thinking. Here's why I didn't. The Yeke Kingdom has 5 laws with my signature on them. I am a licensed necromancer, permanently forbidden from necromancy. Even if I became deacon of this town, I could not change a kingdom's opinion of my profession. Everything I have built, I built by stepping through a door to get away from that. And Kalen, who wanted my body specifically for its talent, who needed it somewhere unregulated and unwatched, had picked Lunton for exactly the same reason I now needed it. He'd done the research. He'd done it years ago. He just did it for a passenger. Thank you for your kindness, Deacon. I think I will respect the arrangements from the headquarters. I'll apply to be transferred back when there's an opportunity. She looked at me with those eyes for a while and sighed. All right, then you go there and wait 2 years. I'll apply to transfer you back then. 2 years. Long enough to stabilize her own position, and then she'd pull me home. These are the tickets to Lunton. The train leaves the day after tomorrow morning. And then she pushed a few more things across the desk. The Blackstone Town property deed, and the cane. These are Kalen's belongings, and now they are yours. The sacrificial staff, handed to me across a desk by the deacon, in daylight, with paperwork. I had left it on the floor of that study specifically so nobody would connect it to me, and the association had picked it up, filed it, and formally given it to me anyway. I have never been so annoyed about receiving something for free. I tried to sell the house. She wouldn't let me, said she'd keep an eye on it and have it cleaned since I'd be back in 2 years. Don't forget the train time. Go back and prepare early. Oh, okay, I'll head back now. Call Kavina over. Her transfer letter is here, too. Kavina, too. The 4th squad, the newest, the smallest, the one nobody wanted, the one that had killed a divine punishment church elder with 3 people, was being dissolved by promotion. 2 captains out of it. Kalen had arranged that as well, presumably, tidying up. I had 1 day, and I spent it saying goodbye to a surprisingly long list of people for a man who had arrived alone. Lorian and Kavina got gas masks and flashlights, 2 of each. These are too valuable, he said immediately, because both of those things are magic items by the standards of that world. I don't need so many. You use them for now. If this stops lighting up, don't throw it away. I'll replace the energy source for you when I have a chance. Anya said, Oh, you're only bringing them out now. I got poisoned back then because of you. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Who said I don't want it? And it went behind her back. Kavina had been transferred to a small town inside the kingdom, which is safer, and Lorien had confirmed a relationship with Lyra of the 2nd Squad, which everybody had known for weeks and which he believed he had kept secret. He told me about it specially, in confidence, and I congratulated him with a completely straight face. Then the blushing mermaid, where I put a pouch of silver in Kira's hand. I'm leaving, so I came today to give you the payment from last time. Leaving? Where are you going? I've been transferred to another place. Are you coming back? Because in the weeks since the warehouse raid, that tavern had not stopped talking about the children from the crowded district. Normally the guard makes an inquiry, and that's the end of it, and nobody comes back. And this time, 3 children came home. She'd given me the thread that found them, and she had done it while genuinely afraid of what it would cost her. Perhaps. I can't say for sure. Then the landlord, who I'd first met while he was accusing me of bringing strangers into his property. And then I went home and slept, and the next morning I went to the station. I did not expect anybody to be there, the whole squad, obviously, but also the landlord, and Mrs. Thornwood with her son, and Kira, and a number of people from the crowded district I only half recognized, and then a crowd of onlookers behind them who had no idea what was happening and could not tell whether this was a welcome or a farewell. They were several layers deep. Seraphina stood with her arms crossed and looked at all of it. I didn't realize you, a necromancer, were so popular. I guess so. And I want to be exact about why that landed the way it did. 3 months earlier, I had stood in a hall in this city and said one word, and 40 people had gone silent and stared at me like I'd told them I drink paint. I signed 5 laws that afternoon, designed to make sure I could never be anything. And now the district had come to the station. Nothing about the laws had changed, not one clause. I was still, on paper, a man permitted to be a necromancer, and forbidden from doing it. But the woman whose son came home was standing on that platform, and so was the waitress, and so was the landlord who had once told me not to bring people to the house. Be low-key over there. I'll get you transferred back within 2 years. Okay, I know. Please keep an eye on the crowded district for me. And the train came in. Let me tell you what I was carrying when it pulled out. I came into Blackstone Town with an iron sword, a short spear, 7 silver in a pouch, and a bronze key on a cord around my neck. That was everything. My shield, that first week, was a pot lid. I left with a level 12 Fistmaster, a level 11 Giant, a level 10 Spirit Demon running a network, 17,000 skeletons, 450 rounds of ammunition, a space ring, a dead man's estate, a captaincy, and a ghost sitting on my shoulder who had decided some time ago that we were family and had never once asked me to confirm it. And a bronze key on a cord around my neck. That part is the same. That's the only thing that never changed. The train pulled out and Blackstone Town went backward and got small. And here is the thing I could not stop turning over, all the way to the border. I did not choose Luntan. Kalen chose it, years ago. He researched a city outside the kingdom's reach, where nobody asks what a necromancer does, where no law was ever written about me, and he bought a house there and filed my transfer because it was the perfect place to take a stolen body and disappear. Everything waiting for me in that city was arranged by a man who wanted my skin. The house is his, the paperwork is his, the route is his. And somewhere in that city is an organization called the Mystic Society of the Heavenly Eye, who backed his 3-year project, who supplied the cane in my luggage, and who are, at this moment, expecting Kalen to walk off this train. They have never met me. They are going to meet the wrong man, wearing the right face, carrying their staff. And I am going to be the only person on that platform who